Zhou Hao's proposal made the two of them hesitate. Whether it is a player with 2 QS or a player with 2 QS, they can guarantee that Zhou Hao does not have a third 10 in his hand. If he is so rashly stud, he will lose. The chances are great, especially for the player with 2 QS. Not only does he have to bet that Zhou Hao does not have 10, but he also has to bet that the third player is not a king. Think about it. The cards are all dealt out anyway, and I won't force you. I will follow as many bets you place. Zhou Hao knew that they would hesitate, and if they couldn't guarantee victory, they didn't have the courage to stud. He definitely can't do it. He doesn't worry anyway. It depends on their courage. The two winners exchanged their eyes, as if they were discussing how big the last bet was. No one wanted to let go easily, but the more Zhou Hao believed that their cards should not be big, at least if he had one in his hand. 10. They shouldn't be able to compare, otherwise why hesitate so much? Young man, let's do this. We don't have to be too big. In this round, if you put out 5 million, we will be stud. What do you think? The player holding 2 QS and 2 kings. The player made eye contact, and then turned to ask Zhou Hao. He probably hoped that Zhou Hao could not get it out. Zhou Hao naturally understands what he meant. In addition to the size of the card, it also depends on the amount of money. If the other party's bet is higher than your own, even if you have a large card and cannot open the opponent's card, you will lose. He used 5 million to set up a card, surely thinking that he could not get it out, so that even if he had any cards, it would be wasted. It's a pity that they don't know that the young players sitting across from them are not only the rich second generation, rich third generation, but also a billionaire. Zhou Hao's gambling here is the real entertainment. He doesn't expect to make a fortune with this. With his superhuman feeling, he lingered in the casino every day, making more money than doing anything. The croupier, you asked the front desk to exchange 3 million chips for me. Plus the previous one, I also have more than 5 million chips. This will be the shuttle. You can redeem the chips too, otherwise you don't even have my whole cards. Arrive. Thinking of this, Zhou Hao smiled and said to the croupier, when he mentioned 5 million, it was like another 50. Both winners should be gamblers with a bit of capital, but 5 million is definitely not too small for them. Seeing Zhou Hao so simply, their foreheads were sweating, and they nodded and smiled at Zhou Hao. How come? Since we raised 5 million, how can we not be able to place such a bet? While instructing the croupier to send the chips. Such a bet, plus the previous one, has already reached nearly 20 million. Although this kind of money is not too much in Zhou Hao's eyes, in such a casino, a bet can reach 20 million. It's not too small, and when the chips are delivered, the croupier also changes. Boss, let me introduce myself. I am the person in charge of Zhongwang. My name is Hewanli. Because the number of gambling games is relatively large this time, in order to show their importance, I will be responsible for opening the cards to you this time. Is it? The person who came and introduced himself straightforwardly. Zhou Hao has no impression of this person. It should not be someone he met in his house that day, and he obviously doesn't know himself. It is estimated that Zhongwang is indeed not a big player in He Hongsen's casino company. The other two players are the regulars here, must also know Hewanli, so naturally there will be no opinions. Okay, now everyone's gambling money has been put down and the cards can be opened. Then let this gentleman start. Seeing that the chips have been placed on the table, Hewanli asked the second winner to open the cards. In the order of cards, this player draws the first draw. The second player was obviously also ready, and he simply showed his whole card. It was a grass 9, which combined his previous name card. The final result of his hand was a pair of QS and a pair of 9s. A 2-pair hand, although not too big, but if Zhou Hao and the third player are not 3 or 2 big pairs, he still has a chance of winning. Next, it's the third player's turn to draw. He has only a pair of kings. If you want to be bigger than the second player, you can do it as long as you turn to a pair, but only if his whole card is K can you win the game. Zhou Hao and the second player, and 3 kings already appeared on the card. I don't know if he had that good luck to get the last king. Just when he was about to open the card, Zhou Hao's eyes never left his hand. He could see a lot of actions that other people couldn't see. At the moment when the third player was about to open the card, Zhou Hao suddenly, there was a hint that this person had a problem, and his superhuman gaze also saw the problem. Just when the third player's hand touched the table, there was a flash in his sleeve. If it was an ordinary person, he would definitely not be able to see his movements. Even at this angle, Even the electronic, I would not be able to catch it. The change at this moment was a pity that Zhou Hao's angle happened to be seen. You don't need to think about Zhou Hao to know what's going on. He used to hear and watch movies. It said that some people can change cards at a speed that is unattainable with the naked eye. There are indeed such people on the internet, and they were actually met by myself. The third player is pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger from start to finish. He seems to be a wealthy businessman who doesn't care about anything. In fact, he should be a master in the gambling world. With his speed of changing cards, even He Hong's son, who has been famous in the gambling world for many years, I don't dare to say that I win him. But fortunately, Zhou Hao has good eyesight. There is not so much time in my mind to think about it. Once the third player reveals his whole cards, even if he changes his cards, he has no evidence, and his heart moves at will. Almost at the same time he found out that the opponent changed his cards, Zhou Hao was already in his whole cards. With a flick of the upper hand, with his current skill, he wants to be unconscious, much faster than the average gambling player. Everyone's attention was at the place where the third player was about to reveal the whole card. No one noticed that Zhou Hao made a flick on the table, and this action turned the situation around. His original whole card flew in 10 instants. When it reached the third player's deck, it topped the card that the opponent had just exchanged, but it fell in that position. Even if the third player's hand was about to reveal the whole card, it didn't even notice its own card. It was replaced. After Zhou Hao changed his whole cards must be missing by one, and his other hand, condensing his internal strength, had already taken the top flying card in his hand and quickly put the whole cards out. In his original 10th position, even though the movements were complicated from start to finish, he actually took less than a second to complete when everyone focused on the third player. If he heavier things, unless he has some magical techniques, a card is not a waste of effort, and his movements are very concealed. He believes that even with electronic eyes, he can at most see himself playing. After flicking his fingers, as for the others, they couldn't see it either. He knew that there would definitely be surveillance here, and he believed that no one would be able to see the problem unless the other party was also a supermaster. The third player didn't even know that his cards had been changed. After he knew that his cards had been changed successfully, he changed his nervousness and said with a haha, "If you two can beat my card, you can take the money away, but unfortunately you don't have a chance." Then he turned over the third whole card. 3 kings, I can't get them. I scared you. The third player was going to say that it was 3 kings, but he changed his words immediately, and his eyes almost protruded out of his orbits because of surprise. He remembered himself very clearly. The whole card has been replaced with the last K. How to turn it over is a 10. If he doesn't turn quickly and someone finds him changing cards, that's the end of the hand chop. He doesn't believe that anyone in the world has superpowers or supernatural powers and can change cards here. He just thinks he lost his hand before and didn't turn the cards. It becomes better. Even if there is confusion in my mind, I don't know how this happened, but I still swallow the words back without knowing it. With your small card, you dare to call. Are you to underestimate me? Even if your 2 kings are greater than my 2 queens, are you not afraid that I have 2 pairs? The second player looked at the third player is just a pair of kings, and the other 3 are 10, J, and Q, stunned. If he does not have 2 kings, but a 9, king, or an A, K, a straight is a big hand. But unfortunately, he only has 1 king. Both of them have finished showing their whole cards, just waiting for Zhou Hao to lift the whole cards. It depends on Zhou Hao's current hand, which should be the smallest of the 3, but it does not rule out that he has a third 10. Bigger than their pair and 2 pairs, they are actually quite nervous. Young man, don't be polite. Let's draw the cards. We are all over. Don't tell me. Your whole card is really a 10. If so, you can take our 10 million. The second player was already considered more promising to win and immediately looked at Zhou Hao. He is obviously not a professional gambler. The third player is still full of chagrin. He doesn't know what happened before, and he will lose his hand when he changes his hand. The 5 million loses too unjustly. It seems that he is not good at learning. I have to train well in the future, and it's shameful to be able to make mistakes. Zhou Hao also knew that they would bet 5 million. They were worth more than 10 million, and they were not soft. He smiled and said, "It's really not that good luck. If I were a 3-10-10, it would have been revealed, but I am very embarrassed. Even though I didn't get 10, I got this one. After speaking, Zhou Hao showed his whole card. Since the third player wants to become 3 kings, Zhou Hao got his whole card. This card is undoubtedly a king. This K combined with the cards on Zhou Hao's card is not a big card, just a pair of kings and a pair of tens, and AQ. But his pair is a little bigger than the second player, and he can directly kill the third player's single pair. The result of this bet is obvious. Zhou Hao formed a pair of kings and a pair of tens with the K from the third player. Although it is not very big, it is already bigger than the other two. Each pair is a little smaller than Zhou Hao, and the third one simply has only one pair. The third player changed his cards very quickly. Except Zhou Hao, no one could see that he was cheating. Zhou Hao's change of cards was also not slow and was not discovered at all. In this way, there was no suspicion of cheating. From the beginning to the end, the total pressure was about 6 million, and now it became Zhou Hao's. Zhou Hao won more than 10 million with a hand of double pair cards. Although it is not a big bet for Zhou Hao, it is not a small round at Zhongwang Casino, and the casino draws a lot of money from it. He is responsible. Although the dealer he was from the He family, he also gave Zhou Hao a friendly smile. Is there anything you two have to say? If not, we will have a period later. This time everyone is full of luck. You should be convinced that you should lose. Zhou Hao smiled and talked to the two, while letting people put their chips. Put it away, and at the same time took out 10,000 chips and threw it to the croupier before, which was considered a red. The second player naturally had no objection to this result. He didn't see anyone cheating out of 1,000. He could only blame himself for bad luck. Although 6 million is not a small amount, he still doesn't know what to do. He smiled slightly and said, "Okay, well, since you are so lucky, boy, I will admit it today, and we will bet again next time we have the opportunity." After finishing talking, I went out without looking at the third player. For players who can afford to put it down, Zhou Hao still has a good impression. At least it shows that this person is not bad in gambling. Generally, people with good gambling cannot have bad character. Then Zhou Hao set his sights on in the third player. This person is obviously a professional gambler, who has been disguised as a nouveau riche who knows nothing. I'm willing to bet and lose today, young man. The money is yours. After Zhou Hao showed his cards, the third player moved slightly, but he still suppressed the bottom of his heart, but said to Zhou Hao, if you have the opportunity, I must discuss with you, and hope that I won't keep me waiting. It's easy to say, if the boss is interested, I will accompany him at any time. Zhou Hao could hear what he meant from the tone of his mouth. This person probably saw that the last K he turned out was his one. He also became more cautious from the previous playing to comparing with each other. Probably he regarded himself as a fellow. He Wanli is the experience here. He doesn't care what kind of grievances the guests have. Anyway, as long as he doesn't make trouble in the casino, he will make money with peace. Seeing that the three of them are leaving, he immediately smiled and said, Mr. Our rake has been taken away, and I hope you will come again next time. Mr. Zhongwang will come to take a gamble anytime. Zhou Hao glanced at him and confirmed that he didn't know who he was, and smiled. Don't worry, I'm here to play in Macau this time. Just want to see Macau casinos. Yu Zhongwang's service attitude makes me very satisfied. I'll come to play when it's okay, and I'll have to bother you, the manager. He Wanli's eyes brightened, and Zhou Hao might have become a big fish in his eyes. He felt that Zhou Hao was definitely the kind of person who dared to bet a lot. From his attitude that he didn't care about 10 million, it can be seen that Zhou Hao's worth is definitely higher, and Zhou Hao wouldn't come to Zhongwang to play. He likes such a customer very much, and he can make a lot of money just with a rake. Zhou Hao left the VIP room, and the people outside could guess who won and who lost the bet from the expressions of the two people who came out before. Even if they didn't know the specific process, they couldn't help but sigh. Zhou Hao had already won the game before. 1 million is considered a lucky star, and now he has won again in it. I don't know how much he has won this time. No one else knew Zhou Hao, and they were too embarrassed to ask how much Zhou Hao had won. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu had no such worries. Both of them were very smart. Since Zhou Hao has been noticed by so many people, he must be too. Will not continue to play in Zhongwang, and the two are not afraid of revealing their identities. Boss, how much did you win this time? The outsiders even took the three of you to bet on the hands of the three of you. According to the odds of winning or losing, many people bet. You give us a bottom and we go get the money. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu joined Zhou Hao and asked in a low voice. Zhou Hao laughed dumbly. These people are truly gamblers. They can bet anytime. The bet between himself and the other two actually opened a handicap. These people really didn't let any bets go, and they also asked in a low voice. After winning about 10 million between the two, what are your odds in the game? Can you continue to press it? Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu were speechless at first, but Zhou Hao won tens of millions after going in for a while. This is really faster than robbing the bank. After listening to his words, he immediately smiled bitterly and said, Boss, you can really be kidding. Now that the three of you are divided, there is no more suspense. Who would be so stupid that people continue to oppress? Yeah, there is no way to press it now, but they were not optimistic about you before. The odds are 6 for 1. We both put the money on you, and there is an odds that if the outcome is 500, if it is more than 10,000, it becomes 10. If it is more than 10,000, it is 15. Xiao Lu added. Zhou Hao secretly calculated in his heart, if the two of them have 10,000 in each hand, then they can also make a little bit this time. Zhou Hao does not encourage his own people to gamble, but since they are in the casino, who would not want to, they can win points, and they don't count how much they win anyway. They are considered bonuses. Go and collect the money. We should also go. We can't play here anymore. You win the money and collect it yourself. Don't come to the casino casually in the future. Today is a fluke for you to win. Zhou Hao thought in his heart. Order the two of them to get the money they won, and then walk outside Zhongwang first. In fact, according to the rules of Zhongwang Casino, Zhou Hao won so much money in the casino, and he can send bodyguards to him. After all, there are many gangsters near Macau casinos. If you are targeted by them, it is not a good thing that you win big money. But this kindness was pushed away by Zhou Hao, and he was about to see the underworld forces in Macau. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu took the money without much effort. No matter what he Hong Sen's person is, the casinos under him are indeed very reputable. No one dares to make trouble here, even if Zhou Hao won 2 tens of millions. It's upset, but the money is still paid, and Zhou Hao doesn't matter who is in the bank, his own people can win the money. The three of them left the casino together because they were close to the Pluto branch. They planned to walk over. Just when they turned to an alley, a few people appeared in front of them. Their dresses were very different. Zhou Hao felt that someone was staring. Myself, and there are so many people. Not to mention that the other party has fewer than 10 people. Even if there are more people, Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu are not opponents. Zhou Hao doesn't need to worry about them. The three of them keep walking and continue to move forward, but they find that they are behind them. Several people also appeared, each holding a baseball bat. Looking at the things they took, you knew that they weren't any great people. Zhou Hao didn't even look at them, but said softly to Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu, all are scrapped. As long as you don't kill anyone, you can do whatever you want. I will give you time it will be done in 1 minute, or go back to train and double. Both Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu were specially trained Pluto security personnel. No matter how joking, when it came time to perform the mission, both of them were unambiguous. Hearing Zhou Hao said that, and he had already started to look at his watch, the two of them simply almost without any words, 1 point before and after, pounced on those gangsters. Those gangsters knew that Zhou Hao had won money. If they wanted to grab a hand, they would have been able to fight for many years. The leader wanted to say a few words and threats, but they didn't expect that they were crazy before they got close. He rushed over, but didn't react. Some brothers have fallen to the ground. If Wang Xiaohu and Xiao You's kung fu, from Zhou Hao's point of view, there are still many shortcomings, but in the eyes of ordinary people, they are super masters, and these gangsters are slightly more ruthless than ordinary people. They dare to start. When Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu met them, it was like a wolf entering the flock, without any resistance. In front of them, Zhou Hao was Wang Xiaohu's target. There were 6 people, each with a club in their hands, and Xiao Lu's target in the back. They all had the same guys. One of them had a knife, but there were only 5 people. Zhou Hao gave them 1 minute. Time also includes the time passed by running. 10, 9, 8. When Zhou Hao started the countdown to 3, a total of 11 gangsters fell to the ground, and at Zhou Hao's order, they were abolished. Everyone, arm or leg. There have been fractures and bone fractures of varying degrees. Even if they can't really become disabled, there is no need to think about getting out of bed in a short time. Papa, Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu returned to Zhou Hao. Before Zhou Hao could speak, they walked in with the excuse. The leader clapped as he walked, and then stared at Zhou Hao with a smile. Sure enough, with expert protection, no wonder the little brother can dare to win so much money in Zhongwang Casino, and there is no need for protection. Zhou Hao asked Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu to resolve the battle quickly because he knew that there were other people behind these gangsters. Now that he came out, Zhou Hao didn't feel surprised. He smiled and said, "This boss doesn't seem to be satisfied with losing money. Do you want to take back the money you lost? But is it a little too difficult for you to hire someone?" The man approached and shook his head and said, "How is it possible? I have always been willing to bet and lose. Since the little brother's methods are better than me, my money is naturally yours, but I am very gambling with you. Interested, I don't know if we can communicate." Zhou Hao took Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu out of the casino before walking to an alley where he was ambushed by a dozen gangsters. With Wang Xiaohu and Xiaoyou's skill, he naturally knocked them all down without any effort. After the man was destroyed, the third player appeared in front of Zhou Hao. "Little brother, I know that you are not an ordinary person. The strength of your two bodyguards is about to catch up with Zhong Nanhai bodyguards. I don't know if I want to make friends with you. Do you have any comments?" The third player, after appearing, he seemed very polite and smiled and said to Zhou Hao, "The third player is the one who will change cards." Zhou Hao knew from the poker table that he was definitely not an ordinary player, but now that he can find himself on his way back, it is a bit intriguing, but he still smiled and said, "This gentleman, you are really polite. My bodyguards are all crops, not worth mentioning, but why do you want to make friends with me? You won't be unwilling to lose. Little brother, I despise buy. Although I am not a rich man, at least I don't care about winning or losing such a few million. What's more, if I can make a master like a brother, I can lose some money." The third player shook his head and smiled. Although it looks a bit fake, it can be seen that he really wants to make friends. Zhou Hao didn't believe him just because of one or two words. He still smiled and said, "I'm not a master. I'm just having better luck. You don't have to think about friendships. I will be out of luck someday. I have to lose all the money back." Regarding Zhou Hao's refusal, the third player was not in a hurry and continued to smile and said, "Little brother, I invite you to have tea. Find a place to sit down and talk. It's not appropriate to always talk here." Speaking of this, I looked at the gangsters lying on the ground and moaning. The meaning was very obvious. "Well, since you want to talk to me so much, I'll talk to you." Zhou Hao looked at the sky. It was already evening, and then continued, "Just drink tea. I don't know you Macau people what a habit, but when this time comes, I'm going to have dinner. It's better to be in a fair and invite you to dinner. Anyway, I'm making money today." The third player is still a good person. Hearing Zhou Hao's words, there is no objection. Anyway, Zhou Hao can talk to himself, nodded and said, "Okay, there is an authentic Cantonese restaurant next to Zhongwang. I don't know. Do you have a habit of eating? If it's okay, let's go there." Zhou Hao is a native of Cantonese. He has a natural habit of eating Cantonese cuisine. He nodded and agreed with the third player's suggestion. He led Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu to follow the third player. He now thinks this player with the surname Bai is a bit interesting. He must be a player. "Master, what is the purpose of finding yourself?" As the player with the surname Bai said, there is a Cantonese restaurant 50 meters diagonally across from Zhongwang Casino. It is not very big, but it is in this location and the business is very good. Many casino gamblers just go here when they are hungry. Eat. If a few friends meet up for a gamble, it is also a good choice to entertain guests here after winning. Because this time is the meal, the restaurant business is very good, and there are people everywhere. Fortunately, the player with the last name and the restaurant manager can get a box. It's a Chinese tradition to talk about things in this environment. After the host and guest were seated, they first chatted, and when the dishes were ordered, the player with the surname Bai spoke. "Little brother, I still don't know how to call me. I can't keep calling my little brother. Let me introduce myself first. My name is Bai Changshen. You can call me Brother Bai or Brother Changshen. Who will call me older than you? How old is it?" Bai Changshen introduced himself while getting close. Zhou Hao and the three of them admired his cheeky so much. Bai Changshen thought he was at least 40 years old and claimed to be his brother, but he was so close that he couldn't be too shameless. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "Brother Changshen, my name is Zhou Hao. You just call my name." "Well, Xiao Hao, today we are not acquainted with each other. It has always been like this on the rivers and lakes. We only become friends after we fight. Bai Chongqing was really cheeky and called Xiaohao directly. In addition to accepting this helplessly, Zhou Hao was too embarrassed to refuse, but he still smiled and said, "Brother Chongqing, you really can laugh. You are from the rivers and lakes. You can also do not know others. I am not. It's just a foreign tourist who came to Macau to play and just look at Macau's casinos." Bai Chongqing's expression changed slightly. He didn't expect Zhou Hao to come to this time and would not admit it, but he is not a quick-tempered person and continued to smile. "Xiaohao, we don't tell lies in front of people. Although I know how you did it, but you took my card in our gambling game just now, and I don't even know that this gambling technique should be one of the few in the entire gambling world." Zhou Hao didn't refute and said with a smile, "Brother Chongqing, listen to what you mean. You know the Chinese gambling world very well. Why don't you tell me about it? Although I'm not in the gambling world, I went to the casino to play today. I'm really interested in this." He spoke in a respectful manner. Bai Chongqing really didn't know what Zhou Hao was thinking about. He understood what he said so clearly. He still didn't admit it, but he did have the intention of making friends, so he followed Zhou Hao and said, "Xiaohao, brother, I'm immersed. It's a boast to say that you are very proficient in the gambling world for many years, but I still understand the general situation. Let me tell you, now China's gambling arena is also in line with the world, and the world's gambling are ranked, but only this master can understand them, and outsiders can't know. And the world's well-known masters are all located in the world's famous for casinos. Europe and the United States are mainly in Las Vegas, and most of Asia is in Macau. Bai Chongqing really knows the gambling world very well and speaks very well. Zhou Hao really doesn't know much about the current gambling world. If it weren't for dealing with He Hong's son, he wouldn't be exposed to gambling. His strength is very strong, but he often relies on skills at the gambling table. Without training, it is difficult to become the master. After all, interlaced like a mountain, he is just relying on a very special premonition ability. If we talk about foreign gambling, we are a little bit off. I guess you won't be able to get in touch with it if you don't go. Let's talk about domestic gambling. There are no top 3 gambling experts in the world in Asia, but there are 2 top 10 gambling companies in China. One of the masters is in Macau, and he is the gambling king He Hongson, the owner of Zhongwan Casino. Bai Chongqing continued to talk. "I didn't expect He Hongson to be among the top 10 in the world, but you said that there is only one in Macau. Who is the other one, and where is he? What are they ranking in?" Zhou Hao was a little surprised. He Hongson really deserves his reputation. Ranked among the top 10 in the world. In fact, the rankings in this world are not very accurate. There are many gambling masters who do not enter the rankings. For example, the strength of my brother, but now there are ranked Chinese. In addition to He Hongson, there is another named Qian, the female gambling king with Guanyin, but her reputation outside Hun's son is not so good. She has already stopped many years ago. Bai Chongqing said as Jiajin. Zhou Hao has never heard of this female gambling king. Regardless of her past and present, she has only heard of the gambling king He Hongson. But since she can be ranked among the top 10 in the world, she is definitely also a top player, and she can still be seen as a master without appearing for so many years. Treating it as the top 10 is even more powerful. The 2 of them are ranked similarly in the world, one ranked 4th and the other ranked 6th, and He Hongson's strength is slightly stronger than Qinsho Guanyin, and the winning rate in the gambling world is also a little higher, but they have almost never really played against each other. Thousand-Hand Avalokitesvara retired earlier. When he said this, there was an unnoticeable anger on Bai Chongqing's face. If you were an ordinary person, you would definitely not be able to notice the change in Bai Chongqing's expression, but Zhou Hao's feeling was too strong, and immediately found that Bai Chongqing was wrong, but he did not speak, waiting for Bai Chongqing to continue. "Don't you think that China has only 2 people in the top 10, and it is not the top 3, but China is already the strongest? No country's people can be in the top 10 at the same time." Bai Chongqing seemed unwilling to mention more. The matter of Avalokitesvara and He Hongson continued. Brother Chongqing said that he was ranked in the top 10 in the world for a long time, but never said you. You said, immersed in this way for many years. I don't know what Chongqing's strength can reach if it ranks in the world or in the country. I'm really curious about this. Zhou Hao knew that his gambling skills were very powerful, but he didn't know what level he reached. Bai Chongqing seemed to have expected Zhou Hao to ask himself this. He smiled helplessly and said, "How dare I say that the world rankings are known masters in China, and I can't be ranked in the top 10, otherwise I won't be taken by my brothers. I don't know if I change it." Zhou Hao didn't answer him, but he pondered. Bai Chongqing's gambling skills have been seen with his own eyes. The speed is absolutely comparable to that of ordinary people. If he can't even make the top 10 in China, he Hongsen's fourth in the world. Cheating how fast it is impossible to be discovered. No wonder it has become the first gambling king, and has enjoyed so many years. Seeing that Zhou Hao did not speak, Bai Chongqing thought that he was analyzing his own words with a certain degree of credibility, and fell silent for a while. He just thought that Zhou Hao was a master, but Bai Chongqing did not understand his character. But Zhou Hao's character, it doesn't matter. In his opinion, Zhou Hao's strength is at least one level higher than himself. Well, brother Chongqing, let's not talk about your ranking first. Since you believe that I did it, then if everything is done by me, what level of my strength can be achieved, whether it is international or domestic? Zhou Hao thought for a while, and continued to ask. Bai Chongqing didn't make a conclusion too early this time. Instead, he thought about it and said, "Xiao Hao, I don't know your strength yet, but it depends on you being able to change my hand without me noticing it. The strength should be at least in the top 10 in the country. As for whether it can reach the international level, I am not sure. After all, I have never seen your gambling skills, or you can show your two hands to your brother." Regarding Bai Chongqing's proposal, Zhou Hao shook his head and said, "Brother Chongqing, are you kidding me? I don't have any gambling skills right now. Just tell me, if I'm really as good as you said, I can be ranked. At what level? How big a gap can be compared to He Hun Sr.?" Bai Chongqing smirked. He wanted to use this to inquire about Zhou Hao's reality. He didn't expect that the other party was young and really calmed down. He pondered slightly and said, "Brother's gambling technique is something I haven't seen in so many years. Although you didn't play against the gambling king, and I don't know how you did it, but I think if you can really change other people's cards into your own hands without knowing it, at least you don't have to be afraid of gambling with them." Zhou Hao knew in his heart that the main reason why he was able to do it without knowing it was mainly because other people's attention was on Bai Chongqing. He speculatively changed a card. If it's time to bet, He Hongsen, such a master, pays a little attention to himself, and he estimates that he can't change cards so easily. Let's not talk about this. Anyway, I don't know how to gamble anyway. Let's talk now. What the? Brother Chongqing is looking for me. Zhou Hao thought for a while, then opened the topic, and at this time, he also started serving dishes. Now, Chinese people are used to talking while eating, and Zhou Hao implemented this custom. Bai Chongqing thought that the little fox's mouth was so strict. He just said that if he knew how to gamble, he would not admit that he had done tricks from beginning to end, but he didn't catch him to change cards at the time, even if he only said no words. There was no way to refute it, so I had to follow Zhou Hao's words. "Xiao Hao, since I came to you, I must be sincere. We are in this gambling city. If we can't give full play to our strengths and do a good job, is it a bit sorry for our ability? Do you admit it? I know that you are not an ordinary person. We don't need to be circumspect. I hope you can help me." Bai Chongqing gave Zhou Hao a chopstick dish and said very frankly, Zhou Hao is not an impulsive, passionate young man. Naturally, he would not agree to help him just because of his impassioned words. He just smiled and asked, "Brother Chongqing, you said so well. People with ability should give full play to their strengths. My ability is ruined, but then again, what can I do to help you?" Bai Chongqing really wanted to vomit blood. This kid wandered around, just didn't want to admit that he was good at gambling. No matter what he said, he felt like his fist was hitting cotton and he had nowhere to focus. If he didn't really need help, why bother to find him? It was so hard, but now he can only honestly ask for help. "Brother, even if you don't know much about gambling, but depending on your luck today, you can help me a lot. Don't worry, as long as you help me, my brother will not treat you badly." Bai Chongqing changed. Angle continued to win Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao frowned. Bai Chongqing spared no effort to win over himself. There must be something important to help him. He didn't refuse in a word. Instead, he asked very seriously, "Brother Chongqing, luck, who can guarantee that it will always belong? You, but I am really interested in knowing what you want me to do." Bai Chongqing was overjoyed. As long as Zhou Hao is interested in his proposal, he can continue to win. Thinking of this, he quickly said, "Brother, for those of us who are good at gambling and have certain gambling skills, winning is no longer the most important thing and it is easy to win. What we pursue is a higher level of gambling, and the most important factor for progress is pressure. Only with enough pressure can we keep improving." Brother Changsheng, don't blame me for interrupting you. Let's make a long story short now. These are like the content in a novel. We don't need to add so many useless content. Zhou Hao suddenly interrupted when he heard him want to talk about it. Otherwise, the meal is over, and the business has not been said yet. Bai Changxing also smiled a little embarrassedly. Brother, this is not very embarrassing. I am used to speaking at ordinary times. Let's just say it briefly. My purpose in coming to Macau is not to win money or to play. I want to have a while. Gambling King He Hong's son, compete with him. I hope you can help me. Zhou Hao was startled. Bai Changxing's goal was actually this, which was beyond Zhou Hao's expectation. He thought that Bai Changxing just wanted to make a fortune in Macau, and then the two divided the money. He did not expect that his goal was He Hong's son. From a certain perspective, this Bai Changxing was actually a comrade in the trench with himself. Xiao Hao, don't blame me for being too self-reliant. According to the ranking just mentioned, He Hong's son is a well-known master in the world. There must be a big gap between me and him, but if I can compare with him in the last game, at least in terms of my gambling skills, there will definitely be considerable improvement. Bai Changxing saw Zhou Hao's silence and quickly continued. Zhou Hao hesitated and asked, Brother Changsheng, I know that your gambling skills are good and you are also a master of gambling. But who is the king of gambling, He Hong's son, who is so easy to agree to fight with you? Even if he agrees, what can I help you? You bet against each other. It should be a one-on-one match. Bai Changxing smiled and said, Brother, this is what you don't understand. If you are a local in Macau, you should know that Macau has had a competition for so many years. It was initiated by He Hong's son. In normal competitions, there are different this kind of gambling event, the form of lottery decision, from the trial to the championship, all the way up, then the champion can play against He Hong's son, and he will use the same chip as the champion. The champion's chip is won by this way. In 2 days, the qualifiers will start and last for 1 week. As long as you are a Chinese national, you can register. If you are a local of Macau, even if you are not Chinese, you can register. You are here at the right time, and you don't need to do too much. As long as you kill it all the way and join me, it will be enough for me to win the championship. As for the benefits, it will definitely satisfy you. Bai Changxing finished his words in one breath. Zhou Hao suddenly realized that this Bai Changxing's idea was to let himself be his gunner, kill others in the game, and then deliberately lose to him against him. At least he could meet one less master, if he could, met in the finals, and even easily won the championship. He is not interested in any gambling competition, and naturally he is not interested in rewards. Moreover, if he wants, Bai Changxing can't pay his wages, but it's really tempting to play against He Hong's son. When He Hong's son met, Zhou Hao wanted to get a champion. Brother Changsheng, I don't know if I can help you, but I hope you can tell me the truth. Do you really just want to fight He Hong's son and improve your gambling skills? If so, you can fight against others. You don't have to look for He Hong's son. You should tell me the truth. Zhou Hao is not interested in gambling games, but the affairs between Bai Changxing and He Hong's son interested him. This time it was Bai Changxing's turn to froze. He said so much to conceal his true purpose, and the purpose he said was enough to dispel anyone's doubts. I didn't expect Zhou Hao to be able to see his deep meaning, but he is not a person without a city, and he immediately smiled and said, Xiao Hao, what you said makes me seem to have ulterior motives. In Macau, any person practicing gambling doesn't want to fight the king of gambling. Zhou Hao shook his head and said, Brother Changsheng, if you are so unfaithful, we don't need to talk anymore, and I won't help you this time. Brother, I just won more than 10 million yuan, and I am not short of money. Let's stop here. I hope that Brother Changsheng will achieve good results in the gambling competition. Bai Changsheng did not expect Zhou Hao to be so determined and worried. He quickly pulled Zhou Hao and said, Xiao Hao, don't worry, we can talk again. He gritted his teeth and said, Since you have said so, if I am too not honest, it seems that I am not sincere enough, but I hope you will keep this secret for me. Zhou Hao was amused in his heart. It often has miraculous effects to retreat to advance, but it seems that the secrets of life longevity are really important. After Zhou Hao sat upright, he said solemnly, Brother Chongqing, don't worry. We met for the first time, but I've always been tight-lipped, little brother. Bai Chongqing probably really needed Zhou Hao's help. After getting Zhou Hao's assurance, he said directly, "My purpose in Macau is really to compete with He Hong Sun, but I have never had a chance. This time it's me. The only chance. I lost to my opponents in the finals in the first two competitions. Most of the opponents are world-renowned masters. Their purpose is to compete with He Hong Sun. I met you this year. With your gambling skills, you should be able to get to the finals. I believe that my strength has improved so much. As long as I am not too lucky, I can reach the finals. When we meet, you give me the water, and I will win the championship." Bai Chongqing began to explain. "I know all this, Brother Chongqing. Let's talk about the key points." Zhou Hao suddenly found that Bai Chongqing was very long-winded. "I'll talk about the main point right away. I will let you help me to reduce my burden by half. I can be in the best condition against He Hong Sun. To tell you, I really want to win against He Hong Sun because I have hatred with him. He won my master, and my master died in depression because of losing to him." Bai Chongqing finally came to the point. Zhou Hao originally felt that the relationship between Bai Chongqing and He Hong Sun was not that simple. Otherwise, how could he be so persistent in wanting to fight He Hong Sun? But he didn't expect such hatred between the two. Zhou Hao couldn't help but said, "There are losses and losses in gambling. Since you lose and end in depression, you can't put the blame on He Hong Sun. Brother, I know this truth, but my master is doing this because I lost to him. I am not an unreasonable person. I don't want him to pay for my master, but I want to beat him." Bai Chongqing has obviously hated him for a long time. What he said is absolutely true. Zhou Hao could see that Bai Chongqing did not deliberately pretend to be a deep hatred, and there is hatred in his eyes. Although he is not a suspicious person, everyone has known him for only a long time, and there is one holiday. Zhou Hao can't fully believe in Bai Chongqing. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu also thought of their conversation in his heart. "Brother Chongqing, your master could end up depressed because of a battle with He Hong Sun. He should be a master gambling player if he thinks about it. I don't know how he ranks among the elderly." Zhou Hao thought for a while and asked again. Bai Chongqing put away his previous emotions and said respectfully, "Although my master was defeated by He Hong Sun, it was not because of his lack of strength, but because He Hong Sun used conspiracy and tricks. She is the Avalokitesvara I mentioned earlier. The reason why her ranking is lower than He Hong Sun is also because of the previous battle." Zhou Hao was stunned. No wonder Bai Chongqing's expression was a bit strange when I mentioned Avalokitesvara before. It turns out that she was Bai Chongqing's master. And although the gambling world is not the domain Zhou Hao understands, he also understands the psychology of these people. Like a master of martial arts, it is nothing more than fame. When He Hong Sun competed with my master, he actually sent someone to put medicine in the water of my master, and in order to make the master lose the game openly, it was not poison, but just a kind of drug, so that my master could be in the game. Zhong can't concentrate. Even if he wants to win a gambler, it's very difficult." Bai Chongqing continued to say since he had already told about the past. Zhou Haodao did not have any doubts about this. Although He Hong Sun seemed to be a master, he actually loved face and was despicable. It is entirely possible to do this kind of thing. He did this kind of thing for the sake of a world ranking. Avalokitesvara seems to have underestimated He Hong Sun. When my master competed with He Hong Sun, they were conducted for the purpose of mutual understanding, but after all, it was a gambling. How could there be no bet? As a result, my master's many years of savings were lost in this time. He Hong Sun is now in Macau. It can be said that half of the industry belongs to my master. When Bai Chongqing said this, resentment appeared in his eyes again. Zhou Hao understands what Bai Chongqing is thinking. He may partly want to avenge his master, but it is estimated that the main reason is to win back He Hong Sun's property. Although Zhou Hao wants to deal with him, he did not want to win his property, but I really don't think Bai Chongqing can win He Hong Sun. Brother Chongqing, tell the truth. You think if you face He Hong Sun now, you have some chances of winning? This is not because I am aspiring to others and destroying my prestige. After all, He Hong Sun is also a gambling king, ranking so high in the world. If you don't have much chance of winning a bet with him, it is tantamount to suicide. Zhou Hao thought in his heart and asked with a smile. Bai Chongqing smiled and said, "Brother said this to the truth. I don't want to hide it from you. I am the apprentice of Avalokitesvara. My master taught me 20 years before letting me debut. Although I am not a top expert, I am not a top master. People also call me Tathagata with 8 arms, which is not as good as my master, but after years of practice, it is enough to fight the world's top masters. He paused and continued, My brother's hand is really wonderful today. I don't know how you did it until now. But let's just say something crazy. If I knew that you were a master at the time, under guard, I guess you would I couldn't get it right. I underestimated you at the time. If I and he Hongson concentrate on the duel, he might not be better than me. Zhou Hao nodded. He was not good at gambling at all. At that time, he was just using his martial arts to change the opponent's card. If Bai Changsheng had concentrated on his card, he would definitely not have a chance. After all, practice gamblers are like martial arts masters, with very good eyesight and quick response. Seeing Zhou Hao did not speak, Bai Changsheng pondered for a while and continued. Brother, I don't want to hide it from you. To show my sincerity, I can tell you that if I fight He Hong-san, I will definitely use some unconventional means. After all, the methods used to win against my master last time were not glorious. Zhou Hao didn't ask much. He already understood what he was going to do. Zhou Hao had a general understanding of his lifelong character. He couldn't be friends, but in order to deal with He Hong-san, there was nothing wrong with cooperating with him. He had a common enemy. To a certain extent, you can also become friends. Since Brother Changsheng is so frank, if I repeatedly shirk it, I will be a little bit of loyalty, but I don't know what kind of master you think I am. I really don't know how to gamble. You can't meet in the final as you want. Don't blame me. Zhou Hao smiled after thinking it through. Bai Changsheng was very happy. He clapped and laughed. Brothers are refreshing. As long as you agree, everything is easy to say. Just try your best for the game. Anyway, as long as you show your skills, you should be able to win the opponent. I don't worry about it at all. Before Zhou Hao could continue to speak, Bai Changsheng spoke again. Since you have agreed, we have to put the shame on the front. We are considered a cooperative relationship. Then we have to distribute the benefits. I can't let the brothers buy help. It won't be good if there are conflicts then. Zhou Hao knew that this was the focus of cooperation and had no objection. He nodded and said, Brother Changsheng is right. Let's make things clear beforehand to avoid conflicts later. Even if I am not a gambling player, I understand. This is the rule. Changsheng brother can just say whatever he wants. Fresh, brother, I like it the most. The purpose of asking you for help this time is to let you defeat your opponents in the other half of the division. If unfortunately we are in the same division, we will also let you help me defeat them. As for the final share, if I don't see He Hong-san, our previous interests are divided in half. If I see He Hong-san, if the bet loses, I will definitely leave you half of the previous profit. If the bet wins, I still have to divide you 20%. What do you think? Bai Changsheng laughed and said seriously. Zhou Hao calculated it in his mind. Although Bai Changsheng's character may not be very good, his cooperation rewards are still very good. Failure to see He Hong-san means that he will not win the championship. Even so, he can still be divided into half. The benefits are pretty good, and if he really confronts He Hong-san, he won the game by his own strength, and he can even give himself 20%. At least this condition is more tempting. However, Zhou Hao is not a fool. As Bai Changsheng said, things in the gambling world are changing. Maybe you were a multi-millionaire just a moment ago, and you turned your head into a pauper. If he fails to win the final championship, he will probably lose. If this is the case, how can half of the benefits be allocated to oneself? It would not be a waste of work. Fortunately, Zhou Hao still looked down on the money and smiled. Yes, Brother Changsheng has given me such a great benefit. Let's set it accordingly. When the time comes, we will work hard and hope to meet in the finals. And I support you to fight He Hong-san. Bai Changsheng seemed very happy, but he couldn't help but said, Brother, I actually want to ask, according to my feeling, you don't seem to have a good relationship with this He Hong-san. The attitude is not very good, but when I mentioned that I had to deal with He Hong-san, your attitude changed. Why don't you tell me about your grievances with him? Huh? Brother Changsheng is really a master. You can tell this. To tell you the truth, I have a bit of grudges with He Hong-san. Of course not as good as you. In fact, this grudge is not mine, but mine. My wife's father, that is, my father-in-law, has something to do with He Hong-san. As for the specifics, I won't talk about it. This is why I have to deal with him. Zhou Hao knew that there was no reasonable explanation, and Bai Changxing couldn't fully believe it. Yourself. Bai Changxing thought about the relationship. It was really complicated. Zhou Hao's grievance with He Hong's son was actually on his father-in-law's side. Although he doubted the truth of the facts, he didn't ask deeply. As long as Zhou Hao can cooperate with him. No, I believe Zhou Hao doesn't matter. I have a lot of brothers in Macau, so watch out. He has his own ideas, and Zhou Hao naturally has his own ideas. The grievances between him and He Hong's son began with He Shuyun. It is completely reasonable to say that it was caused by his wife and father, and he was not afraid of investigating himself throughout his life. There is no foundation in Macau, and he can't find anything. Now that the two have agreed to cooperate, the next meal will naturally become easier. Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu have been watching. They don't know whether the gambling information that Bai Changxing said before the 8-armed Tathagata is true, but it sounds like martial arts. Although they practice martial arts, they have never been in contact with the so-called rivers and lakes, and now they have a taste of ancient martial arts. In a relaxed and happy atmosphere, time flies quickly. When everyone eats well, it is already night. According to Bai Changxing's intention, Zhou Hao was invited to play 2 more. Of course, he won't go to Zhongwang this time. But Zhou Hao wanted to send someone to investigate Bai Changxing, so he politely declined. Bai Changxing did not force it. The two reached a verbal agreement. As for the realization, it all depends on personal credibility. Both parties are only first acquaintances. Now they are ready to go back and investigate. Everyone did not say it clearly, but it was tacit understanding. Both sides are interested in dealing with He Hong's son. Boss, you really decided to cooperate with this 8-armed Tathagata. Do you think his information is reliable? And with our strength, there is no need to do such a thing. Wang Xiaohu couldn't help but ask when Bai Changxing and others left. Zhou Hao said, of course I know that we are strong enough to deal with He Hong's son, but now that we meet someone with the same purpose, we might as well contact it. It will not do us any harm, and I want to see if this 8-armed Tathagata can really fight a bet. Wang, the gambling king, made his fortune by gambling all his life. If he can lose to the opponent at the gambling table, it is estimated that it will hit him the most. Zhou Hao smiled. Zhou Hao, Wang Xiaohu, and Xiaolu walked around Zhongwang Casino. Not only did they win more than 10 million, but they also met the disciple of Avalokitesvara with 1,000 arms, 8 arms Tathagata. Although in Zhou Hao's view, this person is not what a good thing, but after all he has a common enemy with himself. In order to be able to break down Japan's power, Zhou Haoning cooperated with Kinjiro Yagyu. This time he can deal with He Hong's son, and he can naturally cooperate with Barm Tathagata. This is also because he wants to beat He Hongsen's proudest ability. Cooperate with people like Arm Tathagata. At the gambling table, although luck is very important, real masters know that no matter how good luck, they will be free to lose when they meet someone with outstanding gambling skills. Zhou Hao used to win gambling games only on his own. The ability of sensing, but in the real master duel, this ability may not be effective. He had been thinking about what method should be used to win He Hongsen. Now the appearance of the 8-armed Tathagata life has provided him with this opportunity. He does not think that Bai Changxing can really win He Hong's son, but he at least has his own. Zhou Hao is happy to add fuel to this matter. What's more, this gambling contest is only 1 week away, and it is almost a month before Macau's return. There is still plenty of time. He even suspects that the reason why He Hong's son wants to host the gambling contest at this time is before Macau's return, to establish their position in Macau. When Hong Kong returned, He Hongsen's non-cooperative attitude with the central government had already made the central leadership very dissatisfied with him. Whether it was the photo or the Dong faction, anyway, as long as the central leadership was the central government, no one among the local forces in Macau would be allowed to be king. Dominating the hegemony cannot deal with He Hongsen now, but for the stability of Macau. In the memory of previous lives, Zhou Hao knew that He Hongsen's good days would not be long. After the three returned to the Pluto headquarters, Zhou Hao waved his hand to the Macau work manager Wang Xiaohu and said very solemnly, "Now you immediately send someone to investigate the situation of the 8-armed Tathagata living in the longevity. Since he is also a bit famous in the road, there must be a lot of information. I want to get to know this person as soon as possible. I must be fast. It doesn't matter if he knows it. He will definitely investigate me. Boss, don't worry. After you come back, I know that you must investigate him. I have already sent someone to do it. But when we sign up for the gambling contest, It will start in 2 days. Wang Xiaohu patted his chest and promised after completing the task. He asked, "You can sign up now? This time you sign up in your name. I'm still not very convenient to show up. I'll just go to compete for you at that time." Zhou Hao groaned and ordered. Wang Xiaohu naturally had no objection to Zhou Hao's order. He nodded and went directly to the registration point for the competition. When he left, Zhou Hao called Xiao Lu in again and said to him, "Now Xiaohu has gone to investigate the 8 arms Tathagata. Yes, you should pay more attention to the things on Pluto, especially He Hongsen's movements. This gambling contest is about to be held, and it is estimated that he cannot do without Macau. Boss, you have met with He Hongsen. Will you be recognized when you participate in the competition? I am afraid that there will be some changes." Xiao Lu has always been cautious, and when there are no outsiders, he directly raised his concerns. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "As the organizer of the gambling competition, he will definitely show up at the beginning of the game and in the finals. However, he cannot have too much contact with the players at the beginning of the game. After all, a person of his identity needs keep a sense of mystery. He can't find me. As for the finals, if I can make it to the end, I will also choose to abstain. If I can't reach the end, I don't have to think so much." Zhou Hao has already calculated all this. Otherwise, he would not agree to the invitation of the 8 arms Tathagata, and Xiao Lu was relieved a lot after hearing what he said, but he still smiled and asked, "Boss, listen to the 8 arms," as if talking. "You are very good at gambling, isn't it true? And you don't hand it to brothers either." Zhou Hao knew that the business was over, so naturally he would not be very serious. He stretched out his hand and knocked on Xiao Lu's head twice, and said with a smile, "Every day I think about opportunistic tricks. I have practiced kung fu. It is better than anything. What kind of gambling? Those who don't use gambling. When your martial arts reach the highest level, all gambling will be like a child's play in your eyes." Xiao Lu flattened his mouth and said bitterly, "Boss, you are too simple to say, a great master. I don't know if there is any hope in this life. I have practiced for more than 10 years, and now I am not a top master. I have to wait for me to reach the realm of the ultimate master. It is estimated that all gambling will be gone." Hearing what he said, Zhou Hao couldn't help being grateful to his master. If he hadn't eaten ambergris for himself, how could he become a master now? As for his hard work and practice, it's just a consolidation. If Xiao Lu could have it, his great internal strength, coupled with his diligent study and hard training, may not fail to become a great master. But these are the thoughts that flashed in his mind. Naturally, he should not strictly demand his subordinates because of his particularity. He calmly and solemnly said to Xiao Lu, "Your idea is a bit wrong. The top master is us. The goal that the warrior has pursued throughout his life is a bit difficult, but it is not impossible. I have seen at least 2 of the top masters in their 20s. What can't you do?" Before Xiao Lu could speak, Zhou Hao continued, "And I also said before that gambling is a good thing to play. Don't be silent. Don't think that you can win the world with gambling. Although He Hongsen achievements are outstanding, but there are enemies all over the world. Otherwise, there will be no such people as the 8-armed Tathagata, and there will be no end to the right path." Although Xiao Lu was a little older than Zhou Hao, he respected Zhou Hao very much. He also listened to Zhou Hao's words and quickly explained, "Boss, don't be angry. I don't want to learn gambling to win money. It's just that gambling is more popular, and I can beat them when I play with them. I don't want to be involved in gambling." Zhou Hao knew that Xiao Lu was not that kind of person. Just because he was afraid that he would go astray, he reminded him a few words. Seeing his nervousness, he smiled and said, "Don't be too nervous. I know you are not a gamble. People, I'm just afraid that you will be confused for a while, but you don't need any gambling skills to win against them. Just luck is enough. Those guys are quite unlucky." He knew that Xiao Lu was talking about people on Pluto. They would play cards, play a game, gamble, and entertain themselves. Zhou Hao would naturally not take care of activities like Pluto, and he was right. When playing cards, Xiao Lu and Wang Xiaohu really won more. Xiao Lu smiled and did not mention gambling, but said, "Boss, since there is nothing to do, I will go out first. I will make preparations for these 2 days, and then I will give you a stand in the gambling competition." Zhou Hao waited for Xiao Lu to leave before he began to ponder, what exactly should he do during his time in Macau? Before coming to Macau, Zhou Hao only thought about finding a way to deal with He Hongsen in the future. Now that it's really there, he promised. Tathagata participates in a gambling contest. He Hong-sun is worth tens of billions of dollars. With his personal assets, he is already quite powerful. It is almost the richest man in Macau. It is not easy to make him fall to the ground, especially since he started in the underworld, even in the underworld in Macau. Not as rampant as Hong Kong, nor comparable to the mainland. After the return of Macau, the country's policy towards it is the same as Hong Kong, which is one country, two systems. If you rely on the power of the country, it is really not easy to deal with He Hun Senator in this way. You will be the most gambling to face He Hun Senator the easy and most effective way. While he was thinking about it here, Wang Xiaohu had already returned quickly, holding an admission ticket in his hand, smiled, and said to Zhou Hao, "Boss, look at my efficiency. I have already figured out the game schedule and rules. This is the ticket I got when I signed up for you. Just go to the game on time the day after tomorrow." Speaking of handing over the admission ticket to Zhou Hao was naturally relieved about Wang Xiaohu's ability to do things. He reached out and found that the admission ticket looked similar to the tickets for other tourist attractions, so he asked, "You tell me about this time. The schedule and rules of the game. I don't know whether we and the 8 Arms Tathagata can be in the same game." I've made it clear. The competition is divided into 4 major groups. They are the recommended local group, the non-recommended local group, the recommended non-local group, and the non-recommended group. These groupings are easy, as long as you bring your own identity. You just need to sign up with a certificate or bring a letter of introduction from the introducer. Wang Xiaohu explained the rules of the competition to Zhou Hao in great detail. Zhou Hao listened funny and said with a smile, "Now even the gambling contest can be recommended by someone. Macau is really different from other places. If it was in the mainland, it would have been arrested long ago, but it would be good. If you are divided into a group that is not recommended, it is estimated that you will not encounter too many strong players, and you will not be grouped with the 8 Arms Tathagata. Who can say no? 8 Armed Tathagata should be in the recommended local group. After all, he is a local snake. I guess He Hong-sun also knows him, but he should not be eligible to be noticed by He Hong-sun. Wang Xiaohu is on the side." He echoed, and then continued. "The game will officially start the day after tomorrow. At the opening ceremony, players can come and participate. He Hong-sun said that they can be there in person. Of course, the players are not allowed. However, if they are late for more than 15 minutes during the game, they will be considered as abstention. This rule is different from other competitions. The requirements of the opening ceremony are very free. After all, gambling is not an authentic game, nor is it a sports event. It cannot strictly require participants. Whoever is interested in He Hong-sun can go to see the king of gambling. However, if people from all over the country come here to participate in the competition, if they are not interested in He Hong-sun, they are not really good gamblers." Zhou Hao knew that he couldn't be in the same group with the 8 Armed Tathagata after Wang Xiaohu got the competition system. He estimated that when the 8 Armed Tathagata found himself, he should even consider that he was definitely not in the same group with him. No wonder I am not worried about encountering myself prematurely. Boss, this competition seems to have a lot of participants. I just signed up and saw that there are so many people. I really don't know how the organizer should deal with so many people at the same time, especially those who have not been introduced. Maybe it's people who come to Macau to travel and join in the fun. After Wang Xiaohu said the rules of the game, he nagged unconsciously. Zhou Hao smiled and said, "You don't have to worry about it. The organizers naturally have their own methods. By the way, you can't just participate in the competition this time. You also need to pay a certain registration fee and registration fee. Security deposit. After all, gambling is different from others. It is always impossible for people who have no money to empty the white wolf. By the way, I forgot to tell you just now. For the contestants this time, they must prepare a deposit of at least 100,000 yuan. The registration fee is not high, that is, 1,000 yuan. Those who can come to Macau to play a few don't care about this little money. By the way, boss, don't forget to reimburse me for 100,000 yuan. Wang Xiaohu immediately smiled when he heard Zhou Hao's question. Don't worry, these are all public accounts, and you can't lose you. But since the deposit is so high and there are so many people signing up, it seems that this competition is really interesting. But I don't know that these people are thinking about getting a vote and leaving. I still want to play against He Hongsun. I think registering for this competition is a very wise decision, Zhou Hao said with a smile while thinking. Wang Xiaohu was laughing with him. He now feels that Zhou Hao is really unpredictable. Although he is not as old as himself, he thinks that he is farther than himself. Among the brothers, he is smart and resourceful, but compared to himself, Zhou Hao, his boss, feels that he is much more tender, and I really don't know how his brain grows. If he knew that Zhou Hao and his 2 generations were human, he would not think so. He felt that Zhou Hao was very special and he was not alone, but he and Zhou Hao had known each other for a short time, and the contact time was limited, even if the two had a good relationship. It's hard to talk about understanding. This is the first time that Wang Xiaohu has followed Zhou Hao to complete the task. By the way, I asked you to check what happened to the 8 arms Tathagata. Does he have a lot of information? It seems that 2 or 3 hours have passed. Zhou Hao put the game aside and asked about the 8 arms Tathagata. With Pluto's efficiency, investigating a small, well-known person shouldn't take long. The boss is waiting for me to ask. I have been busy registering just now. I really don't know how they are investigating. He pushed the door out. Zhou Hao looked at the admission ticket in his hand. It said the opening ceremony at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow, and the group competition will officially start at 1 p.m. The contestants must arrive on time. The rules of the contest and the specific location are written on the back. If the contestants abstain directly, the bet will be refunded in full, but the registration fee will not be refunded. He doesn't know how many people have signed up for this competition, but according to Wang Xiaohu's description, there are a lot of contestants this time. Even if there are only a few hundred people participating, hundreds of thousands of dollars are at least enough to rent the venue. He Hongsun, the registration fee of the players is almost used to organize the competition, which is really economical. Soon, Wang Xiaohu pushed the door in again. Before the people came in, he had already tweeted out, "Boss, we really missed our eyes before. This 8-armed Tathagata is simply a legend. We only thought he had a small reputation before. It's so famous, really amazing. Oh, then I really underestimate him. Just let me hear how powerful he is." Zhou Hao smiled with interest and said to Wang Xiaohu. He didn't receive the information that Wang Xiaohu had handed over, so he told him directly. Wang Xiaohu didn't care that Zhou Hao didn't receive the information, so he placed the information on Zhou Hao's desk and sat opposite Zhou Hao. He smiled and said, "This by Changsheng. When he talked to us, he meant that he was a gamble. A rising star in the altar, an unknown junior. I just went to investigate and found out that this kid is a joke at all. Of course, it can be said that he is modest. The gambling ranking he told us is not particularly specific, but the content is true. I just found out through investigation that only 2 of the top 10 players in the world are really Chinese, and one is He Hongsun. One is the 1,000-hand guanyin, but the news that the 1,000-hand guanyin is no longer there has not come out yet." Wang Xiaohu has read the information and said very clearly. However, since Qianshou guanyin withdrew from the gambling world, no one in China has made it into the top 10 again, but still no other country can enter the top 10, because although Qianshou guanyin no longer gambles, she has a great the apprentice, that is, the 8-armed Tathagata that we know for life. Whoever wants to advance the rankings, he must have a test with him. The result has been eliminated by him for many years. When Wang Xiaohu said this, he had to admire a little. Zhou Hao frowned and said, "According to what you said, Bai Changxing's gambling skills are already quite exquisite, not even inferior to his master. Why hasn't he ranked in the top 10? Or why he has not replaced his master? No matter how good his master is, he is already withdrawn from the gambling world after all." Wang Xiaohu smiled and explained, "Boss, you don't understand it. It's not that easy to rank in the gambling world. It's not that your gambling skills are really strong and you will be recognized. If you want to enter the rankings, you must participate in the formal in the event. The ranking can only be changed by defeating the opponent in front of many people. Those who challenge Avalokitesvara are competing in private. And the most important thing is that the people who are really looking for Bai Changxing to play against are generally outside the top 10 in the world. Those who are really ranked in the top 10, no one will just look for opponents to compete. After all, everyone cherishes feather. When the rankings are not very different, anyone may accidentally lose to their opponents. If this affects the rankings, they will lose money. Wang Xiaohu has obviously studied the information and is like a veteran who knows the gambling world very well. Hearing this, Zhou Hao felt that the gambling world was like martial arts. Back then, Feng Mo Kotaro challenged the master Zhou Liren with the goal of changing the world ranking, but he was eventually killed by the master's son Zhou Hao. This can only be said of the Yangtze River. The back wave pushes the front wave. The same is true in the gambling world. As the apprentice of Avalokitesvara, Bai Chongqing should have reached a world-class level with his master's true biography. However, among the world's top masters, there is little difference in strength. If the challenge fails, the ranking will drop. It would not be worth the loss. As for the battle between Qinshu Guanyin and He Hongsun, he estimated that there was a hidden story, but Bai Chongqing didn't want to tell himself. According to the results of the survey, I think Bai Chongqing is not just wanting He Hongsun's fortune. If he really wins He Hongsun in the game, it will replace He Hongsun's ranking in the world. Just like the duel of martial arts masters, once you fail, you will be stepped under the feet of the challenger. Wang Xiaohu concluded his life's experience and concluded. Zhou Hao took a deep breath and pondered for a while before he said, Bai Chongqing has hidden deep enough. We really thought he was going to avenge his master or seek to seize He Hongsun's property. Compared with the previous ones, if he could be ranked among the top in the world. The title of 10, the Eight-Armed Tathagata, is a new generation of gambling kings. Although he is not in the gambling world, but seeing He Hongsun in business for so many years, everything is because of his gambling king status. You know how good the future of the Eight-Armed Tathagata can be if he obtains the status of this new generation of gambling kings. Just like today's, the reason why He Hongsun dared to go against the central government is that he was not afraid of falling out with the central government, and he took his industry to hide in the United States. Las Vegas would definitely welcome him, the world-class gambler. Bai Chongqing is really a person, but although he has a deep mind, he has met me. If I just seek revenge or fight with He Hongsun, I will have no objection. Using me as a gun is really a fight. Wrong calculation. Zhou Hao wasn't too angry either. Bai Chongqing and himself were not friends at all, so he just thought about how to deal with him. Wang Xiaohu said nothing this time. He knew that all the decisions were made by Zhou Hao. He only had to be responsible for the implementation. In fact, he didn't have a good impression of this lifelong life. Now he actually wants to use Zhou Hao. If Wang Xiaohu didn't wait Zhou Hao's order, can't wait to abolish his life. Let's end this matter. Don't have to intervene anymore. It's enough for us to know who he is. By the way, when the time comes, we will still go to the game. It's fine if we don't know all this. I will naturally make arrangements. Zhou Hao thought for a while and ordered Wang Xiaohu. Wang Xiaohu opened his mouth, and in the end he could only nod his head and said, Okay, if the boss has nothing to do, I will go out first and arrange things for the next few days. Don't worry, I'm definitely not going to suffer. Bai Chongqing is an old fox, but he is still a little tender. If he really fights against He Hongsun, there is probably no possibility of victory. Zhou Hao knew that Wang Xiaohu was kind and smiled and comforted him. Wang Xiaohu didn't say any more. He went out to arrange work for Pluto's people and found Bai Chongqing's information in such a short time. Not only was Bai Chongqing's reputation, but also because Pluto's people were more efficient. The result of Hao's long-term teaching, otherwise this trip to Macau would not take them. Regardless of Bai Chongqing's goals, Zhou Hao believed that he could not achieve it. At best, he could contribute to the flames this time. While thinking about it, he picked up the information sent by Wang Xiaohu. There was a photo on it. When Bai Chongqing was young, although he was a little different, it is still certain that he is Bai Chongqing. Here are his deeds in Macau in recent years. Zhou Hao and Bai Chongqing are preparing to participate in the gambling competition together. This competition has a very nice name, called the New Century Gambling King Contest. The implication seems to be a new world. There will be new gambling kings in Macau, but more people. I think this is the game where He Hongsun is once again consolidating his position as the gambling king. In any case, when the first day of the qualifiers started, Zhou Hao still took Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu to participate. The location of the preliminaries is a bit far away from them. They have to leave a little earlier, but Zhou Hao and the two have already said okay. I am not interested in watching the opening ceremony of He Hongsun, and I don't want He Hongsun to discover himself. At first, Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu didn't understand why Zhou Hao was so careful. After Zhou Hao explained to them, they realized that gambling masters are just like martial arts masters. They both have unusual eyes. Maybe there are a lot of audiences in the audience. Ordinary people just feel that everyone is the same. But if a gambling master or a martial arts master looks over it, even a quick glance can tell the difference. As a generation of gambling king, regardless of his character, Zhou Hao is very sure of his strength in gambling. He can get a few aces among dozens of cards and wants to recognize himself in the crowd. It was too easy. He regarded He Hong's son as the target he had to deal with. In the early years, how could He Hong's son also position himself as the target to deal with? Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu have not yet reached that level of strength. Sometimes it is impossible to imagine Zhou Hao's concerns, but after Zhou Hao talked to them, they also felt reasonable. By the time they arrived at the competition venue, it was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. 50 minutes, 10 minutes later, the game will start. This is a large indoor stadium. You don't need to ask for the venue. He Hong's son must have rented it. Now it is full of contestants. In addition to the players, everyone must also bring a friend and family. As a result, the huge stadium, there are already people everywhere. When Zhou Hao came, it had already begun to announce the entry of the players. The three of them did not hesitate to squeeze in, and the host also said, "The 238th player, Wang Xiaohu, is entering," he said, looking around. Obviously, I don't know what Wang Xiaohu looks like yet. When Wang Xiaohu heard someone calling his name and reflexively wanted to go up, Zhou Hao grabbed him and said with a smile, "Little tiger, why have you forgotten? Since I entered this venue, I am Wang Xiaohu. You just be Zhou Hao." Then he said to Xiaolu, "You are all here to watch. If there are any masters, remember to tell me. So many people participate in the competition, I don't know how the organizer selects." Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu stopped and watched Zhou Hao enter the contestant stand. They also agreed with Zhou Hao's statement that there were hundreds of players from other provinces and cities who did not recommend it. How to bet? But these are not things they worry about. Just look at it. After Zhou Hao entered the contestant stand, dozens of people came in one after another. Zhou Hao's ranking was already very low. It can be seen that when he signed up, he was not far from the deadline. He waited until the host said. When there were 373 people, no one came in anymore. More than 300 contestants participated in the contest. Zhou Hao took a rough look. There were really more than 300 people present, but it is estimated that not all will come. Although the deposit is quite large, the registration fee is not high. There is no problem if you cannot participate in the competition or for other reasons. After all, the deposit will be refunded. Gambling enthusiasts from all over the world are welcome. As one of the world's 4 largest betting cities, Macau is one of the world's 4 largest betting cities. The annual King of Gambling tournament hosted by Mr. He Hongson has officially started. The host waited for all the players to enter the contest and immediately said, "We are here for no recommended players from other provinces and cities. You will compete here and pass all the tests. The final top 4 will enter the next round of semifinals." Zhou Hao heard him talk about the same competition system and admission ticket introduction, but now he knows how many people are participating in the competition. This competition lasts for a week. The first 3 days of the competition are here. Every day is a knockout. Know how this first game will go. Because this competition is a cross-century competition, next year will be 2000, so we have more players participating in the competition. In order to be able to determine the winner faster, we chose one of 4 mahjong games in the first game. The host probably knew that the audience was anxious, so they simply reported the competition. In fact, if you use other forms of competition, you can quickly decide the winner, but since it is a gambling, it is necessary to test the various qualities of a gambler. Mahjong belongs to all events. The most players in the world, people in the world, even if it is an ordinary family, there will be 2 games. For recreation and entertainment. No one has any opinion on it as a preliminary event. Zhou Hao has no opinion on this. Speaking of this kind of game format, he will be more beneficial to him. At least after he concentrates, he won't light the cannon casually, and if everyone present uses one of 4 to advance, wait until this round is finished, there is only a quarter left, which is pretty fast. Since all the players have no opinion, we will start the draw now. Your gambling capital is your own deposit. Win or lose is your own capital. Until you lose all, the final winner of each table advances. The host saw that everyone had no opinion. Announced the start of the draw. 100 mahjong tables are placed in the arena, marked with southeast, northwest, and table numbers. After the players draw lots, they will automatically find a place to do it. Everything here is electronically controlled, and there are electronic eyes everywhere. Even if it is ordinary, the top gambling players in China dare not cheat easily. Of course, I'm just talking about general masters. If you really have a certain level of strength, you won't be found out if you want to cheat. Generally, the mahjong masters will keep the cards when they are yards, and then they will need which cards they want. It's easy. After all, mahjong is different from playing cards. It is not easy to change one. Zhou Hao drew 1,000 words that was neither good nor bad, and it was ranked at table 37. There were 2 men and a woman at the same table, both in their 30s, all expressionless. He felt that he was not facing a player, but a computer-designed opponent. Even if it was gambling, he didn't need to be so serious. He didn't know these 3 people. Of course, the 3 people didn't know Zhou Hao. Moreover, all of these were randomly selected. Zhou Hao didn't think they would know each other. Soon the game officially started, and each of them reached 10,000 chips. This is their deposit when signing up. Zhou Hao's position is in the south, and he sits in the bank in the order of southeast and northwest. Zhou Hao is considered to be a relatively smooth position. Most of the first few players will try their hands. Being the banker in the first place is not necessarily a good thing. It is easy to lose. If you lose all of it, you will be eliminated and the staff will make up. It will not continue until the manpower at the other tables is just as good as they can make up. Zhou Hao didn't see this rule before, but after thinking about it for a while, I realized that if someone with bad luck eliminates his first table mate, he may be eliminated by another table. There is no less than a quarter left, maybe 1/5 or 1/6. When Zhou Hao thought about it, the dealer had already started to play dice. All the players here, except those who came in to try their luck, most of them had a certain degree of confidence in their gambling skills, no matter which aspect of their skills they are good at. Mahjong is estimated to be a little researched, at least what points you want, you should know in mind. At other tables, whoever takes the position of the banker can play the points he wants. In Zhou Hao, everything must be listened to by Zhou Hao. Here is Guangdong Mahjong. Everyone understands the way. Needless to say, when the dice is spinning, the dealer and the other 2 families know that the dealer must be the dealer when the dice hits the ground. Zhou Hao has come out of the opponent's technique. This person has one hand when throwing the dice. When the dice flew out of the palm, his little finger gently moved it. That's it, enough to position the dice. But how could Zhou Hao let it? They got their wish. Just when the dice was about to stop, Zhou Hao's finger flicked lightly, and a wisp of wind wiped the dice. The dice was touched by Zhou Hao's gestures. It changed from 1 point to 2 points when looking for the dealer. In the end, it became the next dealer who was looking for Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't make a fool of himself. What kind of special gambling skills? His cards are the most common arrangement. As long as they are drawn from him, at least there is no possibility of Tianhu. In fact, according to a normal mahjong table, the shuffles are all machines. But because the gambling competitions are all gambling, they have deliberately turned into artificial cards. The dealer does not understand why the dice he threw will find Zhou Hao. The other 2 people are also very surprised. This bookmaker's technique is not so bad. Zhou Hao uses martial arts instead of gambling. Even if they have been immersed in the gambling world for a long time, they still can't know what Zhou Hao has done, but they all think it might have something to do with Zhou Hao. They stare at Zhou Hao and see what he does. Play the dice to judge whether Zhou Hao is a master. You don't need to look at me like this. My brother is just here to try my luck. I'm about to start. Zhou Hao couldn't help but smile when he saw them looking like a big enemy. He reached out his hand to pick up the dice and hit it at any time. Then he started to cut the cards and let the dealer take the cards. The action was jerky, and he was a novice no matter how you looked at it. The 3 of them did not see what method Zhou Hao used. Judging from the way he throws the dice, there is absolutely no bad luck. They start to take the cards dubiously, and then the 3 of them frown. The cards in each of them are of the same kind. Good and not bad cards. You can't win as much as you want, and you can't do as much as you want to lose. When Zhou Hao saw the dealer throwing dice, he also used some tricks. He didn't know what kind of hands these people made in his own cards, but he knew this kind of gambling, and it must be very useful. As a result, after he shot, these people's cards were completely disrupted. Because of his intervention, everyone got a small deck of cards. Except Zhou Hao, who didn't care about his own cards. The other 3 frowned unnoticeably. Naturally, Mahjong has a lot of luck. The factors of, but it is also very important to operate well, but the cards in their hands are really a headache. No matter what card is in his hand, as the eastern position of the dealer, he must play the card. He secretly scolded Zhou Hao for the bad points. He took a white board and threw it out. "IP, who wants it?" When playing cards, he was not afraid of being knocked off at all, because in the cards in front of him, he had buried 2 white boards. As he guessed, naturally no one would ask for his card. The next one is naturally Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao also throws a palm of 6 at will. His hand is not as good as others, and he does not intend to be a big card. It is enough to knock down Hu. Anyway, it is not convenient to be a big name. But if they can keep pushing down with Pingu, they cannot hold it. Zhou Hao is not a good gambling player, but he has a very strong hunch. As long as he can control it, he will eventually control the cards. Hu Pingu can win money without firing a gun. This is Zhou Hao's mind, not better than technology, then better than some abilities that others don't have. The 6 cards he played were correctly given to the next family, and the cards of the next family were not very good. He didn't want to clear the door. He ate 6 of them and threw out a single card. No one took it again, Zhou Hao. It is guessed that these cards were all swept into the cards in front of him by the 3 players. As a result, their cards were not paired because they were messed up. Because the cards in the first round are basically randomly drawn cards, whoever lays a good card is useless. Naturally, it will not end quickly like other tables, and then start the second round. The game had reached the 3rd round. Only 2 people had to draw, and Zhou Hao had to play another card. The dealer is not an impetuous person, but the first game is not very good. He is a little uncomfortable. Generally, the best time to make a card is when he is the dealer. Now all plans are shattered, and he feels a little impetuous. Then, at an inappropriate time, a bird was thrown out. Zhou Hao just needs one, and he takes the card directly and becomes the 3rd player to draw. The next card game should be more careful. Zhou Hao doesn't care about winning or losing, but he also cares about improving his spiritual perception so that he can play. When playing the cards, if it is possible to fire the cannon, he will have a reaction. 70,000. I don't believe in this evil. I can really fire a cannon. The dealer guessed that Zhou Hao would also draw the card. When it was his turn again, he could no longer calm down, and directly took out a more important card and threw it out. If he stays calm, he will definitely not do so at this time, but he has lost his calm a bit. Zhou Hao's heart jumped. This kid was really taken advantage of. He only drew the card. It happened to be 80,000 to 90,000. He needed a 70,000. He immediately overturned the card and laughed. "Excuse me, I just need 70,000. No, it's really Hua, it's actually Ping Hu." The dealer mumbled very unwillingly, preparing to give his chips. "Don't worry, I just need this one too, but I am a candy. I have 60,000 and 80,000. The Western player opposite the dealer has not waited for the dealer to take the chips. He has already knocked down his card and really needs one. 70,000, and it is also a Pingu. This is the 2 Hu cards. According to the regulations, if there are only 2 families, Zhou Hao can be regarded as a cut. But if the player in the north can also cut the cards, even if it is 1 shot and 3 shots, this kind of coincidence rarely occurs, even if someone does it. It is difficult to make a card trick, but the eyes of the 3 of them are still on the player in the north, the only female player. The woman who had been sternly smiled this time, and smiled, while pushing away her card. "It's a coincidence. I also need 70,000 yuan, but I am different from you. What I need is 40,000 and 70,000, but with 70,000, I can swindle," he said, pushing his 5 or 60,000 in front of the 3 of them. This time not only the 3 players did not expect, Zhou Hao also did not expect such a coincidence. All 3 of them should obviously be players with a certain ability, but the first one actually appeared 1 shot and 3 shots, and the dealer in the east lost. A lot of it, no less than being hardened a big name by others. The first hand, Zhou Hao's table, did not show a large number of flips. It is considered a smooth pass. Except for the player in the east position who lost a lot of chips, the other 3 are only small in the account, and the dealer has to rotate in sequence. When Zhou Hao became the banker, he was naturally the one throwing the dice. After the 4 of them got their cards, Zhou Hao would roll the dice. With his strength, he could just pick up what points he wanted, but he felt that it would be boring if he did so. and he estimated that the other three might also think that he was a master. And most of the cards they make are calculated by drawing cards in front of them. As Zhou Hao thought, every player who is the banker will make the dice count in his favor. That is, he will draw the cards in front of him. Except for the bad luck of the banker in the east position, Zhou Hao moved his hands and feet, and he is still depressed. There will be mistakes. They all think that Zhou Hao will definitely throw a point that suits them, and they will arrange the cards in front of them. However, he did not play the cards according to common sense, so he threw the dice out. The result was not Zhou Hao, but the banker before the east position. The point had already passed the card set by him. Even if he played a point, he still grabbed it. Not being able to arrange the cards he had arranged made him feel depressed and want to vomit blood. When the other two players saw such points come out, they also didn't look good. Today's game was a bit speechless, and everything was out of common sense. The first time they might not have thought it was Zhou Hao doing tricks, but the second time they watched it. After coming out, Zhou Hao shouldn't be a strong player. He doesn't seem to know how to throw dice. They both regret that they have overestimated Zhou Hao's level. The cards have been completely disrupted by Zhou Hao. The two only hope that the player in the east will throw a reasonable number of points so that they can catch their own cards as much as possible. All the masters of Mahjong will count and record cards, but except for the top masters, it is impossible to arrange too many cards, only a few cards. The player in the east position was already impetuous, but this time he was injured by Zhou Hao and he couldn't get a card. It didn't count. He just threw the dice out, good or bad luck, and then went smoothly. Taking a snapshot with the corresponding points, the other two also wanted to vomit blood. The points played by the player in the east position could not catch the assigned cards. The other players all showed their magical powers. They played two cards one after another, and each of them were arranged cards. All of them failed. The three players felt that Zhou Hao was here to make trouble. Yes, but he still seemed very serious. The three wanted to kick Zhou Hao out of the game. Unfortunately, the idea of the three of them could not be realized. When the three of them didn't get any good cards, Zhou Hao actually got a mixed whole card. The whole hand only had one card. After the game was played, it was already drawn. Zhou Hao can only feel that he is lucky. 6 tie, Zhou Hao threw out his free card. The three of them looked at Zhou Hao in astonishment. They said that 6 of them was a middle card, so they wouldn't be able to play at will. No matter what was going on with Zhou Hao, the next house saw a card that was right for him, and he didn't want to clear the door. He ate 6 of them again without hesitation, but he was still very cautious and played one that he was sure of. Because of the general arrangement of cards, he can guess who will have 2 matching cards. Zhou Hao saw the West player throw a West, but did not respond. This was not the card he needed. Then the woman in the North drew the card. Obviously, she and the East player did not need the West. Zhou Hao started and went on smoothly. Even if Zhou Hao was a starting draw, he did not succeed. Because his card is a mixed whole card, it is not so easy to draw the cards. As a result, Zhou Hao did not have a who card, and with the strength of the other 3 people, unless they are bad luck, they should listen to it. With the cards, Zhou Hao is not particularly proficient. Unable to guess, he can only rely on his induction ability. Zhou Hao has special skills, but some people don't have the ability. For example, the player in the East position got a red card in his hand after 2 turns, and he has already drawn. If this card is not thrown out, he couldn't shuffle the cards. Even though he didn't see the red in the card pool, he still had to throw it out. Very well, just waiting for you. You finally showed up. Huh. All the same, and the door is clear. Zhou Hao didn't have to worry about someone sharing the victory with himself this time. After being pushed down, he smiled and said, I don't know how to forget it. Can you help me calculate how many translations are there? The player in the East wanted to chop his hand very much. The first time he had a 1 shot and 3 shots. The second one actually ordered a mixed one. Although it is not a top brand, there are also 16. With just 2 hands, the chips have already lost half of the chips, and the other 2 players are not as many as themselves and have to lose a little. The other 2 players were also very depressed. They all saw that Zhou Hao shouldn't pretend to be a pig and eat a tiger. He seems to be a real, ordinary gambler, but his luck seems to be really good. The person who fires the gun will pay double the bargaining chip. And they also had to pay 8-fold bargaining chips, and they were more determined in their hearts to squeeze Zhou Hao out of the stage. There are a total of 4 people at the mahjong table. Except for Zhou Hao, all 3 of them are masters. Even if they can't say that they are the champions of the King of Gambling Championship, at least they have certain strength to enter the next round. If they really encounter a strong opponent and lose the game, that he was willing, but he was disturbed by Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao actually doesn't have any special gambling skills. Everyone can clearly see that Zhou Hao is basically a lucky player, but it is this lucky player who has disrupted everyone's plans. I was very upset and wanted to get Zhou Hao out of the game as soon as possible. Gambling masters are not omnipotent gods. They have a limited range of control. When they encounter such a random card player, they can only play the following cards normally if they kick Zhou Hao out. Otherwise, no one can show their strength. At least there are two people going out. No matter what they think, the game continues. Because Zhou Hao won last hand, Zhou Hao is still the banker this time. The three of them can also see that Zhou Hao is not a master at all. You have to hide your cards on the side of the big points. Otherwise, it will be miserable if you repeat the tragedy of the Eastern player. But this time Zhou Hao's score was to choose himself. When they calculated it, of course it included the possibility that Zhou Hao could find himself and continue to do it. However, Zhou Hao still exceeded their expectations. Both times were big points, and eventually they had to catch it. The cards of the next house were shuffled again. The well-made cards were disrupted again. Apart from scolding their mothers in their hearts, everyone could only go from Zhou Hao. From the beginning to the present, the situation in every round is very speechless. It is obvious that the three of them have their own skills. It is impossible to achieve this game, and it is always playing a game that only ordinary people often see when playing. Fortunately, this game is a relatively freestyle game, and there are no referees on the field. Otherwise, it will definitely pay attention to the terrible cards at this table. After all, in such a game, there is always a bad hand. Everyone will find it strange. The level is too amateur. No matter how much Zhou Hao is, even if the three of them are depressed and dead, they can't affect him. He thinks it's fun to play with the three masters without cheating. Even if Zhou Hao is calm, he still feels a sense of accomplishment and deep. While silently mourning for these three players, the first card, 6 of tie, was thrown out again. The three wanted to ask if Zhou Hao deliberately made trouble. Not only did they disrupt everyone's plans, but they also threw the same card every time. The key is that the players in the Western position are also very lucky and can eat every time. This third time he really had to hesitate to eat, every time because he ate a 6 of his, and then the wrong card position. After half a minute of consideration, when the next player had to urge him, the player in the Western position finally cruelly resisted Zhou Hao's 6 temptations. He decided not to go to the wrong card. He reached out and touched a card, touched it, and threw it. On the table, angrily said, "A white board, who wants it?" He had 2 white bards when he made his own cards. But because Zhou Hao disrupted the order of drawing cards, the 2 white bards should be one for the North and East players. The one he caught was a pure waste card. I was a little bit upset. I would have eaten 6 of them if I knew it. In this way, I would be one step late in drawing. Sure enough, as he thought, the North and East players saw the whiteboard appear. Their eyes moved a little, but no one touched them. The North player took the initiative to draw the cards, and then didn't even look at them, so they threw the whiteboard out. Playing with Zhang and Mahjong is one of the most common methods. The Eastern player had an idea in his heart, and he would go out with Zhang Baiban for a while, staring at the troublemaker Zhou Hao, but his face was so bitter when he touched the Mahjong with his hand, and he didn't need to take it back and patted it directly on the table. Angrily said, "One white board, I'm following you." What he wanted to throw was the whiteboard in his hand, but he did not expect to grab a whiteboard, so that his 2 white bards are dead cards. There is no more pair on the cards for him. He is very depressed. A late post, 1 lap, I can touch it, but I just touched the last one. At this time, no matter who it is obvious that the player in the East position is obviously unlucky today. No matter how he plays, he can get the most back card. It seems that the person who is most likely to get out is him, and he has the least chips now. When it's Zhou Hao's turn, he is not a big hand, and he doesn't seek to win too much. Anyway, as long as he can keep playing tricks, he won't suffer. It can reduce the loss, and this time he slapped a card. In this way, the third round of cards is very normal, and it is very tasteless. Fortunately, the 3 players are patient people. Otherwise, if you continue to play like this, you will definitely give up the skills. Just try your luck directly. The results of the 3 rounds were still as they expected, and Zhou Hao ended the battle again with a flat hu. They actually want Zhou Hao to wait for a while. You can be a big player so quickly, or you can be anxious. The three of them want to win a big player because they have lost some before. In preparation, it was ruined by Zhou Hao with a flat hu, but whether this kind of game or usual gambling is good, you can't interfere with how others want to play, you can only secretly get angry. A pingu is only one, and won't win many chips at all, but they can't play their strengths, and the game can only continue. Zhou Hao still played the cards and continued to throw the dice, and then messed up the three of them. The deck plan has been running 12 cards in a row, and there hasn't been a single time when anyone has beaten cards. All of them are Zhou Hao's Xiapingu. Zhou Hao is very perverted with 14 zhuang. Even if he only wins Xiapingu, he has doubled his bet. The three players have less and less chips, and the players in the East have bottomed their bets, but they are not bad. Yes, no one is out. The other tables have already left, and they are regrouping. The specialness of their table has also fallen into the eyes of the audience. They don't know the four people at the table, but they can guess by looking at the faces of the four people. It must be the young man who is winning. After all, the three people's faces are dark. Everyone is thinking about which side this young man is a master. As a result, under the attention of everyone, Zhou Hao's 15th Lianzhuang started. The situation has not changed at all. The audience can't see Zhou Hao's technical performance. The other three are about to be beaten by him. The confidence is gone. They are gambling. In the competition, playing cards that only appeared when you were a beginner in mahjong was really tormenting. Obviously, the development of the matter will not change because of who is upset. They habitually want who's big hand, which is not as easy to draw as a popular player like Zhou Hao. In the end, the game was fired by the player from the East. This is also his last bet. If this one loses, the game cannot be continued. Watching Zhou Hao use a series of overthrowing who to end himself, the Eastern player really wanted to cry without tears. After handing over the chips to Zhou Hao, he couldn't help saying, "Today is really evil. You can win so much like this. Your luck is too bad. I don't play anymore. It's too tormenting. It's a damn," he said, cursing, and left. Zhou Hao just smiled and did not speak. He turned his head and looked at the two players. The player in the Western position shrugged and said helplessly, "The little brother doesn't talk about your gambling skills. With this luck, ordinary people really can't compare. If it's not for gamblers' habits that don't allow me to abstain, I don't want to continue to compare with you." When he spoke, he slowly spread out the cards in his hand. He had never shown his cards before. He actually had the same card as Zhou Hao, and if he were to win, it would be a big 3 yuan. In this case, almost back to the bottom. But this time there was no good luck for the first hand. The Eastern player did not have 1 shot and 3 shots. The natural result was that Zhou Hao cut his hu, and a ping who ruined his big 3 yuan. The audience kept watching the game here. The player from the East left, and the player from the West was cut off. Everyone saw it clearly. They all thought Zhou Hao had good luck, and they were all speechless. There was luck in the regular game. The players of are nothing new, but Zhou Hao's luck is so weird, they are all flat. Zhou Hao's reaction to the Western players and the audience just smiled. Only he himself knew that all this was not luck at all. Whose luck was so good, but he naturally couldn't tell others. The Eastern player left the gaming table. Now there is a situation of 3 missing 1. According to the regulations, someone will immediately make up for it. This time, the player who replaced the Eastern player is a young woman. Although not particularly beautiful, she obviously has a shrewd mind. She didn't watch Zhou Hao's bet and sat down with confidence. She was the winner of other rounds, and she carried more chips than others. Although she was not as good as Zhou Hao, it was enough for her to gamble. When she sat down, the idea was to put 3 people at this table. All of his chips have been won, and at least the 2 players in the West and North must be eliminated. When her mentality was sitting down, the 2 players in the West and North could feel that everyone is a gambler, and they have common characteristics with each other. But they knew in their hearts that as long as Zhou Hao remained in shape, unless there is a super player who can remember the position of the entire deck clearly, it is estimated that no one can beat Zhou Hao. This guy's luck is not technically comparable. Now that there are enough manpower, he naturally started gambling, and according to the regulations, Zhou Hao continued to make the banker. Naturally, the woman who sat down did not expect Zhou Hao to be such a player, but she still had certain confidence in her heart. After all, He is a master. As long as he is not affected by him, he can continue to win money. As the poker game progressed, Zhou Hao once again brought the two dealers in a short period of time. For a while, the newly joined players were a little confused. Not only did she not understand why Zhou Hao always behaved, but also every time. It was she who fired the gun, and the gambling at this table was a bit weird, beyond her expectations. The poker game continued. Zhou Hao's east position changed to a young woman. She was the winner of other tables. When she came here, she probably wanted to win money. After all, Zhou Hao's table has been very slow. It seems that there should be no masters here, otherwise the others would have been solved long ago. Not long after the start of the game, the woman in the east felt that something was wrong. None of the three people on this table showed very good gambling skills. They are all the handsome guys who are now the villagers, and the strange thing is that they are always flat who down who. She also found out why the table was so slow. It was obvious that the handsome guy in the south didn't use any gambling skills, but he could always disrupt the cards planned by others. He made cards for so long, but he didn't even get his wish. Then, how many abilities I have, I just can't show it. Regardless of so many, Zhou Hao still adheres to the style of being a master of Xiaohu. Even Xiaopingu has been going all the way. After so many rounds, the new Eastern player has already won her chips at other gaming tables. It was given to Zhou Hao. If it continues, it is estimated that there will be no difference between the end and the other two. The players in the West and North have played cards with Zhou Hao for a long time, and they haven't touched the rules yet, but they already know that they can't stack up cards to win the big ones. If there is a possibility of being able to beat the cards, no matter how small they are, don't be polite. This player named Wang Xiaohu is so lucky that he wants to beat him with a big hand. He is really dreaming. Although Zhou Hao had a strong hunch, he was able to guarantee that he would not fire a shot, but he could not stop others from beating. After the East player took the fifth hand, he was finally won by the West player in another contest. And this time it was just a small pingu. Despite this, the Western player was already crying with excitement. He never thought that he could be so excited because of a pushover who known. Zhou Hao was driven from the banker by himself. Then the next banker would be himself. He had full confidence in himself, as long as he got the banker and rolled the dice. Things are controlled by myself, and now I can get back how much money I lost. When he got the dice, the player in the north position was ready to withdraw. Her chips were already running low. The player in the east position hadn't used her capital yet, but seemed calm, because the player in the west position was just a flat beard. She has no ability to make her misunderstand the Western players, so she is not worried at all. Zhou Hao just smiled at this. At that time, when the Eastern player got the dice, he was not full of confidence. In the end, he was slightly subsumed and sent to the guillotine directly. He felt that he still had a certain advantage in playing mahjong, at least able to control the direction of the cards, which can ruin many gamblers who consider themselves masters of gambling. After everyone has settled the cards, he must be calm with the dice to comfort him. He must make sure that he rolls the dice successfully, otherwise he has to play the same messy cards before. Take a deep breath and throw the dice out. Up. Both the North player and Zhou Hao know why the West player is so nervous. This is probably his only chance to make a profit. The East player looks down on the West player a bit. It's too nervous. It's just a banker, but if she knew Zhou Hao's behavior against the sky, she wouldn't think so. The dice did not disappoint the Western players, and he was very obedient and rolled according to the points he wanted. Zhou Hao didn't use his hands and feet this time. If he couldn't make the dice succeed every time, everyone knew there was a problem. Zhou Hao was not afraid of others watching. To do things by yourself, but then lose the fun. The Western player was overjoyed. This time the dice was really looking for himself. Without waiting for others to speak, he rolled the second time. He has recovered his confidence, and his ability to roll the dice has not declined. His goal this time is to get 8 o'clock, and then just got the card arranged by himself. As a result, when the dice landed, Zhou Hao still shook his fingers slightly. The dice that was about to stop turned over. As a result, the expected 8 o'clock became 10 o'clock. It was only because of 2 wrong cards to the side. These 2 cards happened to miss the cards prepared by the Western players. The Western player looked at the points he threw out and wanted to cry without tears. He felt that he was too nervous. He had used a lot of strength, and how it was so coincidental that he just overstepped himself to get the card. All preparations were wasted. And the other players are also ugly. They knew before that Zhou Hao's dice were thrown around, and they couldn't figure out which card was theirs. But the Western player should be a master who can control the number of dice. The cards they prepared are just right for them to get. But he just threw 2 more points. While the other 2 were secretly scolding the Western player for waste, they could only play the boring Pingu preparations again. The cards they arranged were planned, and those cards that should have been a pair or 3 were played by others. Caught away randomly, Zhou Hao once again disrupted the card path. Zhou Hao does not have the habit of those gambling masters. After getting a deck of cards, he always wants to hold a lot of big cards that have been flipped. He wants to use the simplest and most direct method, which is fast and can kill others. Of course, this method is Xiaoping Hu. Before other people's cards have been collected, he already has Hu cards. Undoubtedly, under Zhou Hao's concept, the Western player was the banker, and Zhou Hao won the game without any suspense. It was the Northern player's turn to be the bank immediately, even though she was still expressionless. But there was a light of excitement in her eyes. She was calmer than the West player, but she also knew that this was a chance to make a difference. The fate of the North player is the same as that of the West player. She is destined to not get what she wants. But this time Zhou Hao did not make him happy and then disappointed as he did with the West player. When he rolled the dice for the first time, Zhou Hao was young. Little moved his finger, and the direction of the dice pointed to the player in the Western position. The West player did not expect happiness to come so suddenly. He originally thought that the dealer had passed, and he would have no chance. He did not expect that the North player's dice would point to him. He couldn't help but smile and said to the North player, "Thank you. Sister, you are such a good person." "Ba, who is your eldest sister? You don't look at your age." The North player blushed. This is not shy, but angry. He is depressed enough not to find his dice points. And he is the man who seems to be a few years older than himself is called the eldest sister, which is strange if he is not angry. The Western player was in a good mood and didn't care about it. It was hard to hide his excitement and smiled. "Sister, don't look at my old age. Actually, I am just anxious. I am less than 30 this year." Zhou Hao and the Eastern player couldn't help but want to laugh when they listened to their conversation. What's more, the woman's face was redder and angrily said, "Hurry up and roll the dice. My mother is only 25 this year." "What do you mean, don't play? Get out now." This time the 2 couldn't help it anymore, and both laughed. The Western player probably didn't expect the woman to be so young. He smirked and didn't dare to answer back. He threw the dice obediently. He had already prepared the cards. This time he played his highest level, just want to get his own cards. The vignette does not affect the normal progress of the game. Zhou Hao already knew the number of points on the ground when the player in the West threw the dice. He didn't know where the player in the West had placed the card, but he knew just let move the dice a little bit, and the card he wants to get is no longer available. Under Zhou Hao's black box operation, the Western player was frustrated and dying again, and he unexpectedly missed again. He now suspects that someone is making trouble, but he can't see who the problem is. He can only doubt Zhou Hao, but he has a little can't see what Zhou Hao has done. Could it be that this kid is a master of pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger? The card game went on without any taste again. This time, even the new East player was depressed. This is a gambling contest or an ordinary street mahjong hall. How do you feel that there is no gambling element here? It is completely luck the way of playing, and the most important thing is a player who is always Hu Pingu. You don't have time to collect big cards. But this time Zhou Hao didn't let them down anymore. When he set up his cards, he was all 1 card short. He knew he was lucky this time. After playing dozens of hands, there will always be 1 or 2 big hands. He was not prepared to use Pingu this time. After 3 rounds of the game, Zhou Hao showed no signs of Hu cards. This surprised the other 3. Generally, when Zhou Hao wanted Hu cards, he would definitely draw after 3 or 2 laps, and he would soon Hu Pai. There hasn't been any movement for a long time now, and they don't eat or drink. They don't know whether Zhou Hao's cards are good or bad, and they are all deflated. The East player's card was drawn in the 3rd round, and it was not too small. It was a mixed one. As long as the card was broken, the 2 players from the Northwest would leave the table and they could win if they lost. Come back, play very carefully. It's just that when she threw out a useless piece of 50,000, the Western player could not wait to say, "I'm crazy, just need this 50,000, a one-stop ticket of 50,000, 8 times, thank you all." He was in the mood. It's really very good. After so long, I finally have a decent card. If it was usually, he would not have such a small card in his eyes. But now it is very rare to be able to beat Pingu with a handful of cards. But when his smile was confiscated, Xiao Yifeng already smiled embarrassedly said, I'm sorry, it's all one stop. The same as 50,000 can, cut who? The Western player's expression changed. He didn't expect that he would be cut off by Zhou Hao again, and he was obviously much older than himself. If he were to win, he and the Northern player would be out. So he couldn't help turning his gaze to the North. A player, I hope she can also be 50,000 yuan. It becomes 1 shot 3 shots. There won't be so many incidents in the world. The North player is not so cooperative this time. She doesn't need 50,000 cards. So this time, the player who plays whose card can only be Zhou Hao. This one is Zhou Hao. Since the beginning, Huda's biggest hand is also the biggest hand in the game today. Sorry, this time I won a little bit bigger, 24 times. Zhou Hao saw that the North player shook his head helplessly and smiled, knowing that she definitely doesn't need 50,000. So he said with a smile, the Western player's chips are no longer enough to pay for the money, but according to the regulations, he does not need to make up the money, as long as all the chips are handed in. The Northern player has almost the same chips as his, from the beginning to the present. At any rate, the Western player has done it once, but the North player has never done it. The Eastern player is actually worse than the two players. She is the one who fires the cannon. According to the rules, she has to pay more. Before this one, she still has her own principal. Now, if one goes down, she has no half of the capital. Now, since she sat down, she has lost a lot, at least 200,000. Wang Xiaohu, you are really a master. I have never heard of you, but it is really an honor to play against you today. If you can reach the finals, I will feel happier, and I wish you good luck along the way. The player had run out of chips, got up and left, but still shook hands with Zhou Hao amicably. For such a player, Zhou Hao would not fall into the trap and say cold words. He smiled and said, you are actually quite good, but the luck is not as good as mine. If you have the same luck as mine, I should be the first person to get out. Hope I can meet you in the future. Everyone knows that this is a polite remark. At first everyone thought Zhou Hao relied on luck. After the player in the East left, Zhou Hao revealed more than luck. Otherwise, the dice of the players in the West and North could not be controlled either. Can't explain it. None of them are beginners. The player from the East did not comment on the departure of the two players from the Northwest. Today's game has already made her feel very weird. Since she can play cards, she has not encountered such a thing. Zhou Hao seems to be lucky. The players of, how can they win? But they have been flat to the end, which is too exaggerated. She didn't know how the gambling on this table was before she came. At least since she came, she hadn't seen Zhou Hao touch herself once. All of them were betting by others. Except for the best luck, it's a big bet. Yes, it was all Pinga before. This player made her unclear. Both the West and North players have left the table. If it is another table, there will be 2 winners left. However, Zhou Hao has only changed 1 player at this table. So now the referee gives the West and the North arrange for 2 players to come over, who were also the winners of the other tables. The 2 newcomers have gone through 2 rounds of screening, and the winners are left. They have more chips than when the female player from the East came. Zhou Hao won the 3 players at the same table before, and the 2A new player is about the same, with nearly 400,000 chips in his hand. When the 4 players sat down and started, the East player's heart sank. If they develop according to the previous situation, she must be the first player to get out, but she still doesn't know Zhou Hao's details. The key is that she saw the player in the Western position. The player did not know her, but she had heard of this person. This person has a small reputation in the gambling world. Although he is not a top expert, he is already very powerful in the eyes of ordinary gamblers. He is a native of Shaanxi. Since his debut, he has gained a little fame, and his fame is mainly concentrated in Mahjong and Pai Gao are called Jingxi Mahjong magic. If it is for other events, the Jingxi Mahjong magic may not be so powerful, but if it is only better than Mahjong, he is enough to be called a well-known master in the country. It is said that he can remember all the card positions in front of him, and as long as he sees it by the way that someone else is tying cards, you can even know what cards the other person is tying. To put it another way, Jingxi Mahjong magic can almost guess the cards of 3 players besides himself in a hand, and bet against such opponents. Even with certain gambling skills, it is difficult to win cards. I know your cards, and I want to win the opponent's money. Zhou Hao didn't know all of this. In his eyes, apart from knowing he Hong Sun in the gambling world, he only knew the eight-armed Tathagata for the life of Chongqing. It's not that the gambling world is the only two of them worthy of his attention. He really has no acquaintances in this circle. However, he is good at observing. When the player in the west seated, he felt that the female player in the east stared at him. He doesn't know who the player in the west is, but the player in the east pays such attention. He should not be an ordinary player. He also started to pay attention. The Jingxi Mahjong demon is only in his 30s. His hands and 10 fingers are spread out. Hao found that his hands were 10 fingers long and powerful. They should be good at hand skills. His forehead was bald and his eyes were flexible. This person's brain should be very developed. Zhou Hao knows that many master gambling players have a certain amount of martial arts in order to defend themselves. Players in the Western position, even if they are not masters, should have practiced palm kung fu. He can only see this. As for the opponent's gambling skills, it is not within Zhou Hao's understanding and cannot be determined. Everyone, if there are no comments, the game will start now. After the four players sat down and observed each other for a few minutes, the person in charge had already proposed to start the game. None of the four of them had any opinion, and the game was played immediately. Zhou Hao paid special attention to the Western players when he was tying the cards, and found that he arranged cards for himself differently from the others, which seemed to be very random yards. If not, small chats are not allowed during the game, and even chat with others depending on his appearance. Because I changed two players in a row at once, the banker automatically started from the east position. The female player was also the banker who had been waiting for a long time. She saw that the players in the west position and the north position failed to roll the dice, and she was a little suspicious of Zhou Hao's actions, but no evidence. This time it was her turn. She deliberately stared at Zhou Hao carefully. Zhou Hao didn't do anything this time. He wanted to look at the new opponents in the northwest, especially the western player. He didn't seem to make a card for himself, but he was the winner at other tables. Zhou Hao didn't believe he would. He is the same type of person, with luck and a little skill to win now. Sure enough, if he thought, Zhou Hao didn't do any tricks. According to the truth, the east player's dice must find himself and continue to throw the second dice. But when the dice fell on the table, Zhou Hao's sharp eye felt that I could clearly perceive it, and the moment the dice fell on the table shook slightly. The points that were supposed to be found by the dealer became a Western player. This time, Zhou Hao believed that unless it was a first-class master or above, it would not be noticeable at all. It was slight and quick. It seemed that the Western player was indeed a master. He guessed that the Western player must have touched the table with his palm and used the vibration to change it. After losing the position of the dice, Zhou Hao can certainly do this kind of cheating, but he is even more powerful. He doesn't need to touch anything. He can change it with his fingers. Since Zhou Hao did not make a move, this time the dice pointed at the Jingxi Mahjong devil in the west position. The face of the eastern player also changed. She knew that she was very unlucky when she met the Jingxi Mahjong devil, and it really began to come true. The entire game was controlled by Jingxi Mahjong. In fact, she still pinned her hopes on Zhou Hao subconsciously. According to her previous performance, Zhou Hao should be a master. Even if he is not a master, she is also a strong man of luck. Now it seems that the emergence of the Jingxi Mahjong demon, Zhou Hao is also a little overwhelmed. Live skill may not completely determine the outcome, but it can break a person's good luck. Everything is as imagined. Zhou Hao can also see that the player in the west should be a master, not only martial arts, but also gambling skills. The player in the east is completely suppressed by him and can only grab the cards in front of him. And Zhou Hao, I have paid attention to the western players before, and I don't know which cards he arranged. The card game is going on normally, and Zhou Hao's cards are not too bad. As long as two more cards are used together, they can draw. Looking at the other three players, there is no change in their faces. Professional gamblers are average. Can't let people see the change in their expressions. The four players on this table are all the winners in the initial bet, and they are also capable people. The east card was dealt, and she carefully threw a card west. She drew two hands from the cards in front of the west player. She was not sure how many cards Jingxi Mahjong could know in her entire hand. She didn't know. Suddenly, the Jingxi Mahjong demon had already taken control of his mind, and he would be frightened every time he shot. If you touch one, luck is good. I have touched it when I came up. Jingxi Mahjong magic did not disappoint the East player and directly knocked away the opponent's card. This result also passed Zhou Hao directly and then laughed. Throwing a birdie. The North player does not take a card and reaches out to draw a card. At this time, his card is the part in front of him. There must be some cards arranged by him. Zhou Hao is not depressed. It is not a strange thing to be overtaken by someone. But here this is the first time in the second hand. After the North player grabbed the card, he threw another 60,000. Before the East player could speak, Jingxi Mahjong magic smiled again. I'm sorry, I need this one too. 2 pieces of 60,000 were issued, so that he would pass the Eastern player and Zhou Hao again. It was the North player's turn to draw the card again, and soon he threw another whiteboard. The previous scene was repeated again. The Jingxi Mahjong magic once again touched a pair. In this case, he had passed Zhou Hao 3 times in a row, and the East player had 2. Second, and he still has 4 cards standing. Even the stupid one can guess that he must draw now. This time it was the North player's turn. She was obviously very cautious. After hesitating for a long time, she threw a 3 of them. Luckily, this time the West player didn't need it. The cards continued. When it was the East player, she was equally cautious. Without a shot, when it was Zhou Hao's turn, this was his first draw. He was lucky enough to draw a useful card so that he could draw with only 1 card, and the card was again Beijing's turn. West Mahjong magic. The cards Zhou Hao got were useful to him, but he was crossed 3 times and couldn't draw the cards. He couldn't draw at all. The cards he got out would naturally not be fired, but it was his turn to take the cards immediately. Jing the Western Mahjong magic now has only 4 cards in his hand, and he has obviously drawn. Just as everyone had guessed, after the Jingxi Mahjong magic got the card, he smiled casually and said, I have drawn the right who. I am sorry. 8 fans. The card was revealed, and it was a who card. Self-drawing the right who, although not a big name, is much bigger than the Pingu who was always who before Zhou Hao. The result of this round was not unexpected. The player in the East had already anticipated that Jingxi Mahjong will win the game. The 3 of the players in the room and the player in the North did not know her, but they could win twice and come here to continue. Although Wang Xiaohu, who is at the same table with strong strength, is unidentified, he is full of weirdness. Zhou Hao didn't care much about winning or losing in this round. If he didn't meet a master from the beginning to the end, it would be disappointing. Since he dared to participate in the King of Gambling contest, there will always be some real masters. At least the kind of masters who are at war with the Gambling King. Bai Changxing's purpose in asking for his help is to let himself kill them. The gambling game will continue from this hand. Because of the intervention of Jingxi Mahjong magic, the cards are much more exciting than before. It will not end with Pingu, but as long as it is Zhou Hao's turn, there will always be various kinds of cards. Accidents always make him end with Pingu, which can always destroy other people's big names. This time, the players at the 4 tables are all players who have beaten others. Although the Jingxi Mahjong magic is relatively clever, after everyone has adapted to it, there are contacts and there is no one-sided situation, but the Jingxi Mahjong magic is for among the people who win the most money, the East player loses the most. Zhou Hao was okay because he was okay. Instead, he won more than the North player. If you follow the current trend and leave 2 players at each table, it should be Jingxi Mahjong magic and Zhou Hao. This is everyone. To be sure, although Zhou Hao seems to be a novice, he is a person with a very perverted luck. Everyone can only explain this way. As a top-notch master, Jingxi Mahjong demon can't see how he does it. Others are even more. Don't mention it. This situation is very good for the Jingxi Mahjong demon and Zhou Hao, but the players in the East and North positions are not satisfied, especially the North player, who won twice from other tables and got stuck here. Killing the confused kid here is really psychologically unbalanced. Jingxi Mahjong demon is an absolute master, but this Wang Xiaohu knows nothing. Why should he be promoted? Zhou Hao also knew that he would definitely not be satisfied. Just this time he was sitting in the village. Zhou Hao could see that his eyes were turning, clearly looking for opportunities. Because he was sitting opposite him, Zhou Hao could see most clearly. In fact, the woman from the East player and the Jingxi Mahjong from the West also felt. Now the East player has basically given up, and the Jingxi Mahjong magic is almost certain to advance. The only competition is the North player and Zhou Hao. They are also happy to sit in the mountains and watch the tigers fight. Zhou Hao surpassed. How could Zhou Hao kick the North player out? It is basically certain that the Jingxi Mahjong magic can remember the cards. As long as he draws the cards in front of him, he can guess 80% of the cards. The North player naturally does not want his cards to be known, and he makes the cards all in front of him. All he wants to score is to find himself, and then take a shot. This time, the Jingxi Mahjong demon has the mind to sit on the mountain and watch the tigers fight, and will not change the number of dice. Everything is up to Zhou Hao. No matter what Zhou Hao does, he will not leave any traces and relax himself. It seemed to others that he didn't make any movements at all, and he had changed the position of the dice. This is not the first time that this phenomenon has occurred. It is beyond doubt that Zhou Hao can affect the dice points. But how to do it? Jingxi Mahjong magic cannot be sure. He thinks Zhou Hao should be a master, but he played cards in a mess, and he did not see him. Make your own cards. People have all kinds of personalities. The North player knows that Zhou Hao and Jingxi Mahjong will change the dice points. In fact, they did not fully expect the dice to be exactly what they wanted. As a result, the East player was the player who was looking for the dice points. This was not unexpected, and the East player arrived. It's a relaxed mentality. Even if I won the money, I can't qualify. Play a point at will. The North player draws the cards, and the East player is responsible for cutting the cards. The four people draw cards in order. Although the East player quit the game, out of the gambler's instinct, the cards in front of her must have been the arrangement is done, and if it is drawn like this, among the four, at least the East player's cards must be good. Zhou Hao is still a good or not bad pinga card bottom. As long as you play 2 cards, you will definitely be able to draw. Every time he is like this, the previous one has not appeared after being crossed by Jingxi Mahjong 3 times. Everyone it's a master. If the same situation can always happen, it will be too low. The North player plays a card that no one needs, and then it's the next home to play the card. The front play is normal. Zhou Hao needs 2 cards. In the 3rd round, he already got it and entered. In view of the drawing status, if it is someone else, he estimated that the player in the North position should also start to draw. According to the general rule, everyone will record and make cards. As long as they pass the 3 remarks, they can enter the drawing state. As for who can beat the cards faster, it depends on everyone's methods. Zhou Hao also pays attention to observe and take a look at the North position. How does the player win this hand? If it wins him a big one, he will lose to him. When it was the North player's turn to draw the cards, it seemed nothing special and normal to draw the cards. But when he took it back, his fingers shook a bit. If it weren't for his good eyesight and professional training, he would not. Zhou Hao saw what was wrong, but didn't say anything. Since the beginning of the game, this is the first time he has seen someone change cards. They actually changed Mahjong, and in the blink of an eye, he replaced a card on the horizontal Mahjong in front of him with the card in his hand. Now, this action is very difficult to do, but he can change cards in such a quick moment. He is obviously good at it. Sure enough, there are no ordinary people participating in this competition. A person has a higher skill than the other. Naturally, he is very clear about the cards in front of him. After changing it, the card he got back is the card he needs, and it is exactly like Zhou Hao expected that after he grabbed his own card, he showed it directly and said with a smile, "I have found it out. I'm sorry." In fact, the 3 players are all well aware. The North player moved his hands and feet, but his movements were too fast, and he did not catch on the spot. It is a well-known thing to throw 1,000 out, but it is also a rule to catch a thief and get dirty. If people change cards fast enough, you can only admit your fate. The game continues, because he won a card that is not too big or too small. After Zhou Hao lost to him some, now he and the North players bet are basically the same. As long as both sides do not care which one, then lose one hand may be ended by the opponent. After all, the game is nearing the end, and the Eastern player is almost out of money. The North player won one, and the next one will naturally be the banker. The route of playing the dice is no different from the previous one. Naturally, Zhou Hao will not let him get his own cards directly. Regardless of whether it is a win in the East or the West, the North cannot win in the matter of determining victory or defeat, and this is actually because Zhou Hao does not want to be too limelight, otherwise he can be the first in the group. Just like the previous one, I still turn to the East player to throw the dice for the second time, but this time because of the previous experience, the East player did not throw the dice at will. She can also see that now the 2 tigers are fighting. Maybe you can profit from it. Anyway, you have already made a card, so just draw it normally. This time Zhou Hao's luck is good. He has a big 3 yuan in his hand. If the card goes smoothly and the card is awkward, the North player on the opposite side will be kicked out of the game by himself, but he feels that his cards may not necessarily be good. The North player on the opposite side will definitely have to change cards. Since the East player has made the cards, he naturally also has a good deck of cards in his hand. Although the Jingxi Mahjong magic does not have particularly good cards, he is skilled in calculations and can probably guess everyone's hand. After the North player has opened the cards, everyone is very cautious, and everyone knows that this is the crucial moment for this table. Zhou Hao's luck is still good. Every time he draws a card, he can get the card he needs. The foundation of the big 3 yuan has been formed, and another card can be drawn. The East player basically does not hesitate to draw one. Will be thrown out, and it can be seen that she must have drawn. The Northern player's gaze drifted. Zhou Hao, who was sitting opposite him, knew that he should be planning to do it. Zhou Hao would not let him succeed this time, otherwise he would appear too incompetent. Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Dongwei the player guessed it too, paying attention to the North player consciously or unconsciously. As the previous scene repeats itself, even if they know that they are being watched by the North player, they still commit crimes against the wind. When holding a card, they walk back, and when they pass in front of them, they move their fingers and make it hard for the naked eye to use that fast. And the action is ready to change cards, and he has practiced this action thousands of times and has never had a problem. In this case, even the Jingxi Mahjong Demon could not stop it. After all, everyone has their own tricks, but he was unlucky enough to meet Zhou Hao. But Zhou Hao had his own way to restrain his tricks. When the North player changed his cards and was about to take it away, his elbow suddenly numb, and the movement of his arm became difficult. It was as if he was paused by someone. His arm was hanging in the air, and his fingers were holding the changed card ready to be taken into his hand, and the card he put down had not completely fallen into the horizontal row, which was equivalent to the entire amount of his changing card. The action caught the eyes of other players, and even fools knew that he had done something. Zhou Haoyu made a subtotal. The North player was interrupted when he changed his cards. Zhou Hao's timing was very clever. It was the moment when he changed his cards. Even if other players knew that he was going to change his cards, he didn't. He must be able to see clearly, but Zhou Hao stopped him at this moment. Jingxi Mahjong is a master. He can record cards, but he will definitely change cards. It's just that in this amateur game, he doesn't need to use this method at all, but he also understands the speed at which the North player can change cards. At least in terms of this point of skill, he can't win him. Even if he knows that he will change cards, the Jingxi Mahjong magic cannot stop it. Otherwise, the North player will not win so easily, and the East player is even worse. She knows that the North player must have done tricks, but he doesn't know. Where did the Northern player's hands and feet come from? She couldn't see that moment. The North player never thought that his skills would be broken. His hand was held in the air, as if it was not his own hand. Let alone holding the mahjong tiles with his fingers, he could not do it even if he took it back. It was suspected that Zhou Hao did it. Others actually suspected that Zhou Hao did it, but Zhou Hao's surprised expression did not seem to be him. Zhou Hao used the method of tapping acupuncture points in the air to hold the Northern player's arm in the air, and then he put on a surprised look. He didn't want to be known about his strength. Jingxi Mahjong Demon is a martial arts master. He should know this. In the world, there is the skill of acupuncture. As he thought, Jingxi Mahjong Devil did not expect to see such a situation at the gambling table. The Northern player was clearly acupointed, and it was a whole acupuncture that had not been seen in the martial arts for many years, as far as the person who shot it. At least more than 50 years of skill, otherwise you will not be able to tap acupuncture points at all, and your martial arts will appear much weaker than the person who shoots. The first reaction in his mind was that Zhou Hao did it, but he was only in his early 20s, unless he was rejuvenated. However, he naturally didn't believe this kind of special statement. Then someone secretly shot it. Most of the people who shot it. It also helped Zhou Hao. The Jingxi Mahjong Demon was fortunate that he didn't use any skills to bully Zhou Hao. Otherwise, he would definitely end up with the North player. Regardless of who caused the abnormal situation of the North player, the referee clearly saw that the North player had changed cards. It can be said to be caught on the spot. Even if this is the king of gambling tournament, everyone can cheat. If you don't get caught, no one will care about it. Now the North player will be kicked out without even thinking about it. And because they have gone through 2 rounds of the game, there is no need to continue to find someone to add in. After the North player is out, they will calculate their respective chips. Jingxi Mahjong will enter the next round as the first chip, and Zhou Hao's chips will come next. Naturally, it also entered the next round. The East player was more miserable, and she could only take away the barely clear chips. The game at their table was strange from beginning to end. There was Zhou Hao in the game, and there was no normal card game. It was not considered a normal game until Jingxi Mahjong Demon came to this table. As a result, all other tables lost their chips. Light, and then the winners advance, but they were caught because someone cheated, and the other winners advanced. In any case, it is an indisputable fact that Wang Xiaohu advanced to the next game with the second result of the group. After half a day of fighting, Zhou Hao successfully won a place in the Mahjong competition, and Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu from the beginning. The tail kept watching. They all knew that all the hands and feet were made by Zhou Hao, but they didn't see exactly how to do it. From their point of view, it was probably a masterpiece. Boss, you are really good this time. This Mahjong game is so superb. You have been using Pingu and ended your previous opponent. It's too powerful. I always thought that only who was a big player to win money. When Hao returned to the middle of the 2 after he had settled the bargaining chips at the main station, Xiao Lu said with admiration. Wang Xiaohu also agreed with him. He smiled. The boss is amazing. Now I, Wang Xiaohu, is also a little famous in Macau casinos. When the boss is promoted again tomorrow, more people will know me, and Wang Xiaohu will become the future. Of gambling is the best. Xiaolu and Wang Xiaohu have a good relationship. They are unhappy with his ambition and said sourly, "Why did the boss use this guy's name to sign up? My name can also be used. Boss, if you can really make it to the finals by then, Wang Xiaohu's tail will not be up to the sky." Wang Xiaohu curled his lips and sneered at each other. My name, Wang Xiaohu, has a celebrity temperament. You are still a long way from it. The boss uses my name. This is his wise eye to recognize the hero. From now on, Xiao Liuzi will follow me, huh? Zhou Hao knew that they were arguing and did not stop him. After they laughed almost the same, he said with a serious face, "We are only a preliminary match this time. There should be many masters who can participate in the King of Gambling tournament. I was the last opponent of the table just now. The Western player who sits at my next home, not to mention the gambling skills, even has the strength of a first-class master in his skills. Such strength is already considered a master. Wang Xiaohu's strength has also reached top-notch, and he nodded when he heard the words. When he sat down, I paid attention to it. Although I don't know what kind of school he is, it depends on his hands and feet. At least his martial arts are better than mine. It should be a bit old to be a top player." Zhou Hao looked at Wang Xiaohu approvingly and said with a smile, "Little Tiger really did not disappoint me. With this vision, you have been steadily at the top level. There are actually many top Chinese masters, but we usually don't show up. And among the first-class masters, there are also strong and weak. Many people who cannot improve in the realm of the first-class masters become masters among the first-class masters. I think that guy should be like this. He is now a master of martial arts. He can be regarded as a master of martial arts. Even if he does not have much experience, he has a higher view than ordinary people in martial arts. Not to mention that he has experienced many battles." He mentioned martial arts. The problem is enough to teach Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu. "Boss, do you want to investigate your opponent? You and him will eventually qualify for your team. Since he is a first-rate expert, he should have a certain identity and reputation." Wang Xiaohu thought for a while and asked Zhou Hao for his meaning. "No, this person is not a threat to me. I don't know how his other gambling skills are, but I don't think he will easily become an enemy of me. In this final gambling game, I used the method of acupuncture points to make the player in the north is out, even if the player in the west doesn't know that I did it. He should have guessed that someone helped me in secret, and someone who can use the acupuncture points in the gap is enough to make him honest." Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu nodded and said yes. They are both smart people, but they don't know what Zhou Hao used to make the north player miss. Now I heard that he actually used the legendary skill in the martial arts to tap acupuncture points. I also feel that Western players dare not mess around. By the way, what should be compared tomorrow? There are 80 or 90 people in this promotion. So many people are gambled together. I really don't know what to do. Zhou Hao thought for a while, changed the subject. He still doesn't know how to gamble next. Boss, I have to ask me about this. I have already investigated when I am sure you can enter the next round. I know what to bet on tomorrow. Xiao Lu heard Zhou Hao's question triumphantly and said, tomorrow's gambling will have 2 weeks. One is blackjack, and the other is horse betting. Needless to say, blackjack will be more cruel. Players go to the racecourse to bet, and the limit is 3 games. The person who wins the most will advance directly. Zhou Hao was taken aback, then smiled and said, this gambling method is very special. If you have never gambled, you can only rely on luck. People who know how to bet on horses should be able to judge which horse is hopeful of winning based on experience. But how are these 2 methods allocated? Is it a sequence? Of course not. If it is one after the other, there are 2 levels instead of 2 choices. Before the start of the game, everyone will draw lots and randomly decide the way they want to gamble in the end. If it is blackjack, between each other there is competition. If it is horse betting, there is almost no competition between each other. It only depends on your ability to bet on horses. Xiaolu really has inquired clearly, and the gambling rules are justified. Zhou Hao thought for a moment. I really look forward to gambling tomorrow. He has been exposed to various gambling methods, but he has never played horse betting. Although there is also horse betting in Hong Kong, he has never gambled in Hong Kong. He did not expect to gamble once. The competition actually arranged such a gambling method. He thought that if the lottery was drawn tomorrow, it would be best to win the horse betting. In fact, relatively speaking, blackjack is more beneficial to Zhou Hao. After all, betting on horses is something he is not familiar with. Even if it is the odds, he still hasn't understood it. But since it's here to play, Zhou Hao feels he chooses one. Fresh forms are always more interesting than boring blackjack. While the 3 were chatting and walking, Zhou Hao's call remembered that he knew that Bai Chongxing should have called him without answering it. When he picked it up, Bai Chongxing's voice came from, Little Hao, you have successfully entered the next round. I know you can do it. Your performance today is really good. Zhou Hao knew that Bai Chongxing would definitely find someone to stare at him. If the 2 sides cooperate, he would not look at him, which would be strange, so he followed him and said, thanks to your brother, I have not encountered any difficulties, and everything goes smoothly. Entering the second round, the game will continue tomorrow. What's the situation with your brother? On my side, you can rest assured. Before the quarterfinals, I will definitely not be out. You continue to work hard. I just come to congratulate you. I wish you a smooth game tomorrow. Blackjack and horse betting should not be difficult. You, Bai Chongxing said with a very confident smile. On the second day, Zhou Hao brought Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu to the same venue. Lots will be drawn here. If the blackjack is drawn, they will stay in the venue to continue. If the horse bet is drawn, they will follow cars go to the racecourse. This kind of competition is very special. Skills allow people to use their skills and test people's luck. Zhou Hao has no opening ceremony today, and He Hong-sun will not appear. He arrived earlier. Of course, the players who were eliminated yesterday will not be used today. Therefore, although the venue is still that big, the staff is much less, except for not 100 players. The others are relatives and friends and spectators. Among the players, Zhou Hao can naturally see the Jingxi Mahjong demon, who was promoted yesterday. He also greeted Zhou Hao in a friendly manner. In any case, he was more familiar than other players who advanced in the same game. Enemy, there are no personal grievances at the gaming table. Boss, we have investigated your opponent yesterday. He is called Jingxi Mahjong Magic, a master of Mahjong, and even in this respect, his strength is not weaker than the gambling king He Hong-sun. At the gambling table, he didn't use too many skills at all, and he won money entirely by recording cards. Wang Xiaohu did not do his homework after he went back yesterday, and he has already investigated. Zhou Hao nodded and said, this guy has a deep city. My strength is enough to reach a top-notch master. My strength is definitely higher than Xiaohu. I don't know his gambling skills. I just know that he didn't give his full strength yesterday. I think he is not only good at Mahjong, he may be hidden in other aspects. Boss, according to what you mean, this guy may be a master. You are a strong enemy who will qualify. Wang Xiaohu tentatively asked when he heard Zhou Hao say this. That's not necessarily true. I'm just talking about it. After all, there are still a few games to compare. Maybe he will meet a very strong opponent. and I will not meet him, but I think it doesn't matter whether it is him or other people. The masters in the gambling world are like martial arts masters, mini hermit masters. Zhou Hao shook his head and smiled. When they were chatting, the contestants were almost ready. The host looked at the time and began to announce, "Hello everyone. After the selection of the mahjong game yesterday, the rest are all masters." Nothing nonsense. Everyone must understand today's competition system. Now we will draw lots, and then we will allocate venues to start the competition. Zhou Hao and the three people felt that the host was very simple. They said a word of nonsense and announced the beginning, and it was over. I really don't know if he came in through the back door. No matter what they think, Zhou Hao still has to listen to the host's instructions and leave Wang Xiaohu and Wang Xiaohu. Xiao Lu entered the team of the contestants and prepared to draw lots. The lottery of the contest is conducted by the computer, which is the so-called AB multiple choice questions. Everyone chooses it. The form of the contest appears randomly. Unless you have any abnormal relationship with the organizer, basically everything is based on luck. Which group depends on your choice. Because this is just to choose the format of the competition, everyone does not have to fight for it. By the time Zhou Hao, at least 50 people have already chosen. Some of them are happy and some are worried. They will naturally be happy if they choose the item they want. If you are not good at it, you will be a little worried. When it was Zhou Hao's turn, his goal was Marseille. He wanted to try betting on horses. He didn't know if his premonition would work here, but he still wanted to try. He didn't just choose A, B like other players. He felt it a bit before pressing B. Although he chose B, it was not the result of premonition. These two choices are not dangerous to Zhou Hao. His early warning induction does not work. In fact, he is purely random selection. If blackjack is selected, then go to the poker table and get ready. Everything depends on luck. Fortunately, Zhou Hao's character has always been strong, and his luck is also good. After he chose B, he randomly showed that the result was really horse betting. The person in charge took out a sign with number 23 from the side and handed it to Zhou Hao, horse betting 23rd. "No, you go and wait. There will be someone to take you to the venue." Zhou Hao took the sign and walked to the side. He had heard what the staff just said many times. He would exhort every player who was going to bet on horse racing. Zhou Hao felt that if the technology is more advanced now, it can be used. Only robots can replace him. After him, there are dozens of players to draw lots. When everyone is over, they can start the game in different venues. When Zhou Hao was standing on the side of the horse betting team, he unexpectedly found that Beijing was standing not far in front. West Mahjong Demon. This guy is actually in a group with himself. "Hey, little brother, we are really destined. We are separated again. If we still compete in the same group for a while, then we have to ask you to raise your hands." When Zhou Hao saw the Jingxi Mahjong magic, he also saw it. Zhou Hao greeted Zhou Hao with a smile and joked, "Brother, you are really kidding. You are a master like you, and you have to let me hold your hands high. Then you don't want to squeeze me out of the game." Zhou Hao came to such a greeting. The face of Jingxi Mahjong magic did not change. It seemed that everything was expected. He no longer be polite with Zhou Hao, but asked, "Brother, how is this form of horse betting? Are you familiar with it? You see someone here is very excited. They are all masters of horse betting." Zhou Hao followed his words and carefully looked at the choices he didn't recognize. Some of them had a calm face, probably because they were really confident in betting on horse racing, but Zhou Hao was not worried. He had this magical cheating tool, which was more experienced than those of them. People who gamble are much more confident. Horse betting is completely unfamiliar to me, and I don't want to hide it from my brother. This is my first time in Macau. I never had the opportunity to bet on horses. I will start the race soon. I rely solely on luck. Just guess. It depends on God's will to win or lose anyway. Zhou Hao retracted his gaze and smiled at Jingxi Mahjong. Jingxi Mahjong Demon frowned. Since he is a master gambling player, he is naturally good at observing words and expressions. When Zhou Hao said these things, his face was normal and his eyes were very calm. Obviously, he was not telling lies, but such a person who doesn't understand anything. How can you participate in the King of Gambling contest? Doesn't that mean giving away money? Well, every player, the grouping has been completed. Players who compete in blackjack will go to the field to prepare in a while and start the race immediately. Players who are betting on horses, please follow the staff. He will be responsible for sending everyone race course. Let you observe the race horses first. The host interrupted the conversation between the two. Jingxi Mahjong Magic originally wanted to say a few words with Zhou Hao, but the staff has already begun to verify their identities according to your brand number and take them outside to ride a car. Because there are 42 people going to the racecourse, they have prepared a car, a large bus, led by the staff to the racecourse. When the contestants leave the field, their relatives and friends will naturally follow them to cheer and watch the game. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu also joined the team of these people. They are mighty and spectacular. They only discovered that there are not many contestants. The family group is really big enough. The King of Gambling tournament has been held in Macau for several times. The local people in Macau know that today is the day of the race. It is no surprise to see such a team. They also know that these people are going to bet on horses. Some of them are smarter gamblers, even to find out who these players are better, then just follow them to buy. If it is a normal race, in order to make the race go smoothly, all activities must be canceled, but gambling races do not need to be like this. Anyway, it is all gambling. Races on the racetrack continue, as long as the contestants go to the back to look at the horses. Just pick the Malay you like or fancy and place a bet. Anyway, the criterion for winning or losing will depend on how much you win. The racecourse for the race is not the largest in Macau, but it belongs to He Hong's son. Among them, there are good horses with white horses. There are 24 horses to compete in the 3 rounds. These players go to the backcourt to select. Among these horses, who can choose by oneself, as for the odds are different. Everyone's bet was won yesterday and has been registered by the race. Today's bet cannot exceed this number, and contestants are not allowed to make private bets to win money. After all, they have seen the state of the horse race. If the horse can win the game, it will affect the ordinary players by placing a private bet to win. 42 players were divided into 3 groups, each with 14 people. Zhou Hao and Jingxi Mahjong Magic were not in one group this time. They were grouped in the order of the ranking draw at the time. This was not said by the organizer at the time. Some players are very depressed. If you knew it, you would have to look at your opponents and then stand. In fact, these are a kind of self-comfort. Even if you look at the correct position, who can determine how many people choose to bet on horses before and after? But fortunately, among the 42 players, there are no well-known horse betting masters, and everyone they are all foreigners, and they don't know anyone. For example, Jingxi Mahjong Magic is well known in the field of gambling, but there are no particularly powerful masters. The organizer took everyone to the stables at the back. There are many horses raised here. They are all players who are participating in or preparing to participate in the competition. They are usually responsible for raising them. If it is not He Hongsen's racecourse, it is also a gambling king competition. It is impossible to come in and watch. The staff leading the contestants took them to a special area. There are a total of 24 horses, which should be the 3 groups of horses that are going to compete today. Then they pointed to them and said, "Everyone, what you see now, it's the horse you are about to bet on for a while. They are 24 good horses specially selected by our competition team. You can choose the number and decide to bet. You can only see and not touch." The horse racers were taken to the racecourse by the organizer. For their 3 races, they had specially prepared 24 horses. These horses were eating food and looked the same. As for whether they could pick a winner among them, it depends. The players have their skills, and this is the start of the game. Dear contestants, here are the 3 horse races you are about to compete in. They all have their own track numbers on them. You can clearly observe the state of each horse, and then proceed according to your own capital. Note, you can't exceed your own principal, and there is a lower limit. Players can now move freely. The person in charge of the organizer brought everyone to the venue and let them observe by themselves. Zhou Hao and Jingxi Mahjong are not separated, but now they can communicate with each other during the game. When the people are scattered, the Jingxi Mahjong will smile and say to Zhou Hao, "Brother, how are you going? Which one to choose? I think these horses are very good." He obviously did not believe what he said before, that he didn't understand horse racing. Zhou Hao didn't explain it either. He just followed his words. "Yes, these horses are very strong. They all seem to be so powerful. I don't know how to bet. This luck component is stronger than other gambling events." The Jingxi Mahjong demon was startled. He probably didn't expect Zhou Hao to say that. He shook his head and laughed. "Brother, you don't have to pretend to be a layman. Even if we both win this time, we will enter the next round together. This game we are not opponents. You are too wary. Zhou Hao also smiled and said, Brother, this is really not my intention to hide from you. I choose the standard of horse racing, and it is only by luck and feeling. As for whether my luck is guaranteed to be good, I am not sure about this, brother. Give me a few hands. The Jingxi Mahjong demon could see that Zhou Hao did not lie, and said in a bit of surprise, Brother, you don't really know nothing. Just come to try your luck. There are many people like you who participate in the King of Gambling tournament. But it's rare for you to get into the second stage with such good luck. I don't know anything. I just don't have the strength of your so many masters. But my luck has always been good. Otherwise I don't dare to join in the fun. Zhou Hao knows that Jingxi Mahjong demon treats himself somewhat curious, but he believed that Jingxi Mahjong magic couldn't find out his details. As the two talked, other players were already in Soma. Many experienced masters can really tell the horse's foot strength from the appearance of the horse, but most of these people are not gamblers. Their main task is to discover and raising a good horse. Part of the current gamblers is based on experience, and the other part is based on luck. The Jingxi Mahjong demon was naturally unable to determine Zhou Hao's identity, and felt that he did not lie, and no longer asked him. Instead, he pointed to the horse in front of him, and said, Brother, look at the horse. It looks very strong. It should be. It's fast, but I don't choose it. A really good horse is not a fat man. Zhou Hao heard Wang Xiaohu introduce the Jingxi Mahjong magic, knowing that he is one of the authorities in Mahjong, but he is not sure of his strength in other areas. But based on his own feelings, Zhou Hao would not choose this horse. Any feeling of being able to win the championship. There are a total of 24 horses, divided into 3 rows. Everyone understands that this is the order of appearance. They also have signs number 1 to number 8 on their bodies. The Jingxi Mahjong demon seems to be in a relationship with Zhou Hao and did not look at a horse. I will tell Zhou Hao about it, as if I were an authority. Among others, there will also be discussions. The competition does not prohibit conversations between players. Anyway, there is only one champion. Apart from the champion, there is no benefit for anyone else. This is the cruelty of the king of gamblers. All players unless withdrawal midway. The final goal of winning the championship is to fight the gambling king. In case the winner loses in the battle with the gambling king, then all the bets he wins will belong to He Hongsun. This is really a lucrative gambling contest. In the end, most of the players' money will be it fell into the hands of He Hongsun, and it also increased his own popularity. Even if there are discussions or cheating among the players during the game, it will not affect the interests of He Hongsun. The gamblers who really want to get some money will not get to the end. Those who can get to the end are all masters. They do not. Will fancy this little money. Their goal is He Hongsun. All this is understood by Zhou Hao and others, and naturally they have no scruples when talking about it. But when it comes to which horse they will bet on, each will still keep a hand. Even if the Jingxi Mahjong magic is not the same as Zhou Hao team, also can't leak out his details. Otherwise Zhou Hao will be promoted smoothly. In this way, everyone spent half an hour on the racecourse to observe the horse racing. During this half an hour, as long as the players don't touch the horses, the organizer will not care what they are doing. When the time is up, he will come out and ask everyone to leave with him. Go ahead and apply for betting. There are several ways to bet. Some are multiple betting, which means using more bets to buy the top 3, and some are single betting, which only buys the top horse. Each has its own advantages. Multiple bets can have higher returns. Return land, but the income must be higher. As for how to bet, it's up to the players to decide. The organizer is only responsible for collecting the money. Jingxi Mahjong Magic's betting methods and betting options will not be told to Zhou Hao. Naturally, it is impossible for Zhou Hao to reveal his secrets. He is watching the horse. At that time, I have already felt which horse is better. Although he could not determine the top 3 of the 3 games, if he chooses the champion of each game, Zhou Hao still has a certain degree of certainty. In the first game, he chose the number 3 general. He thinks that horse has the most hope. In the second game, number 6 Red Star was selected, and the third game was number 1 Flying. Zhou Hao doesn't have much experience in the form of betting on horses. He relies solely on his feelings, and this time's feeling is not a special premonition. This feeling can only happen when things happen, but the rules of the game are before the start of the race. Must bet. He feels the energy of the horse racing itself based solely on the induction of a master. Of the 3 games, Zhou Hao was not sure which one would win. He could only divide his bet equally. As for which one would definitely win, it really depends on luck. Zhou Hao only decided at this time. In fact, he chose to gamble. Horses are the most insecure way, but he hasn't played this way before, and Zhou Hao doesn't feel any regret about choosing horse betting. He came to participate in the gambling competition. One is to cooperate with by Changsheng, and the other is to have a good time. It is a pity that he did not participate in such an interesting thing. Anyway, there is not much money. Zhou Hao's gambling is because yesterday, he has won a lot and is close to 400,000, betting more than 100,000 per game. Players who can reach this stage are definitely the winners of the previous mahjong table. Everyone has hundreds of thousands of bets in their hands. Their bet distribution is different from Zhou Hao. Not everyone is very judgmental about themselves. If they are confident, they will bet on which one they feel is more certain. Anyway, the 3 games are freely distributed. After everyone placed their bets, they were taken to a stand specially prepared for everyone by the competition. Here you can clearly see all the scenes of Marseille, and a place not far from them is the place where ordinary gamblers bet and watch the game. Even if there is a gambling contest today, the enthusiasm of gamblers is still unabated. In other places, gambling has been repeatedly prohibited, but in Macau, gambling has become a culture. Every day, countless gamblers rely on this business. Zhou Hao looked at the lively scene of the racecourse and sighed in his heart. No wonder He Hun's son Dozens Nian stood firm. As long as his gambling skills were strong enough, he could dominate Macau until the country regained its sovereignty. When betting, everyone separates and bets with the organizer individually. When in the stands, they will each have a chat with familiar people. Jingxi Mahjong Magic sees Zhou Hao sitting alone in the stands, so he leaned over and asked with a smile. Zhou Hao said, "Brother, how about it? Which number you bought can win." Now that the betting is over, Zhou Hao didn't hide it and said with a smile, "I bought number 3, number 6, and number 1 in 3 games. How about it? Brother, which ones did you buy? See if we are heroes. What you see is the same." "Brother, are you joking with your brother? You chose very accurately. Except for the second game, which is different from me, the other 2 are the same as me. I chose them only after careful selection. If not, I saw a little problem with the number 6 red star in the second game. I will also bet on the red star. You still lied to me to say that you don't understand." Jingxi Mahjong Devil was very casual at first. After Zhou Hao finished speaking, he immediately asked in surprise. This time it's Zhou Hao's turn. It seems that Jingxi Mahjong Demon is not only good at mahjong, but Soma also has a hand. He is an induction superman, so he can choose this way. He can choose based on his own experience, and he seems to be a master, but his words made Zhou Hao's heart sink. "Brother, what's wrong with the red star?" "What's the matter? I just didn't find out what's wrong with it," Zhou Hao said, trying hard to recall what he saw, as if there was no problem. "Brother, the problem at this point is actually not on the horse. Judging from the strength of the horse, the red star should be the best horse in the second race, but the horse race is more than just a horse, unless this horse is better than other horses. It's a lot stronger, and there is another reason for its influence, that is, the jockey." Jingxi Mahjong Magic heard Zhou Hao's question and said unhurriedly. Zhou Hao is also a wise man. The Jingxi Mahjong Demon pointed out the problem. Zhou Hao immediately understood the problem. The number 3 and number 1 in the other 2 races were indeed significantly stronger than the other horses. As long as they were not a pig jockey, they should both can win the game. The red star in the second game is different. The horses on the same field are not much worse than him. The decisive factor is the jockey. Jingxi Mahjong Magic seems to really have a good impression of Zhou Hao. When Zhou Hao understood his problem, he was still explaining. According to the current comparison of the strength of these horses, the red star in the second game is obviously the best of all horses. The stronger one, but the race team estimated that in order to make the game more suspenseful, it specially arranged for it with the worst jockey. You may not know much about the racecourses in Macau. You don't know the difference between the jockeys at all, but I can see the difference between them. Jingxi Mahjong Magic pointed to the horses and jockeys who were about to enter the field and explained, "Look at the color of their clothes. The red one is the first-class jockey, the blue one is the second-class jockey, and the black one is the apprentice jockey. Unfortunately, The Red Star jockey is the apprentice jockey. Zhou Hao looked at each player's clothes very speechlessly. He knew that this competition would not be that simple, but this is something that he didn't know at all. How would he measure it? If it weren't for Jingxi Mahjong magic to tell himself the way, probably even if you lose the game, you don't know why. Sure enough, it's like a mountain. If you just play casually, it's quite a professional gambler or a master gambling player. There are so many things to learn. Even if he really loses today, Zhou Hao doesn't feel a pity. He doesn't. If something you understand fails, it's considered a lesson for spending money. You don't have to be too disappointed. Even though you are a trainee jockey, it is not necessarily really bad. There will always be one or two jockeys with better talents. The first race will show your best strength. If you the jockey I met is like this, and the Red Star may still be number one. Jingxi Mahjong Demon kindly comforted Zhou Hao. Naturally, Zhou Hao would not take it seriously. If it could be so, Jingxi Mahjong Magic would not give up the Red Star, but although Zhou Hao is not sure about the second game now, the other two should be similar. Seeing Jingxi Mahjong Magic is so proficient in horse racing, there shouldn't be much surprises in the other two games that the two chose by accident. It didn't take long for a horse race. Between the two people's discussion, this one was over. After the host announced the results, he continued. The next 3 games are 3 games specially prepared for the gambling contest. All players have already placed their bets. If other players want to participate in the betting game, please go and place their bets right away, and the first game will start in 5 minutes. Then they reported the horse's name and the jockey's name separately, probably as long as people who often come to bet on horses will understand. Brother, you actually have a big win in this game. There are only a few people who can plant 3 games in a row. At least among the dozens of us, I don't know who is a famous master. It is possible to kill 2 dark horses occasionally, but there can be so many dark horses. The surprised Mahjong Demon watched the gamblers outside one after another betting and whispered to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't know why the Jingxi Mahjong Demon showed good to him, but he smiled and said, "It's okay, my brother. I'm here to join in the fun. If I win, it doesn't matter if I lose, but why the host has already announced it. The following game is dedicated to the gambling contest. There will be so many people betting. Don't they know that we have all seen the horses? The odds of winning will be even greater." Jingxi Mahjong Magic smiled and said, "You don't understand this. This is the habit of previous gambling competitions. Every time a horse bet is played, it is when the gamblers make a fortune. The official will not disclose the specific choices of the players, the plan, but it will show the situation that suppresses everyone. That is to say, gamblers can know which horse we bet the most." Zhou Hao didn't expect the organizer to do this and asked a little puzzled. If this is the case, if the gamblers choose the first place in the end, wouldn't the organizer lose a lot of money? How can they do it? With Hun Sen's shrewdness, it shouldn't be enough. Jingxi Mahjong Demon looked at the following game preparations and smiled and said, "Such a loss-making business, let alone He Hong's son, as long as a little bit of brains will not do it, so the gamblers may bet. Win, but there is an upper limit to ensure that they can't win much. The biggest advantage of this is that it can limit the players. The gamblers have won money, and they can't win too much money from the gamblers." Zhou Hao looked at Jingxi Mahjong Demon in amazement. This guy is really not simple. He knows so many inside stories. If Wang Xiaohu hadn't investigated him, he even suspected Jingxi Mahjong Demon was He Hongsen's, but he was from Shaanxi. Has been lingering in Macau casinos. Zhou Hao also has doubts in his heart. The Jingxi Mahjong Demon can also guess Zhou Hao's wariness towards him. He is not in a hurry. He just talked with Zhou Hao first. Zhou Hao doesn't know what he is thinking, but one thing is certain. Jingxi Mahjong Demon seems to really want to enter the next round with yourself. Even if you become an opponent, it doesn't matter. When they chatted, the first race was ready. Zhou Hao and Jingxi Mahjong Mo were both optimistic about the horse racing number 3 general, walked into the track with their heads upright, and the jockey was wearing red clothes. Zhou Hao has been told by the Jingxi Mahjong Demon that this costume shows that he is a first-class jockey. The jockeys on other tracks are also wearing red and blue costumes. No one is wearing black costumes. This shows that in this race, the jockeys have little influence. The main reason should be the competition between horses. This week, Hao Hao and Jingxi Mahjong Magic are very confident. General is the best state of all horse racing. There should be no surprises in this race. Let's just wait to collect the money. The general is in good shape, and his jockey should be considered to be a certain strength. Compared with other horse racing, he has a great advantage. I just watched it. After a while, less than 10 people who bet this time chose the general. We are lucky. The host of Jingxi Mahjong Magician immediately announced the start and said again. Zhou Hao was also more at ease, but he still asked, will there be any unfairness in this kind of competition, such as human factors? After all, we cannot control our horse betting this time. In case the organizer uses any means, control the ranking of the horses, then everything is over. Jingxi Mahjong Magic heard Zhou Hao's words and smiled immediately. The phenomena you mentioned, in the usual horse betting, if there are any major customers participating, it will indeed artificially affect the results of horse betting. But this kind of competition, it will definitely not appear unless He Hongsun doesn't want to be his gambler. Don't look at me that much, let's just say it. Even if you can't say that you are a master at the gambling competition, you have at least a certain level. Of course, there may be a brother like this, but you can really get to this point by luck. It is very rare. If He Hongsun really does tricks, everyone can see which contestant can tolerate cheating by the organizer. Jingxi Mahjong Demon said very well. Zhou Hao didn't say anything this time. The Jingxi Mahjong Demon made a point. Although everyone is a gambler, they also know that there will be thousands of cheating at the table, but they must not allow the organizer to cheat, and the game will be lost. In order to be fair, the final champion was decided by default. As the two talked, the first race has already begun. As expected by the two, the general was half a horse faster than the other horses from the beginning. Although the number 1 and number 6 were chasing very close, when the horses ran past halfway through, the general has already gone beyond his entire body. At this time, as long as there is no accident, everyone can see that the general is the first place in the game, and obviously the jockey is also very powerful. The body is always on horseback, and there is no need to use much strength. The general has already put himself when it rushes past the focus. The horse behind is still a few meters away. The general really did not disappoint. This time we probably won a lot. It is estimated that even if you lose the second game, you will bet on the money. Even if the Jingxi Mahjong Magic is a master gambling player, seeing the general won the championship, he still said excitedly. Zhou Hao is not as excited as the Jingxi Mahjong Demon. He doesn't care about winning or losing the game, but he still casually said, brother, don't be so full of words. You have said it. If the jockey plays well, maybe he can still win the game. You will be the one who is sad. Brother, you really have confidence in yourself. Haha, but it doesn't matter. Anyway, I guess I won a lot in the first game. I can't lose in the second game, so you can rest assured. Jingxi Mahjong Demon was taken aback. Then he said with a smile, Zhou Hao's calmness became unpredictable in his eyes. After several conversations between the two, the relationship has become a lot closer. No matter what the purpose of the two sides is, at least there is no hostility now. Zhou Hao also thinks that the Jingxi Mahjong Demon is very talkative. If the two are not in the next game, they may meet now. Maybe I can really become friends. The time between the two matches is 20 minutes. There is enough time for the players to prepare and enough time for the players below to bet. The result of the first game comes out. The gamblers lose more and win less. In the second game, the betting will be very cautious. Although there is a limit on the bet, if they lose the first time, they may not believe the horse pressed by the contestant the second time. It would be more affordable to choose by themselves. Blind obedience will not always exist, and gamblers who have lost once will be careful. There are many. Zhou Hao doesn't care much about it, but he also wants to know the betting situation of the players in this competition. Zhou Hao can't see the betting sign at all, but Jingxi Mahjong Magic can do it. Before Zhou Hao can ask, Jingxi Mahjong Magic has happily smiled and said, it seems that the strength of the second game is relatively obvious. More than 20 people bet on the red star, but unfortunately the chances of the red star fail this time are very high. Zhou Hao didn't worry, but smiled and said to Jingxi Mahjong, my brother, congratulations, the more you bet, the better your chances of winning. If there is no miracle, we will all bet on you. You're in the bag, even if you didn't win the third game. You should be able to advance. Haha, you are right. If there is no miracle in the second game, I will probably be promoted directly. Although I am embarrassed, it is a fact after all. Although the red star is powerful, but its jockeys are really average. You look, They have already come out. Jingxi Mahjong Magic laughed and pointed to Zhou Hao at the stadium. Zhou Hao followed his reputation. At this time, the players and horse races for the second race were ready. As Jingxi Mahjong Devil said, the Red Star jockey is indeed a trainee jockey, and he probably doesn't want the gamblers this time. Seeing that the problem is too obvious, 2 of the 8 jockeys are apprentices, while there are only 2 first-class jockeys. Jingxi Mahjong is the first-class jockey. At this time, if you really understand the Marseilles, you can see the problem, but the 42 contestants present are all from other provinces to sign up. There should be no more than 10 people who can really understand the rules of Macau Marseille. This also includes Zhou Hao, who just heard about the rules. This time seems to be hopeless. Although I don't deny that some people are born with specialties in certain areas, if a jockey has few opportunities to play, there will definitely be problems at critical moments. Zhou Hao sighed. Very honest to Jingxi Mahjong Magic Way. Jingxi Mahjong Demon is also a very virtuous person. He didn't fall into trouble, just smiled and said, since this is He Hongsen's home court, and it is also the gambling game he is responsible for, it will definitely not be that simple for everyone to win the game. Among the more than 40 people, at least a few are familiar with horse racing, but as players from other provinces, the rules of the racecourse may not be understood. Hearing what he said, Zhou Hao couldn't help but look at him more. Jingxi Mahjong Demon obviously knows the casino rules here in Macau very well, but he doesn't know what kind of person he is. He doesn't think Jingxi Mahjong Demon is anything. Foreign players who don't understand are more like local players in Macau. As a gambling master, Jingxi Mahjong Demon is naturally very good at observing words and colors. He immediately smiled and said, brother, you don't have to look at me like that. Although my family is from Shaanxi, I have been living in Macau this year. You know that I am a person. I rely on this craft to eat. There is no better place for me to survive in China than here. Zhou Hao nodded. This makes sense. Jingxi Mahjong Demon continued. I am not like them. I always want to achieve a career. I just like to be alone. I don't care who others are. I will make enemies with people casually. I play these, just my hobby, and I just make some money by the way. He said it lightly, but Zhou Hao knew that it was not easy. He didn't want to be enemies at the gambling table, and he didn't want to be enemies. It wasn't that easy to do. But in terms of Jingxi Mahjong Devil's skill, he would be a solitary one. The gambler of the strength is still enough, but he can better understand the deep meaning of Jingxi Mahjong magic. He obviously told himself that he will not investigate himself, and regardless of his identity, everyone only occasionally encounters a bet. Only. Zhou Hao temporarily reduced his vigilance against the Jingxi Mahjong Devil. He has made it clear that he is not hostile. If he blindly guards him, he seems too cautious, but he also trusts him completely. Believe what you say, you are foolish. The second game started again during a chat between the two. Just as Jingxi Mahjong Demon predicted, in this horse race, the Red Star was actually much stronger than the other horses. If it weren't for a trainee jockey, he would be driving. The top is not in place. It must be the ultimate champion, but because the jockey is not enough riding skills, it can only be second. Jingxi Mahjong Magic won the second game without any suspense, because most people are optimistic about the Red Star. Even if the bet this time was upset, everyone's bet this time was won by the players in the bet. Jingxi Mahjong Magic once again made a lot of money. It should be the player who won the most money in the 2 games. After this game, even if I lose the third game, I guess I can enter the final. Now that the game has started, the betting cannot be changed. I am not afraid to tell you that I have about 500,000 chips, and I will be in the second game. It took 400,000. According to the odds, I have won this game more than many people have won 3 games in a row. Jingxi Mahjong Demon looked at his money and said happily to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao didn't comment on Jingxi Mahjong's winnings, but took another high look at him in his heart. This man is not only proficient in gambling, but also has vision and courage. Guessing that this game might be upset, he made a big bet. If it weren't for himself, he didn't care about this competition. If he really wanted to suppress it, he wouldn't necessarily be so bold. Jingxi Mahjong was one of the players who won the most money yesterday. Naturally, today's bets are also higher. This way, the bets are large and the money returned is also more. He used 2 games, which is enough to advance to the game, and Zhou Hao is still win money. But if he misses the third game, he can only withdraw from the game. Fortunately, There were no more accidents in the following games. The third game was also the number one. After all, there are 8 horses. Unless people who know horses well, how can they be so accurate? Some people are pure at all. Random betting, and therefore less than 10 people's betting, made Zhou Hao another profit. As for the Jingxi Mahjong demon, he didn't need to watch it. He played all 3 games and made a lot of money in the second upset. His original bet was only 500,000. After turning around like this, it has become 3 million. This has not yet entered the stage of the competition of all players. It is already second to none. Among all the players from other provinces, the bet is the most. Zhou Hao waited for the end of the game and summed up the bet in his hand. There were more than 400,000 yuan at the time of the bet. Because he won a lot in 2 games, even if he was not upset, according to the ratio and the betting situation of the gamblers, Zhou Hao's assets are also around 1.2 million yuan. No wonder many people are willing to bet on horses, which really returns several times the profit. After 3 games, 42 players began to count the final results of the game, that is, their remaining bets. The basic rules of the game. This game is a large-scale knockout. Because this game is over, you have to go to another. The 3 players played against each other. This time, only the top 2 players from each team can advance to the next round. The other 36 players will be eliminated. Although it looks cruel, in fact, He Hong's son is already merciful. After all, if we are eliminated in this round, if we don't lose miserably in the horse betting process, everyone can keep their principal and still have a small surplus. This can be regarded as comforting the hearts of the contestants. Anyway, their money is also from the gambler and has nothing to do with He Hong's son. The statistical results did not make everyone wait long. The organizer announced the list of promotion and the bet they have directly in the lounge of the racecourse. The games of the gamblers are more transparent than some official games. Many competitions will not announce the number of players. He Hong's son doesn't need to ask, but the next time his bet doubles several times, and in all 3 games, he must be the first in his group, and he will undoubtedly be promoted to the next round. And they're second in the group, not bad. He won 2 of the 3 games, and it happened that he won the second game. As a result, the bet was changed from 500,000 to 1.6 million. The 2 people in the second group didn't know Zhou Hao, but he knew that these 2 people also won 3 games, and the other 2. Their respective bets were 2.1 million and 1.2 million. Not as exaggerated as the first group, but it is also very powerful, at least better than Zhou Hao. In the third group, Zhou Hao's group, obviously Zhou Hao had good luck. There was no one in their group who won all 3 games. The first place was a player who won the first and second games because of the opponent. The initial bet amounted to 500,000, and after winning 2 games, he also had 1.8 million. The second place in the group is Zhou Hao, a lucky player. Even if he has only 1 million or so of gains, but in this group, it is enough for him to qualify. Even if it is still very dangerous, it is a victory to advance. Zhou Hao doesn't care at all. It's fake, and I'll be happy to be promoted. Horse betting is different from other forms of gambling. There are many external factors. Even if these people are not weak at the table, most people still fall into the sand after a horse betting. Half of them even have 3 games. All failures, that is, all the bets are lost, and the ones that really stay, but are eliminated again, are all won. At most they can save money, and there are also relatively unlucky ones, such as winning 2 games in 1 game. There are also a few people, and the bet is even higher than Zhou Hao. Unfortunately, it is less than 1.5 million, and still can't escape the fate of being out. Horse betting is relatively fast. It only took less than a day from the beginning to the end. However, this game is even more stressful than playing Mahjong yesterday. Everything in Mahjong can be under your control. It was so easy. Even a master like Jingxi Mahjong Magic felt that the game was over. Little brother, today the game is over. Do you want to have a drink? Tomorrow you will have a game with other groups of people. The players who can stay now are all powerful roles. The game is over. Jingxi Mahjong the demon came to Zhou Hao again and said with a smile. Zhou Hao shook his head and refused. Brother, it's too early today. I have to go back. Since tomorrow is a master, I can't relax today. According to the game, each group will leave 12 people for groups. There are 48 people, and it will still be a melee by then. Hey, don't be so nervous. The 6 people who competed at blackjack, plus the 6 people on our side, are not absolutely masters. Compared with those who are local in Macau and have recommendations, they are not. What's the difference? For gambling, luck is sometimes more powerful than skill. I think your luck is just against the sky, Jingxi Mahjong Demon said with a smile and pointedly. In this round of horse gambling, Zhou Hao got the chance to advance again with his super induction and good luck. This is already the third round, and at the end of this round, there are a total of 4 contestants. 12 people will be left in each game and enter the total game below. The total game is the remaining players from the 4 arenas after 2 rounds of screening. According to the information provided by Wang Xiaohu, each game is actually different. Zhou Hao's 2 games are mahjong and horse racing, while the others have different games. For example, by Changsheng, his 2 games were pai gao and dice. As before, when Zhou Hao walked out of the race course, Bai Changsheng's call came on time. The race on his side was over. There was no suspense at all. He had entered the next round. He called to congratulate Zhou Hao on his promotion. He has always followed Zhou Hao. Bai Changsheng should have a certain means for the game, but he does not have enough manpower around him to cooperate with Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao does not worry about Bai Changsheng's tricks. Basically, he will not suffer from cooperation with him. Anyway, if you can make it to the finals, you can give it to him. He can't say anything if you can't make it to the finals. On the contrary, the Jingxi Mahjong magic is very interesting to Zhou Hao. This person who has nothing to do with him and is likely to become an opponent has shown extraordinary friendliness to him. If it weren't for Zhou Hao not to care about winning or losing, it would be true. It is much easier to take precautions now. All competitions will not continue until the next day. Zhou Hao instructed Wang Xiaohu to spend this evening to investigate the specific situation of the Jingxi Mahjong demon. The situation given to himself yesterday was too general. At least the address of this fine Mahjong demon should be kept in peace. Ask about your lifestyle habits. This is not because he is very wary of Jingxi Mahjong devil. Pure curiosity. Jingxi Mahjong devil doesn't seem to care about being investigated. There shouldn't be any ghosts. On the next day, Zhou Hao got everything he wanted to know, including Jingxi Mahjong's reputation on the road, as well as all his current living conditions. As he said, Jingxi Mahjong was nothing. Like a gambling player, people who know him know that he is a master. The ancestral home of Jingxi Mahjong was Shaanxi, but he had moved to Macau 10 years ago. At that time, his age was only 234 years old. The specific age is not important, and there is no detailed investigation. He has been in Macau for these years. Except that it's okay to go to the casino to win some money. Every day is like entering the retirement stage, and I enjoy my life very much. He has not been married, but there is a woman who lives with him. She is about the same age as him. She has been together for 6 years. To outsiders, the two are no different from husband and wife. The woman is a native of Macau and has her own legitimate job, but her income is obviously not as good as Jingxi Mahjong magic. Moreover, according to Wang Xiaohu's investigation, the woman of Jingxi Mahjong didn't know what he was doing, but thought he belonged to a foreigner with a little spare money. As for how the two got better, there is no way to investigate, but they always keep cohabitation relationship. Although Jingxi Mahjong usually goes to the casino, he is restrained every time and won't win a lot. It's okay to allow himself to live a normal life. However, he will participate in the annual gambling competition, but he cannot enter the finals every year. Some people who are better than him are kicked out, so he basically can't make money in the Gambling King contest. Zhou Hao became more interested in this person when he saw the information about Jingxi Mahjong devil. General gamblers, especially gambling masters, would continue to study their own gambling skills, even if they could not be said to be dead at the table. But at least you can't leave gambling in your life, and Jingxi Mahjong demon lives like an ordinary person. He didn't have much contact with Jingxi Mahjong demon, but from the perspective of mahjong and horse gambling, this man is definitely a master. Is it true that he is hiding in the city and Xiao hiding in the wild? Zhou Hao thinks he shouldn't be able to encounter such a master, but he actually met such a person who might be like a master. When Zhou Hao took Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu to the venue on the third day, that is, the venue of the total game, the Jingxi Mahjong magic had already arrived. After meeting him, he greeted him in a friendly way. Today they may become an opponent and will not chat like yesterday. Zhou Hao also politely responded to the Jingxi Mahjong demon. Regardless of whether the two became opponents, they were chatting and familiar with each other yesterday. Then he saw Bai Changxing greet him. This guy did not shy away from his relationship. Just walk over and laugh. Brother, you really didn't let me down. You entered this round easily. You still want to lie to me and know nothing. Look at the more than 40 people here, but they are all masters. Even if Bai Changxing didn't interact with Zhou Hao hooking up, but in that enthusiastic tone, it seems to others that the two have a close relationship. Bai Changxing is not afraid of being known to be close to him. Zhou Hao is naturally not afraid of it. He smiled and said, Brother, I really didn't lie to you. The two games are luckier, whether it's mahjong or horse racing. Maneuverability is not strong. If it were not for good luck, I might not stand in front of you. Bai Changxing knew that Zhou Hao was cunning and didn't take it seriously with him. He smiled and said, This time at least half of the 48 people we stayed are masters, and the other half must be similar gamblers. So, is there any confidence to stand out? Zhou Hao frowned and said in amazement, Brother, don't you want to win the championship? How do you want me to stand out? If I win the championship, then I will go to fight He Hong's son. I am not arrogant. To this point, He Hong's son is an authentic gambler. Ahem, brother, I didn't make it clear. I know you have participated in a gambling competition for the first time, so I have to tell you. Bai Changxing remembered that Zhou Hao was participating in the competition for the first time, coughing and continuing. Although we meet in the main venue together, the actual calculation of the results must be calculated separately. If we meet so early, why separate so many venues to compete? Zhou Hao was taken aback for a moment, looked at Wang Xiaohu. Wang Xiaohu shrugged at him, and then nodded. Zhou Hao was speechless. Why didn't this kid tell himself when watching the competition system? Gave him a glance and said to Bai Changxing, Brother Changxing, I really didn't pay attention to this. It turns out that we have to calculate the results separately. Is that whether the top few of the group stage enter the finals? Yes, brother, you are really smart. This is also the organizer to ensure the interests of the recommended players. After all, the recommended players may be relatives or friends of senior gambling players. If everyone is mixed, these people will leave. In the end, the chance is small, so the top two in each group can enter the finals. Bai Changxing smiled and affirmed. Zhou Hao nodded. He is now really clear about the rules of the game. He just watched it casually. Anyway, Wang Xiaohu introduced it. Now it seems that everything needs to be personally checked. According to the current method, that is the final, there will be 8 people in the final, the top 2 in each group. According to this calculation, among the players in his own group, if he wants to advance, he can only defeat a lot of strong players. He thinks that in his group, he and Jingxi Mahjong Magic are the best. Except for Jingxi Mahjong Magic, he has yet to see who is a master in this group. But he thinks the strength of Jingxi Mahjong Magic is good, and it is quite difficult to PK him. While he was thinking, Bai Changxing had already spoken. Brother, I know a little bit about the people in your group. I will introduce you to the masters in your group. You have to be careful when you encounter them. Zhou Hao smiled. This is exactly what he was thinking about. Since Bai Changxing has the materials, he saves himself from studying his opponents. From this point of view, it is also very good to cooperate with Bai Changxing, but he is so familiar. Opponents also need to deal with them by themselves, and it is estimated that there are masters in their own group. Did you look at that lanky 40-year-old man? Bai Changxing pointed to a contestant in Zhou Hao's group, who was not accompanied, alone. Zhou Hao nodded. This person was the person who hit all 3 games in the second group yesterday. He paid attention to this person yesterday. He should be a master betting horse. Since Bai Changxing was the first to mention him, it should be worth noting. This person is probably the strongest person in your group. Last year, he reached the quarterfinals, but was finally killed by someone from another group. He is a Cantonese, and he is nicknamed a gambler. This is the most the standard gambler has lived at the gambling table for more than 30 years, and it is estimated that he will die at the gambling table. He is good at all kinds of gambling and ranks at least in the top 50 in China. Bai Changxing rustled Jiajin Tao. Zhou Hao smiled and said, There are really people called gamblers. The name is really vulgar, but if they can be in the top 50 in the country, they should not be weak. Then the second person in our group, is it a Jingxi Mahjong demon? This person is very familiar with me. We have played on the same table from the first round. Bai Changxing was taken aback for a moment. He probably didn't expect him to be familiar with Jingxi Mahjong demon, but he shook his head and said, Brother, you are too underestimating the people in your group. Don't think Jingxi, who has competed with you at the table mahjong, is a master. To tell you the truth, at least 4 people in your team surpass him. This time it was Zhou Hao's turn. He didn't expect that his team was so strong. The Jingxi mahjong demon seemed to him to be a master, but at least 4 people in his team were better than him. Zhou Hao thought a little bit. I smiled bitterly. It seems that the gambling world is more complicated than my own. This is really a small river and lake. Bai Changxing probably knew Zhou Hao's thoughts and comforted. Brother, don't worry too much. Since I know their situation, I will naturally understand them. I will tell you about their characteristics. Then you will play on the spot. Defeating them is also promising. I am optimistic about you. Bai Changxing's words can't give Zhou Hao any comfort. He doesn't care about the results of the gambling contest, nor is he afraid of the so-called master gambling players. But he did not expect that there are so many masters in his group. He thought there was only Beijing. West Mahjong magic is more powerful. The gambler I talked to you just now should be the best player in your group. He can't rank in the top 20 in the country. You don't have to worry too much about others. Bai Changxing probably saw that Zhou Hao's mood was not high. Encouraged. With the strength of brothers, it must be easy to destroy them. Zhou Hao didn't answer him, but instead asked, I am not familiar with him, and I don't feel much about it. Tell me about the strength of Jingxi Mahjong. I think he should be more difficult to deal with. Bai Changxing frowned, hesitated, and said, Brother, it's not that my brother didn't tell you the truth. I'm really not sure about the Jingxi Mahjong demon. In fact, I have known him a long time ago and have seen him in the past. He has lived in Macau for many years. In fact, he should be regarded as a local player. But he just wants to say that he is a foreigner. No one can do it. Then this Jingxi Mahjong demon has played against you? What is the result? Whose victory is better? Zhou Hao has always thought that Jingxi Mahjong demon should be a freak, and now he is more interested in hearing him say this, laughing. Asked with a smile. Bai Changxing said very happily this time. I really played against him twice, but I can't test his depth at all. According to his strength, he should be at least as good as me, but both times I easily lost to me, and his results in the gambling world are very unstable. It is impossible to determine his ranking. Zhou Hao said. He was not asking about the fine mahjong magic, but said to Bai Changxing, Brother Changxing, tell me about the other masters in our team. Although I am not afraid of them, I know more about them. It's not a bad thing, right? Bai Changxing nodded and said with a smile, Brothers are right. We don't have to be afraid that our opponents are too strong. And if we do enough homework, it won't be difficult to win them. Zhou Hao knew that he misunderstood what he meant. He was not afraid of his opponent because he didn't care about winning or losing. He insisted on identifying himself as a master, but he would not explain it. He waited for Bai Changxing to introduce himself to the master of this group and listened to what he meant. The gambler is already the strongest person in this group, and the others are naturally worse. He doesn't know what kind of masters are in the other groups, but he thinks that his group should be the weakest team in all groups. After all, here are all non-recommended players from outside. That is, so-called retail players. Teachers, even if there are individual masters, they should be the worst overall, and those top-ranked masters should be in the other groups. Brother, do you see that young man? Don't look at his age. In fact, he is over 30. He has participated in at least 3 competitions before. This man is good at dice. It is said that whether he listens or throws, he basically wants to do it. That's it. As long as it is under 10 dice, he can completely control the situation. Bai Changxing didn't know what Zhou Hao was thinking and pointed to one of them. The overall strength of this person should be lower than that of a gambler. He is mainly proficient in dice. Other types of gambling, that is, general masters. If you meet him at a table with dice, you must be very careful. How can I distract him? Bai Changxing really knew the other party and his characteristics. Zhou Hao hadn't seen this person. He should be at the blackjack table in the second round. After nodding and accepting Bai Changxing's suggestion, Bai Changxing turned around again and pointed to another elder who was nearly 60 years old and said, Have you seen that old man? He should be the oldest player in your group and the highest-ranking player. This old man Zhou Hao hasn't seen him either. Don't ask. He must be a player in the blackjack group. And I continue to think of Bai Changxing's introduction. This is an old fox. In terms of strength, I guess he should be under the gambler. But it's hard to say whether he hides his strength or not. He is good at all card gambling methods. As long as it is a card game that can be said, he is good at it. If you want to beat him, it is best to use a method other than cards. Otherwise, it will be a fierce battle. You have to be more careful. Seeing Zhou Hao nodded again, Bai Changsheng was also very satisfied with Zhou Hao's attitude and continued, "He should be our master's generation. All of us should call him Master Uncle, but he doesn't accept his old age. In the gambling competition, friends on the road do not compete with him too much. He can get to this round every year, and it will be hard to say later." Zhou Hao understands this time. The strength of this old man may not be very good in Bai Changsheng's eyes, but he is good at relying on the old and selling old. Otherwise, he may not even be able to get through the first 2 rounds. As for his strength to attract attention, it is better to say that the identity of is more noticeable. Bai Changsheng could obviously know what he meant. Zhou Hao understood and stopped talking about the old man. Instead, he pointed to a corner, surrounded by several people, and there was a beautiful woman in the middle. Although it can't be said that the country is overwhelming, it is considered sexy. Charming, it's not like a gambler. Have you seen that woman? That is a relatively difficult woman in your group. She is not only proficient in gambling, but also good at using various psychological attacks. As long as you are a normal man, when you bet against her, it's easy to suffer. If you don't want to be defeated by her, the best way is to treat yourself as the unbeaten in the East when you play against her. Bai Changsheng's voice is full of fear, and it is estimated that this woman should have suffered a loss. Zhou Hao listened to him and couldn't help laughing. "Brother Changsheng, this gambling world is too cruel. In order to be able to win her, a man can't be regarded as a man. If that's the case, I would rather lose the game. When I'm young, my happiness will be gone in the second half of my life." "Ahem, brother, don't be so okay, brother, I mean that. This woman has a very strong charm. If you don't pay attention, you may be confused by her. When the time comes, the game will be really messed up. It's really better to just hand over to the Xian, so as not to make a fool of yourself." Bai Changsheng coughed, again emphasizing the woman's power. At this time, Zhou Hao really looked at this woman. As a female gambler, Zhou Hao didn't care much about her. After all, she was only good at gambling. But if this woman is good at charm, it's not just about gambling. But Zhou Hao also just pay more attention, rather than fear, the charm below the top master, who can confuse himself unless he volunteers. Bai Changsheng was very satisfied with Zhou Hao's ability to listen to his advice. He is still not sure if Zhou Hao is a master gambling player, but he is just of his own, so you don't need to care too much. Now he can be so obedient. At least let Bai Changsheng feel more at ease. No one wants to meet an unruly partner. "Brother Changsheng, the 4 people you just talked to me seem to be very dangerous. Are they all better than Jingxi Mahjong Demon?" Zhou Hao thought for a moment and asked Bai Changsheng. Bai Changsheng did not reply quickly, but thought about it, and then said, "According to common sense and previous records, they are indeed better than Jingxi Mahjong magic. But as far as I know, if Jingxi Mahjong magic breaks out, the state when it's particularly good, none of these people can stop him, and the Jingxi Mahjong magic is at least capable of entering the top 20 in the country." Zhou Hao was speechless. Why did this gambling break out? This Jingxi Mahjong Demon is too unstable, but from the side, Jingxi Mahjong Demon is really as he thinks. He is a master. It is estimated that Bai Changsheng is so-called. The top 20 in the country is still conservative. At this time, there were more than 10 minutes before the announcement of the content of the game, and the two had chatted for 20 minutes. If it weren't for them to come early, there would be no chance to chat. Many players who entered the 3rd round on the scene actually knew each other. The two talked for so long, and no one was surprised. When I saw that the game was not announced, the Jingxi Mahjong magic who had been in the distance swayed over, first said hello to Zhou Hao, and then smiled and said to Bai Changsheng, "Mr. Bai, I didn't expect to see you here. You and Brother Xiaohu are very familiar. I said earlier that Brother Xiaohu is an individual, and he is indeed a fellow." Bai Changsheng knew that Zhou Hao signed up to use Wang Xiaohu's name. It was no accident. Instead, he glanced at Jingxi Mahjong Mordor and then laughed. "Mr. Chu is also a good-sighted man. My little brother is such a master. You have to be careful in the next game." At this time, Zhou Hao knew that Jingxi Mahjong Mo was surnamed Chu, but Jingxi Mahjong Mo obviously didn't care about Bai Changsheng's words, and said with a smile, "I don't know if I can meet Brother Xiaohu, but if I do, it will know brother, I will not show mercy." Hearing this, Bai Changsheng did not continue to say anything, but laughed together, as if everyone got along very well. But Zhou Hao knew that the two were also old opponents. Jingxi Mahjong was lost to Bai Changxing twice. It's hard to guarantee that he won't want revenge. They are talking about themselves, and they seem to mirror each other. If there is no accident, the Jingxi Mahjong magic can advance to the final 8. Bai Changxing estimates that there is no problem. Maybe in this competition, the two will have the opportunity to fight each other. Relatively speaking, this newcomer himself is really not. It will affect their mood. Zhou Hao is very clear about his current situation. There are a total of 12 players in this group who have advanced to the 3rd round. After Bai Changxing's introduction, there are at least 5 people in this group that can threaten him, but in the end, only 2 people can stay in the quarterfinals, and I will at least kill them. 2 of them are still lucky. Fortunately, I don't pay much attention to winning or losing the game. Otherwise, I really have to think that I'm very dangerous. The foreign group is the weakest group with so many masters. It is really not easy for me to go to the final to meet Bai Changxing. The 3 of them know each other, but they all have ghosts, especially Jingxi Mahjong Devil and Bai Changxing. It is estimated that they are both hostile to each other, but they have to pretend to be very good friends, although this kind of thing is normal. Zhou Hao still looked funny. Everyone was trying to be friendly with themselves. He knows why Bai Changxing wants to be friendly with himself, and he thinks about him everywhere, but the intention of Jingxi Mahjong Devil is a bit intriguing. Zhou Hao is not a simple child. He will believe that Jingxi Mahjong Devil will be with him for no reason. Make good friends. If this kind of person is really good at making friends, it is estimated that they will be very famous on the road. Regardless of what they are thinking, Zhou Hao is prepared to stay the same. He has never seen any big winds and waves, and he will not capsize in this place. Anyway, there are still several days in the game. Jingxi Mahjong magic has no plan can escape my eyes. When they were chatting, the contestants were basically all there, and the person in charge of the organizer had already stood up and said, "Dear contestants, hello everybody. All contestants who can come here are elite contestants selected by each group, are also the winners after 2 rounds of competition, and we will proceed to the next game." The contestants heard the host's speech and stopped talking. Although the competition system is almost the same every year, the competition has not yet started. If you want to know the content of the competition, you still have to listen to the organizer. In fact, there are only so many competition items. See which one you can draw. Zhou Hao and the 3 also stopped talking and were quietly waiting for the organizer to announce the format of this competition. The 2 veterans naturally have self-confidence. Although Zhou Hao is not confident, he is not worried. Anyway, there is a solution to everything. This time I am here to play. Well, everyone is already waiting, so I will make a long story short. The next game will spread the 48 players in the 3rd round. Everyone draws lots to determine the next game. When the final result is calculated, it will be in their respective groups. The host's words continued. The following games have various forms, such as baccarat, stud, blackjack, dice, and pai gow. As for which item you want to participate in, it depends on your luck, but the gambling venue is where we prepare for everyone. For the royal gambling ship, someone will be responsible for sending you there soon. Good luck to you. The host went to make arrangements after speaking. The contestants had no objection to the organizer's arrangement. Zhou Hao still asked the 2 in a low voice, "Brothers, is this competition a bit too ridiculous?" No form is said. It depends entirely on the lucky draw. Going to gamble on a boat. Is that the case in previous years? Bai Changxing and Jingxi Mahjong Demon looked at each other, and then said with a little uncertainty, "In the past years, there have been cases like this. It was done on a gambling boat. After all, everyone has more funds now. So many people's money is pooled together. I'm afraid it's over 100 million, and it can also bring players from other villages to enjoy the sea view of Macau, but such a free form of gambling has never been encountered." Jingxi Mahjong Demon also nodded on one side, but he didn't say anything. Obviously, like Bai Changxing, as a veteran who participated in many games, he was also full of doubts. Zhou Hao knew that they certainly didn't know the inside story, so he stopped asking more, just called Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu who were waiting aside, and ordered, "We will go to the gambling boat for a while, and I don't know if we can bring people there. If you are not allowed to bring it, you will wait for me at the dock." Although Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu knew Zhou Hao's strength, they were still worried and said, "Boss, If they don't let people take the boat, we'll rent a boat and take the brothers to follow the gambling boat. It's not like being at sea. On land, if they do anything on the high seas, there is no way to rescue them. Zhou Hao smiled. What kind of scene was that when he was rescuing his father in the United States? He left safely. A gambling boat really couldn't do anything to himself, but he knew that the two of them had good intentions. Say it more, let them follow if they want. When he told Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu, other people actually had the same worry. Those who have friends or relatives' bodyguards are also arranging something, especially those who are participating in the competition for the first time, probably not completely relieved. Thinking of various ways, people from the organizer came to pick up people quickly. Because there were more people, they sent 2 cars to pick up the contestants. As for those who accompany them, they all have their own cars. In fact, if it were not for unified arrangements, they would not even have to send a car to pick them up. The venue was not far from the pier. Soon the contestants gathered on the pier. At this time, probably many local residents already knew that the gambling game would be held at sea. Some reporters and residents who liked to watch the excitement were watching from the pier. The current 48 players are considered to be masters with a certain level of strength, and a few more glances are equivalent to watching a star. After arriving at the pier, the host in charge of this time spoke again. Dear contestants, this is the royal gambling boat prepared by our organizer for you, especially Mr. He Hongson, with any gambling tools on it. You can show your talents. After a while, he continued, according to the regulations, everyone except the contestants can bring up to 3 people on the boat, but these 3 people must have no weapons, pass the security check, and the tickets are per person. 100,000. After saying these words, most people began to frown. Even Bai Changsheng had already spoken. He Hongsun is crazy about money. Normally, there is no such a rule every year. What happened this year? The Jingxi Mahjong devil shrugged indifferently and said, it's nothing. For safety and income generation, you can do this. Don't forget, if no one takes 2 people on the boat, so many people will have an income of nearly 10 million. This is no different from grabbing money, so you won't refuse it. Zhou Hao could only shook his head and speechless to the 2 of them. The 3 of them didn't know if it was because they got together before the start of the game. They all walked together until they reached the dock. Regardless of their relationship, they are now like good friends. But the 2 have been quarreling. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu followed Zhou Hao. They also heard the organizer's regulations. They cursed the organizer for being too cruel, and the fare was so expensive. They looked at Zhou Hao. If Zhou Hao agreed, they would go. Boat. If Zhou Hao objected, they would ask brother to charter a boat to follow. In fact, according to Zhou Hao's own strength, he didn't want to take Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu. If it was really dangerous, he estimated that he would have to take care of them, but according to their temperament, he really didn't take them. They would definitely rent a boat. Then, that would be even more inappropriate. Okay, I'll take you on board in a while, and just play on the boat if there is nothing to do. I think that luxury cruise ship should have a lot of entertainment facilities on it, saying that it is for competitions, to the extent that it provides consumer entertainment for everyone. Wherever, He Hongson's abacus played loudly. The players won't be his own, but the consumption is his. Zhou Hao looked at the luxury cruise ship not far from the dock and said with a smile, brother's words are so reliable. I didn't expect you to have a good economic mind. You are doing business at home, right? Jingxi Mahjongmo didn't investigate Zhou Hao's details and didn't know who he was. Asked with a smile. Zhou Hao had no intention of responding to this tentative remark, but Bai Changxing interrupted and said, I said, Mr. Chu, you don't know anything about my brother, and you are the eldest brother and the shortest brother, which is too loyal. My brother is not only a businessman, but also a big business. Zhou Hao really expressed helplessness towards the 2 of them. In fact, even if his identity is Bai Changsheng, he may not be able to find out. After all, he has no record in Macau, and his identity in the mainland is relatively secret. Unless he goes to Hong Kong to investigate. Nor can it match the way I am now. When the 2 continued to quarrel, they had already started boarding over there. It can be seen that most people are actually not at ease about playing games on the gambling boat, except for a few who are single when they come, like Jingxi Mahjong. Everyone at least both brought 2 or 3 entourages. Even Bai Changxing also brought 2 people. Zhou Hao could see that both of them had second-rate strength. Although martial arts masters speak a lot, They are actually lucky to be able to carry second-rate bodyguards. Pluto's first-rate masters are not the ones that ordinary wealthy businessmen and bureaucrats can invite to be private bodyguards. They bring first-rate masters like Wang Xiaohu. Among the crowd, is already considered the only one. They board the ship in the middle position. Everyone must go through the security check. The system is actually a monitoring system for boarding. As long as there are certain dangerous items, they will either put them down or they will be denied boarding. As for the ticket money, they must be delivered directly, either in cash or deducted from gambling funds. Most people choose to buy tickets with cash. Everyone's gambling money is 1 or 2 million, and there are not many that can reach 3 million. If you spend 2 or 3 million to buy tickets, you will have to bet. Shrinking a lot, smart people will not be stupid, and therefore the terminal has become a toll station. Zhou Hao thought maliciously, if a robber could come out at this time, he would really be able to grab a lot of money. It is estimated that the cash present at the scene could exceed 10 million yuan in a short time. This is comparable to robbing a bank in a loan car. Faster and safer, there are not so many guards here. Just as the so-called good spirit is not good. Just when Zhou Hao was waiting to board the ship, thinking about the cash, the person in charge of cash suddenly tilted his head, and the whole person fell to one side with a small hole in his forehead, blowing blood out. The good and bad spirit is the best explanation for Zhou Hao and others' current situation. He just looked at the cash collection and thought that if someone came to grab it, it would be easier than grabbing a bank or a mortgage car. He didn't wait for his thoughts. Disappeared. The person in charge of the cash register had a blood hole in his head and fell to the ground. There are a lot of people on the dock. The men are relatively calm in the face of sudden changes. They immediately hide behind the large cargo around them and seek their own safety. The women are more confused, screaming one after another, walking in panic. If not for the next 2 shots, they may continue to scream. The previous shot the cashier headshot. Because of the chaos, 2 more shots were drawn. However, this time the shot was not for adults, but the purpose was to deter and quiet everyone. Although this pier is not big, because there is a royal gambling ship nearby, there are hundreds of people here, and most of them are either rich or expensive. Everybody, hello everyone. We only ask for money and don't like to hurt people. I hope you can cooperate with our work. If you put your hopes on the Macau police, you will be disappointed. We have hundreds of hostages. We are not afraid of them. When everyone was panicking, a very clear man's voice came. Following the sound, everyone saw a batch of goods, and 5 people walked out, all wearing black scarves and could not see their real faces, but each holding an AK-47 in their hands. The headed person walked, nothing like it. The bandit is more like an English gentleman. If he doesn't have a heavy weapon in his hand, it would be even better. When Zhou Hao's first shot was fired, everyone instinctively hid behind the bunker. Both Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu were well-trained and could not respond to the gunshots. Bai Chongxing and Jingxi Mahjong were magical. It was beyond Zhou Hao's expectation. The reaction of both of them was no slower than Xiao Lu and Wang Xiaohu. However, he did not think too much. People in the gambling world will inevitably have some enemies. When facing danger, they must react much faster than ordinary people, especially the Jingxi Mahjong magic, whose first-class skills are far beyond ordinary people. If it is really a face-to-face challenge, Zhou Hao believes that none of the 5 opponents can threaten him with a gun. The 5 gangsters didn't know that there was enough Zhou Hao to kill them by one person, nor did they know that there were Jingxi Mahjong and Wang Xiaohu, who were more powerful than them. They gradually walked towards the crowd very confidently. In such an empty place, I don't worry about the special forces sent by the Macau police to use sniper rifles. With so many hostages in their hands, who dares to act rashly? Who are you guys? Don't you know that this is Macau's annual gambling contest? It was the gambling king, He Hongsun, who held it. You dare to shoot money. Don't you want to leave Macau alive? No matter when, everywhere, there will be 1 or 2 people who are not afraid of death. The headed gangsters saw one of the leaders of the competition stand up and smiled and said, "Hee hee, you really love to laugh. If we don't know this is the king of gambling, what are we here to rob? As for the king of gambling, He Hongsun, he is just the king of gambling. We are robbers. Who is afraid of whom?" After speaking, he paused for a while, and his tone changed, and he said coldly, "Stop talking nonsense. We have business affairs. We are here to rob. We don't need any gold and silver jewelry. You hostages just need to stay honest, otherwise, I can't guarantee your safety." After intimidating everyone, he said to the person who spoke before, "It seems that you are He Hongsen's running dog. Now you go and put the cash in your pocket and bring it to me. It's you. Don't look at others." The person who spoke before saw that He Hongsen's name was not good enough, and he was also designated as the person who gave the money, and his face was green. If the other party was not forcing himself with a gun, I guess he would definitely refuse. Now the situation is not tolerated, he thought a lot. Even if he was fired by He Hongsen later, he would be obedient now. Seeing the stacks of banknotes in his pockets, the robbers were obviously in a good mood. They watched vigilantly and smiled and said, "Master gambling players, your money, I don't want it. I only need the cash. That's enough. I hope you will play well in the next games and achieve excellent results." Everyone knew that they should not be in danger for the time being. After listening to his words, they were a little bit dumbfounded. This wave of robbers really has personality. Not only did they dare to rob in the public, but also wish the contestants good results. If it weren't his weapon with the cashier who fell in a pool of blood, everyone would think it was acting. Those inexperienced people probably think these robbers have a weird temper, and they should be very good at talking, but Zhou Hao and others don't think so. At least Zhou Hao, Wang Xiaohu, and Xiao Lu can see that these 5 robbers with a strong murderous intent. This kind of murderous intent is not just with a gun. At least no one has dozens of names in his hands. In particular, their murderous aura and occasional fierce eyesight turning are usually only for professional soldiers. Even policemen are not good enough. Maybe they are mercenaries, but they are definitely not ordinary robbers. To say that they are robbers who lack money is better to say that they are a group of purposeful mercenaries or soldiers. Zhou Hao does not intend to interfere in this matter. As long as they do not harm ordinary people, Zhou Hao does not want to reveal his identity. He vaguely thinks that these people should be aimed at He Hongsen, Jingxi Mahjong Demon, and by Changsheng hiding behind a container. They also did not move much. Probably all felt that these robbers were wrong. The robbers have guns in their hands. For those hiding behind the bunker, it is also clear that there are actually large containers around them. If there is any accident, they can quickly escape. At the same time, 5 of them perform their duties, and there are 2 of them in charge of the police. The 2 people and the leader stared at the hundreds of hostages opposite. Although there were few people, the 5 had strict discipline and reasonable division of labor, which confirmed Zhou Hao's mind. The cashier has almost received everyone's money before, and the players and their relatives and friends have stood aside waiting to upload, so the cash has exceeded 10 million. But even if it is more than 10 million in cash, it doesn't take long to install in the pocket. There is a big bag. "Okay, you are very obedient. We like such smart people, but please send us the money. If we go there, I am afraid that there will be some riots. This is not what we want to see." See the leader. The person in charge put all the money in his pocket, stood 100 meters away, and shouted. The person in charge stood He Hongsen's name before and dared to stand up and speak. But once He Hongsen's name didn't work, he also began to lose his mind. A word from the robber leader made him shake his legs. Not sitting on the ground, holding the pockets with both hands, just can't move. The leader of the robbers smiled disdainfully when he saw his wretched look. He Hongsen's subordinates are really uncomfortable. When faced with such a threat, their legs became weak. He spoke and opened the ground in front of the person in charge. With 2 shots, he was so scared that he almost sat down, and the leader of the robbers said again, "If you can't hold it alone, let the host be with you." The host who had been talking before was obviously He Hongsen's person. He originally thought that there was a person in charge, so there would be nothing for him. I didn't expect the robber leader to mention himself suddenly. He was surprised for a while, plus fear. Turning his eyes, he lay down on the ground. This is not only the leader of the robbers. Even those contestants and audiences can't help but despise the host. This is too courageous, but Zhou Hao and others nearby can still clearly feel it. This host people are not really fainting at all, but pretending to be fainted. Such a choice is not unclear. The head of the robbers shook his head and said with regret, "Sorry, sir, it seems that your companion is not courageous enough. You should send it by yourself. I hope you can hold on, otherwise I won't be able to say the end." Everyone thought he was just a simple threat, but he suddenly raised his hand to the host who was lying on the ground and shot 2 shots. The first shot hit him in the leg. The host hurt the man. He sat up and screamed. Just before exiting, the second shot of the robber leader arrived, and this shot was shot on his head accurately. All spectators and contestants were very close, and they were prepared to see a scene where their heads were blown open. No one expected that the robber leader would be so cruel, and there was no sign of murder. Many women and some men can't help but throw up. Such a picture, if you have not experienced it, you really can't bear it. Even the well-trained Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu are a little pale. After all, seeing a living person's head exploded at such a close distance. You can see it casually. Fortunately, the two of them are not weak, and the concentration is enough. Among all the people, Zhou Hao is probably the only one who doesn't change his face. Although he has not seen many such scenes, as a martial arts master, he has not killed people with bare hands once or twice. He has seen scenes more than this. It's not that his position is inconspicuous enough for the robbers to see his difference. Zhou Hao frowned when the host was headshot. He didn't expect the robber leader to be so cruel, but he also paid attention to Jingxi Mahjong Demon and Bai Chongxing at the same time. Although the two were also a little uncomfortable, look at the reaction. Not too big, at least more calm than Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu. His evaluation of the two of them in his heart is a level higher. In fact, he is also more certain about the identity of the head of the robbers. These people are definitely not simple robbers. They have surprisingly good marksmanship. If there is no person who has been trained for a long time, it is not so easy to shoot a headshot with an AK-47 from 100 meters away. What's more, his time control is very precise. That is, the moment the host got up after the first shot, the second shot shot him headshot. The strength of the robbers is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. If they hadn't undergone very strict training, they would have no such ability. At least Zhou Hao, a person who does not use a gun, would not be able to make such accurate calculations. Even if Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Six, the two were also very surprised. I said you should not think about so many flukes. I can tell you very responsibly that even if the police people want to come here, it will take at least 20 minutes, and if your security guards on the scene do not want to die, I advise you to be less. My guns don't care about human relations. The leader of the robber was obviously dissatisfied with the host's performance. After blasting his head, he threatened others. Originally, because of the commotion in the crowd after a headshot, the leader of the robbers suppressed a word. The person in charge watched his companion fall in a pool of blood. Although his legs were trembling, he tremblingly held the purse and walked towards it. After the bandits, this distance of less than 100 meters is probably the most difficult journey in his life. At this time, the gangsters still looked around very vigilantly. Although they have confidence in themselves, after all, there are so many people here. If they are accidentally attacked by others, no one will want to become dead, especially if they speak very lightly. Is still full of vigilance towards the police. At a distance of less than 100 meters, even if the person in charge walks slowly, it will not take long, especially when the robber leader's gun is aimed at him. He is very obedient and quickens his pace, compared to being fired by He Hongsun. In other words, his name is more important, and these gangsters are not ambiguous. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu are both masters trained by Pluto. Seeing that the money bag is about to fall into the hands of the robbers, they both looked at Zhou Hao together, meaning it was obvious that they despised whether he could make a move, even though they had no weapons. But for first-class masters, many things can be used as weapons. Zhou Hao had a funny heart. The two boys were still passionate young men. They shook their heads imperceptibly. In the face of such 5 people, even if they act by themselves, they must be very careful. They are even more dangerous when they act. After all, there are no people in cover. Under the circumstances, facing 5 armed bandits alone, at least the cultivation base must be above the superclass to be safe. When they were communicating quietly, Zhou Hao also knew that Bai Chongxing was communicating with his bodyguards. In fact, there were so many people present, and many of them were bodyguards. It is not impossible to join forces to deal with these brutal bandits, but they all hold the thought that it has nothing to do with themselves. Even if they take the money back, they only get back their 100,000 registration fee, and the gain is not worth the loss. The gangsters guessed the psychology of the people, so they came so boldly to rob. Even if they knew that the opponent's bodyguards might carry weapons, they were still not afraid. After all, as long as they didn't harm their interests, they shouldn't be nosy. Yes, there are few froze. In the end, the person in charge came to the robber with a piece of money in his hand. Under the sign of the boss of the robber, a robber walked over to pick up the money from the person in charge. Two of the other four people continued to be in charge of guarding, staring at the person in charge with the other robber, lest he play tricks. The criminals who received the money took the gun with their right hand, pointed at the person in charge, and picked up the money bag with their left hand. If the money was in their hands, they could quickly withdraw. Before the police came, they would be enough to leave Macau. Zhou Hao estimated their retreat route must be waterway, and it is estimated that someone will take it. Just when the two of them touched their hands, the change suddenly occurred. The person in charge put the money bag in the hands of the robbers, but his body twisted very cleverly, and the whole person was blocked by the robbers. From the leader of the robber, or from the perspective of other robbers, the person in charge can no longer be seen. The robber who took the money was stunned for a moment, that is, for a second, and then felt a pain in the arm that took the money. The person in charge just grabbed his hand and clasped it. His whole arm seemed to be touching his shoulder. The family is separated, and if the person in charge is not merciful and shakes it again, the bandit's arm will be completely useless. At the same time he started, a dozen people among the crowd around Zhou Hao suddenly stood up, took out their pistols from their arms, and fired directly at the five criminals without aiming. No matter how the marksmanship of these people was, if it's bad, it won't accidentally hurt the person in charge. The person in charge has captured a criminal with his bare hands. The robbers are also desperate people. They will naturally not back down in the face of danger. After the opponent shoots and retreats back to the bunker, even if they have weapons such as AK-47 in their hands, the robber leader will be too fierce. It is also a clear choice to temporarily avoid the edge. The four gangsters reacted quickly. The only gangster left was the one who was caught by the person in charge. He had a gun in his other hand. At the moment he knew he was being fooled, he had turned his gun and prepared to give it to the person in charge. The fatal blow only turned his hand, and the person in charge also touched his hand at the same time. He was very touched this time. When he touched the palm of the robber, his 5 fingers fluctuated back and forth. He didn't give the robber time to shoot. He had already dislocated his wrist again, and the AK-47 fell into the dust. The person in charge didn't want to kill him, otherwise he would fight with his bare hands. He must have died many times. After catching the gangster, the person in charge grabbed the gangster's body with one hand and the money bag in the other. He swayed and shook it. He had already retreated 20 to 30 meters. In such a distance, as long as his strength is choppy, and there are robbers as a shield, and the opponent's people can't help it. All this happened in an instant. When everyone understood, He Hongsen's gunmen had already launched a fierce onslaught, winning time for the audience and the contestants, even though they were not particularly vigilant people. In chaos, they will instinctively find something to avoid. Before the robbers appeared too suddenly, people were not allowed to react at all. Unless the people who had experienced the storm took refuge, most of them were exposed to the robbers, which was equivalent to hostages. Now, after gaining time, even if there are still a few unresponsive people, everyone else has avoided. Zhou Hao was also really surprised this time. The person in charge was deeply hidden. From his cultivation level, he did not see that the person in charge is actually a master. It depends on the strength he just shot, at least not weaker than Jingxi Mahjong. He exerted his full power. Zhou Hao suspected that his strength might still be better than Jingxi Mahjong magic. Jingxi Mahjong Mo and Bai Changxing also looked at the person in charge unexpectedly. They did not expect that the person in charge He Hongsen was looking for was not only more flexible in mind, but also so good. The most important thing is that his acting talent is really great. Who would have thought that he was still a master with the wimpy of almost urinating pants? And if it weren't for his disguise, the robbers would not be recruited. These spectators and contestants would be exposed to the opponent's guns. Now this has turned the situation around. Both the police and He Hongsen's bodyguard team are even more serious. It is easy to give play to their strengths without being threatened by them. Unexpectedly, there is a master like you under He Hongsen. I really underestimate you. Now you let our brother go. I promise not to hurt the people here, otherwise your gambler, Mr. Wong, will be responsible for his own security. After the gunfire ended, the bandit leader hiding behind the bunker spoke. The person in charge grabbed the gangster, hid behind him, and sneered. You should stop. As I said, we are the gambling king, he Hong Sen's people. In Macau, no one can offend him. All retire. If you surrender now, maybe it will be easier, otherwise your days will be over. The robber leader remained unmoved and also sneered. I dare to touch he Hong Sen's money and naturally understand something. You said that no one can offend him and live a good life, but how do I know that someone had been in the past 2 years? I went to his house and even abducted his daughter without any problems. He is still alive and well. His words made the person in charge a little silent. He should know who the robber leader is talking about. Those audiences and players can also hear clearly, but they don't know who the robber leader is talking about. After looking at each other, they are also guessing. What kind of person is this? He Hong Sen is almost the uncrowned king of the underworld in Macau. He can live a good life if he offends him. Zhou Hao's heart moved. Although the leader of the robber didn't say his name, he instinctively felt that he should be talking about himself. At least he hadn't heard of anyone who was opposed to He Hong Sen, and he was very famous and eventually abducted a daughter. That was not himself. This gangster has actually heard of himself. He estimated that the leader of the robber not only knew his own business, but should also know what his name was. Zhou Hao could not guess his purpose because he didn't say it, but he was even more sure that the robber should be a soldier or a mercenary. It is suspected that he has other purposes for stealing money. After the robber leader finished speaking, the person in charge did not speak. After about 2 minutes of silence, he couldn't help but said, Now you let go of my brother. We don't need money. Otherwise we will fight hard for our brother's life. I will also take you to the funeral. Anyway, we are living the life of licking blood with the knife head, and we are not afraid of death. At this time, the gangster who was caught by the person in charge suddenly said, Yes, brother, I am not afraid of death, but you must kill the behind me together, then shoot at me. I will see ya. He didn't finish speaking. He only heard the click of his arm, which should be broken by the person in charge. You don't need to say more. Now it's your last choice to catch with your hands. If you are still obsessed with understanding, I'm not welcome. Don't think I can be afraid of your guns. If I am afraid, I won't shoot. The person in charge broke off. Behind the robber's arm, he said coldly. Following his words, the sound of a police car has been heard from afar, which is not bad. The speed of police dispatching here is not too slow. I don't know if they have been like this, or because it involves the gambling king He Hong Sen. Pressure. According to the calculation of the distance, the police car should be less than 1 kilometer away from the dock. Such a distance came to you in a blink of an eye. The situation is very unfavorable for the robbers. However, in terms of the firepower of the robbers, they really attacked the police, and the police wanted to kill. They are not so easy. The most important thing is that they can threaten the police with the audience and players on the spot. The person in charge may not be afraid of the injury or death of the contestants and contestants. After all, the contestant has no obligation to protect them. If something happens, He Hong Sen will be less faceless, but now that the robbers can come and make trouble, He Hong Sen has lost a lot of face. But the police are different. They can't let these people get into trouble. It's a matter of Macau's law and order, let alone the eve of Macau's return. You are about to be surrounded. Now if you lay down your weapons, I can be responsible for mitigating your crimes. In Macau, the gambling king He Hong Sen will give face even if he is a policeman. Hearing the sirens, the person in charge began to treat the robbers. It's really an individual talent to move with affection and understand with reason. The leader of the robber heard the sound of the police siren and did not show panic. Instead, he smiled and said, You don't have to talk and sleep there anymore, but I'm very curious that such a big thing happened here, and the old fox He Hong Sen didn't come over to see. There are many disciples of senior gambling players here. When he said this at this time, he didn't dare to be Zhou Hao or Bai Changsheng or Jingxi Mahjong Devil and others. Everyone knew what he meant. He seemed to be trying to steal money. It is estimated that the purpose is to see He Hong Sen, Zhou Hao, and Bai Changsheng also looked at each other deliberately, and the gambling king's enemies seemed to be quite a lot. The person in charge is also a smart person. He naturally heard the meaning of the robber leader and sneered. This friend is a good calculation. If you want to see our boss through this matter, I am afraid you will be disappointed. I am the person in charge here. No matter what happens in the King of Gambling tournament, I will be responsible for it. He Hongsen can have such a minded and loyal subordinate. It seems to Zhou Hao that he is really lucky. Originally, Zhou Hao thought that most of his surroundings were the generations who tended to be inflamed, and his family and children must compete for benefits. This person in charge should at least let Zhou Hao seem to be a rare and loyal person. Bai Changxing and Jingxi Mahjong are hiding together, and the performance of the person in charge is obviously a bit beyond their expectations. Even though they both cover up well, Zhou Hao can feel a trace of surprise in their eyes. It is also more certain that in addition to Bai Changxing, Jingxi Mahjong magic may also know He Hongsun very well. The robber's words affirmed what the three of them were thinking. I can't think of He Hongsun's life being mean and countless enemies, and it's a shame that someone like you is willing to work for him. Everyone hasn't understood what he called a pity. Hearing the gunshot, with a scream, everyone saw that the captured robber had drooped his head. While the leader of the robber was speaking, he already signaled his brother to shoot. The target was the captured robber and the person in charge. The strong penetrating power of the AK-47, even if separated by one person, was enough to kill the person in charge. It is not impossible to use one person as a shield, but the actual effect is not great. These robbers are really ruthless. Once their accomplices fall into the hands of the enemy, they immediately become pawns that can be abandoned at any time, and their purpose is to kill the person in charge. The person in charge already has a certain understanding of these robbers. They have never done anything without warning. They are only half talking. It is not the first time that they did it. Even though the robber leader made a sudden move, he still had enough reaction. The moment the robber lost his life in front of him, he had already reacted quickly, put his legs on the ground a little harder, and slap his palms on the robber's dead body. The whole person flew back in the air at a rapid speed, almost keeping it in a straight line with the dead body, on the line that was guaranteed not to be hit by bullets. Spinning quickly in the air, when he landed, he was already behind the bunker. All actions were only completed in an instant. The shooting told by the AK-47 did not hurt him. According to Zhou Hao's estimation, this guy's strength was close to superb. If his internal strength was strong enough, he would be quasi-excellent. At least it is higher than Wang Xiaohu and Jingxi Mahjong. It's hard to find a super master. He Hongsun has such a master. It's hard to find him. He is 30 or 40 years old. If 10 or 8 years pass, there will be another super master, but today this level is not so easy to pass. Not to mention that he is now seen by Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao came this time to deal with He Hongsun. If there is such a master around him, no one else can deal with him unless he does it himself. What's more, Zhou Hao believes that He Hongsun dares to send him out. There must be other cards. At this moment, he secretly decided that if the robbers could not kill him, he would also secretly take action. He is now more mature than before. Not necessarily everything will be solved with violence. He is a person with a family and a career. He doesn't want to use force to solve things with his brain, but some need to be solved in the house. The matter of certainly will not be soft. After all, the strength of the top master is placed. Just when he secretly decided, the 4 robbers had completed the first wave of attacks. His companion died at his own gun, but the person in charge of the other party was not injured. The leader of the robber was very dissatisfied. Regardless of the morality, he now wants to force the person in charge out. He Hongsun's gunmen were all pistols, even though there were a large number of them. Under the firepower of the opponent's 4 people, after paying 3 lives and 4 minor injuries, one gunman had good luck and killed a robber who was very unlucky. Just as soon as he probed, he was accidentally headshot by the other party. This was just less than a minute. Both sides suffered heavy casualties. The 5 robbers also became 3 people, and these 3 people became even more crazy. They even took out the grenade and shouted angrily, "Since you killed my brother, I want you to be buried with you." Unfortunately, you people are also implicated by them. As soon as his words were over, a smoking grenade flew towards the crowd. If he were allowed to fall into the crowd, even if they were hiding behind obstacles, it would be useless. A grenade falling in the crowd could cause at least 10 with more than 1 casualty. This robber can be described as frantic. At this moment, even Zhou Hao and others couldn't help but want to take action. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu didn't wait for Zhou Hao to speak. They had already emerged from the bunker, and they coordinated with each other to advance in a zigzag pattern. While looking for the robbers they cannot take over the grenade, but they can change the direction of the grenade. Everyone saw Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu walking in the rain of bullets. Then, under Xiao Lu's hands, Wang Xiaohu flew into the air, condensing his internal strength with his clothes, and suddenly wrapped the grenade that was about to fall, because the grenade was affected by the internal force. Wrapped, as if falling into the cotton, without a successful explosion. Wang Xiaohu's people were still in the air, took a deep breath, and whirled in the air. He threw the grenade at the three robbers with his backhand. He also had hidden weapons in his usual practice, although he still couldn't reach the level of hitting it. The grenade was so big. Let it fall between the three robbers. It is still very easy. But he was in the air and couldn't avoid bullet attacks. It's not to blame Wang Xiaohu. Although his strength is good, he is only a first-rate master. Moreover, if his internal strength is used to take over the mine, he must be overwhelmed. Fortunately, there is a Zhou Hao. They sit in town. Even if they do not reveal their identity, they can still win Wang Xiaohu. Everyone's attention was on Wang Xiaohu, who took over Lei. By Changsheng, Jingxi Mahjong Demon, the person in charge, and the robbers all instinctively thought that Wang Xiaohu who was rescued was the most important thing, but they didn't know that there was another person behind him. Zhou Hao. Seeing Wang Xiaohu's danger, Zhou Hao slashed him away with a palm, and an invisible force fell on Wang Xiaohu's body, directly causing him to rise 3 meters on the spot, and he dodges the shooting bullet, and threw Zhou Hao with the palm of his hand. He also got a chance to breathe in the air. His actions are not faster than the person in charge, but he is against common sense, and his shot to save everyone is even more shocking. Now Wang Xiaohu is 7 or 8 meters high in the air, and he is simply a robber at such a height. The best target, but with the help of Zhou Hao's palm, he was more flexible in the air than on the ground. When he and Xiao Lu left the crowd, they were already only a few tens of meters away from the robbers. Now his whole person's head and feet have become head and feet, like an eagle attacking its prey, facing the robber. The bandit flew in the direction of the bandit, and Xiao Lu on the ground did not forget to cooperate with Wang Xiaohu's movements. The previous audience and players were nervous about their lives, but after watching them take action, their attention was on them. They felt that this was much better than ordinary TV police movies and action movies. This is the most realistic way to deal with them with bare hands. Gun robbers. The sudden action of Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu won precious breathing time for the person in charge, and also provided him with help. When the two defended against the robbers, the person in charge quickly shuttled between the bunkers. The three robbers were getting closer and closer. They didn't even notice. The three robbers felt that things were not going well. The strength of one person in charge has surpassed their estimates. Although the latter two are not as strong as the person in charge, they cooperated tacitly, and the weapons in their hands seemed to be unable to threaten the place at all. The leader of the robber was also a little flustered. In the blink of an eye, Wang Xiaohu was already on the ground. At this time, he was only 5 meters away from the robber. At such a close distance, as long as the opponent's marksmanship were a little overbearing, he could be injured. At least the leader of the robber had this strength, but he still lacked the courage. Now he is flustered, his hands are not so steady. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu moved very fast. The few dodges have come to a place less than 5 meters away from the robbers, and they have the essence of the method of avoiding danger taught by Pluto. At a distance of tens of meters, whether the two of them are in the air or on the ground, the robbers are not given a chance to shoot. Both of them are skilled in the first-class masters. Although the robbers have relatively powerful weapons in their hands, they are all ordinary people. According to Zhou Hao's estimation, they are at most a few soldiers who have received relatively professional training. They have great marksmanship and their own strength. It should not be too strong, at least not up to the level of a first-class master. When Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu came 5 meters in front of the robbers, the person in charge of the organizer had already touched them from another direction. Under the cover of them, he was even closer to the robbers. One of the robbers, and he was separated by a container, and he didn't even know the person in charge was by his side. Harry, pay attention to safety. Someone around you touched it. Don't be polite and shoot. Just when everyone thought the person in charge touched it and was about to succeed, the robber leader suddenly shouted to the person in charge's target, and then turned the gun, barely glanced at it, and shot Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu. Zhou Hao had seen him shoot, and his marksmanship and the judgment of the character's reaction were very accurate. A gun like the AK-47 that is difficult to control in his hand is as flexible as a pistol, capable of shooting opponents. Even if Zhou Hao has seen many experts also have to admit that he is better at using guns. He did not remind Xiaolu and Wang Xiaohu. The two professionally trained people even had a better understanding of guns than himself. At the moment when each other's guns were fired, the two had already moved on their own, as if they were not being dragged by gravity. Dodging from left to right in the air, the distance of 5 meters was fleeting. When the person in charge of the organizer touched a fierce bandit, Xiaolu and Wang Xiaohu had also come to the bandit leader. The two cooperated tacitly. The weaker Xiaolu was in charge of arresting people, and the stronger Wang Xiaohu had to rely on it. Use your own skill to attract the opponent's firepower. The least dangerous robber saw his boss being besieged, and he wanted to do it very much. But the robber leader and Wang Xiaohu got together. He didn't dare to shoot at all. If he accidentally injured his boss, then don't even think about running away. Just give your confidence to the boss. Turn your gun and shoot at the person in charge with your partner. Regardless of whether they can hit the person in charge, the two gangsters attacked indiscriminately with their guns. They wanted to use the strong, penetrating power of the AK-47 to kill the person in charge. They all knew that the person in charge was powerful. Together, they should not be able to cope with the attack from the person in charge. Everyone watched as the two shot at the container together, as if they were practicing marksmanship, and the person in charge was behind the container, so he didn't dare to be careless. If such a dense bullet came out from the inside, the person in charge with the flesh and blood couldn't hold it. He didn't have the ability to ignore guns and bullets. At the same time, Xiaolu and Wang Xiaohu have also been in hand-to-hand combat with the robber leader. Unexpectedly, although the robber leader is not a supermaster, he calmed down quickly when facing the two, holding a gun in his right hand and fingers. Clicking constantly, using the AK-47 as a pistol, but this gun is very powerful. Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu have not yet reached the ability to receive bullets empty-handed, and they dare not face it. The 6 of them were divided into 2 pairs. They were all in a 2-on-1 situation. They managed to achieve a balance in a short time. Zhou Hao was a little bit dissatisfied with this situation. Both Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu were masters. With the AK-47, I am also a second-rate bandit, but he is unable to do anything. He is already considering whether to increase the amount of training for them. In just 10 seconds, the scene changed drastically. The advantage of the robbers has disappeared. Their main purpose now is to protect themselves from being caught by the other party. They don't know that Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu will make a shot. What is the result? But if it is caught by the person in charge, it will definitely not end well. The voice of the police car is getting closer. The ordinary audience and the contestants know that today's crisis is estimated to end here. Some people who can see Zhou Hao cannot help but cast grateful eyes on him. Although everyone does not know whether Xiaolu and Wang Xiaohu can catch the bandits, but they are Zhou Hao's bodyguards, which means Zhou Hao saved everyone. Zhou Hao ignored the gazes of these people because he suddenly felt that the gangsters were very strange. Not only did he not panic when facing Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu, but he retreated 1 step at a time, and the bullets were constantly shot, keeping away from Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu. His purpose, on the contrary, it is more like delaying time, which is very strange. The guns of the other 2 gangsters did not listen, suppressing the person in charge to prevent him from appearing in front of them. Even if the strength of the person in charge is higher than that of Wang Xiaohu, he can only stay honestly in front of such a dense bullet. Seeing that none of these 3 gangsters seem to be running away, they obviously have no chance to get the money. Why did they do this? Just as he was thinking, the leader of the robber laughed suddenly, tapped his right pistol briskly, forced Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu back, and then shouted, "Stop, playing with you for so long. It should be over. Don't move. If you move, everyone will die together." While he was speaking, he lifted up his clothes. His body was densely tied with wires. This kind of wires connected blocks of square objects. Even people with no common sense could guess that these things were. What? And he held a thread in his left hand with a small switch on it. "Stop it to me. Don't try to attack, and don't mess around. I can tell you with certainty that even if you want to kill me, you can't stop me from detonating the bomb before I die. I have a 10 kilograms bomb. If it really explodes, You don't need to say the result, you should all know. The robber leader pointed his gun in the direction of Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu and said loudly. When he called for Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu to stop, the two had each found cover and hid about 10 meters away from the robbers. Before, their purpose was to fight the robber leader personally. Now they are also close. They didn't dare to get close anymore. At this time, they actually hated the organizer the most. If they didn't search to restrict weapons and they had guns in their hands, there would be no need to fly close to subdue the robber leader. Now I don't need to think about everything. Everyone knows how powerful the explosives on the robbers are. If it really explodes, the people on this dock will not be well. Even if they can't hang up, at least they will be injured. Xiaolu, Wang Xiaohu, and the person in charge of the organizer must not be spared. Haha, you are so naive, thinking that we dare to rob. Did you not prepare any post-recruitment? You are so naive. Master martial arts. You continue to master. I want to see, master martial arts. Yes, it's not that I'm not afraid of bombs. If the bullets can't kill you, don't I still kill you? Seeing that both Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu stopped their hands, the robber yelled. The people in front have heard clearly. You are already surrounded. Quickly put down the weapons, or we have to use force to solve the problem, and quickly put down the weapons. The robber leader's words ended, and the police's voice sounded in due course. Like all police in criminal films, the police appeared late, and after they came up, they would always say some less useful lines. But in Zhou Hao's view, their purpose was not to catch thieves, but to deter, at least after the police had finished talking. When he said these words, Zhou Hao found that the leader of the robber was lost for a moment. If he was within 10 meters of the robber, even if the robber had a bomb on his body, he still had no chance to escape. After the leader of the robber revealed the bomb, his two accomplices also stopped shooting the leader of the organizer. They believed that even if the leader was good, he would not dare to make fun of everyone's lives. If he could not kill the leader of the robber directly death, he detonated the bomb, and the problem became serious. Police, you are late. I advise you not to use a sniper. Before the sniper kills me, I will definitely detonate the bomb. Now if you want to save people, you must follow my orders and follow my requirements. Do it. The robber leader's psychological quality is not generally strong. After laughing, he began to talk to the police. The person who had previously spoken by the police seemed to have a high official position and immediately replied, "You'd better be caught with your hands. You have been surrounded by us, but if you have any reasonable requests, we can still promise you." Zhou Hao felt speechless about the police's remarks that they were stubborn and insulting. They were not as good as the policemen on TV. At least they could repeat a sentence to get the other party to surrender. However, under heavy pressure, the police did not dare to push the robbers in a hurry. The robber has a problem, but the police are not sure. After Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu hid in the bunker, they looked at the three gangsters 10 meters away. They wanted to make another move, but they couldn't guarantee that the other party would jump the wall. The same reason is that the person in charge is the same, even though the two gangsters are not shooting themselves, but looked at his side with full of vigilance, and he also couldn't guarantee that he would be killed before the bandit leader detonated the bomb. I only make 3 requirements now. If you all do it, I won't have any excessive behavior. If you can't do it, I'm sorry, we will choose to let everyone be buried with us. I believe my bomb let those people be buried with us. Mr. Police, what do you think? The gangster looked around and said very calmly. The person in charge of the police, shouting, wiped the sweat from his forehead. This gangster was not easy. The soldiers were not in a panic, so they had to ask, "What exactly do you want? Just say it. As long as we can meet it, everything it can be satisfied." Well, my request is very simple. First, I want to see the gambling king He Hong's son, as long as you find him. The robber leader made the first request simply. The first request made by the robbers was not to choose how to escape, but to meet He Hong's son. Just as Zhou Hao thought, this robber must have a feast with He Hong's son. Otherwise, how could he just aim at He Hong's son? He and Bai Chongxing glanced at each other, and Bai Chongxing nodded. The two obviously thought the same. The return of Macau is imminent. He Hong's status as the king of Macau may not be preserved. He must have offended many people in his life. Now he wants to take the opportunity to trouble him. These thugs, in the view of Zhou Hao and others, he is a person with such a purpose, but it is unlucky to catch up with a few masters here. Regardless of what they think, the person in charge of the police has already spoken, Sorry, Mr. Robber, we can't meet your request. Mr. He Hong-sun is not a member of our police. We have no right to ask him to come here. See you can change your request. The leader of the robber laughed and said, Don't lie to us by deceiving children like this. He Hong-sun's status in Macau, everyone understands. You call him right now. I will wait for you at most 10 minutes. Otherwise, I will detonate the bomb and let the people here be buried with me. The police leader didn't expect this gangster to be so difficult to deal with, but he still promised. Okay, don't get too excited. We'll contact Mr. He Hong-sun. Please be patient, but I still advise you to put down your weapons. All good. From the perspective of the robbers, apart from seeing the negotiating police, they couldn't see clearly how the police were moving further away. Zhou Hao, with his extraordinary vision, could see the police in the distance, and he knew it without asking. I must be studying where to deploy a sniper so that the robbers can be killed in one shot. In fact, even if the robbers are hiding more secretly on such a dock, there are snipers who can kill them, but the key lies in whether they can kill the robber leader while letting him loose and hold the bomb. The hand of the switch, this is the biggest threat. Time flies quickly. The robbers only give the police 10 minutes. For ordinary people on the dock, these 10 minutes are really like years. Unlike Zhou Hao and others, if they really encounter an accident, they will definitely not suffer. Hurt, they pin all their hopes on the police. Zhou Hao estimated that within 10 minutes, He Hong-sun would definitely not be able to come. He was considering whether to shoot. Although the robber leader had guns and bombs, it would not be difficult to subdue him with his own skills. His identity was about to be revealed. He hesitated and pinned his hopes on the police. While waiting, the robbers had already spoken. Police, you have not much time left. I show here that 8 minutes have passed. If He Hong-sun does not come, I will detonate the bomb. The police are inefficient in handling things, and sure enough, they are still inefficient in the face of so many lives, alas. When he shook his head and sighed, he also shook the hand holding the bomb in the air, and then quickly withdrew it. Although he was demonstrating, he did not relax his vigilance. Even if he didn't know the police deployment, he could guess it. He didn't want to. Demonstrating by himself, he scrapped his arm. The demonstration after he finished speaking really put a lot of pressure on the police. Zhou Hao could see that the policeman in charge of the negotiations wiped his sweat while hurriedly said, Mr. Robber, why don't you talk about the remaining 2 demands? Mr. Hoon's son has already contacted, but he is far away from here, and he always has time to come. That's it, it's actually not impossible. Anyway, He Hong-sun, I definitely want to see. If I don't let me see, the people here will wait to be buried. The robber leader agreed, and then said, Well, since so, you come to make the second request. You ask a person to put the 10 million in his pocket and send me over. At the same time, he wants to be my hostage and find an ordinary person. I don't want the accident that happened before. And then prepare a boat for me at the pier. It must be filled with fuel. Don't lie to me. This time the robber's requirements are more in line with his identity. Robbery and escape should be his choice. The police are also relieved. Compared with the previous unreasonable requirements, these 2 conditions are easier to meet, but the first 2 requirements are more critical. Whoever can take them as hostages is life-threatening. When the police were embarrassed, Zhou Hao decided to come forward. He estimated that if the incident were not taken this time, the police would not be sure. Just seeing the robber leader just reached out to demonstrate, the sniper was afraid to shoot. It is very difficult for them to deal with the robber leader. He didn't care about revealing his identity at this time. Compared to revealing his identity, the safety of so many people is more important. He is not a just Superman, and he is not going to die. Moreover, the robber leader is very cunning, and most people want to deal with him. It's difficult. The organizer's leader is close to the quasi-extreme kung fu, and he has no choice but to do it himself. When Zhou Hao came out, except for Bai Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong, who had long suspected that he was a master, everyone was surprised. Such a young boy was very brave. The opponent not only had weapons, but also bombs, everyone saw. Have been to the brutal side of robbers, let alone ordinary people. Even ordinary bodyguards dare not go. Come on, I'll be a hostage for you, and I'll send you the money. Zhou Hao walked out calmly and walked in the direction of the robber. He obviously won't have any weapons on his body. In the eyes of outsiders, Zhou Hao, apart from being relatively tall, did not see any trace of martial arts training. Whether it was the police, robbers, or ordinary people and contestants here, he was considered a harmless youth. Only a passion dared to come forward. When the robber saw Zhou Hao coming out, he smiled very satisfied. Well, it's him. You pick up the 10 million on the ground and put it in the bag, and then walk to my side. The person in charge of the police heard clearly. Now you immediately contact He Hong's son and ask him to come quickly, and at the same time prepare the boat for me. We have to leave. Don't play tricks, or this young man will hang up first, and then the other people will be buried. The police didn't know Zhou Hao's identity, but thought he was a brave young man. But no matter who he is, the police must protect his safety. The person in charge of the police hurriedly said, "Don't get excited. We will do as you ask. I will make arrangements immediately. You must protect the safety of the hostages." When they were talking, Zhou Hao had already walked to the 10 million money bag that the person in charge of the organizer had left behind. His body was filled with internal energy, and he squatted down and put the scattered money into the bag while being wary of the other party's sudden attack. He was very wary of the robbers' unexpected wounds and murders. The robber leader seemed to need a hostage, and he wanted to take the 10 million. While waiting for the police officer to prepare the ship, he stared at Zhou Hao to put the money in and waited for Zhou Hao to finish all this before he satisfied. He said, "Your performance is very good. Now walk over slowly. Don't try to do anything. My gun will surpass all your actions." Like Zhou Hao, he had lessons from the past. The person in charge of the organizer killed one of their brothers. He didn't want to repeat the same mistakes. The more people who came out on their own initiative, the more dangerous they were. Looking for death, he was equally wary of Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao was very obedient, carrying the bag in his hand and walking slowly according to the leader of the robber. With his height, each step was about 1 meter. The distance between him and the robber was only 30 meters. He can walk to the robber's side in less than half a minute at most. Everyone looked at Zhou Hao. They didn't know if Zhou Hao had any special skills, but they knew that everyone in the robbers was desperate. They had killed 2 people without warning before. They were really afraid of robbers. Suddenly shooting again, Zhou Hao stood up for everyone's safety, and no one wanted him to have an accident. "Very well, you are very obedient. You are very suitable as a hostage. As long as you don't do excessive behavior, we will not hurt you." When Zhou Hao was less than 5 meters away from the robber leader smiled again. Dao paused and shouted, "Okay, you stand here and don't move. We need to check it." At this moment, Zhou Hao was standing outside the bunker, and everyone could see him. After the robber leader said he wanted to check him, a robber with a gun went over to search Zhou Hao and check whether he had weapons. The robber has exposed his figure, and the police sniper saw it really, but he didn't dare to shoot. The biggest threat was the bomb switch in the hands of the robber leader. Needless to say about Zhou Hao's guns and weapons, even nail clippers don't have them. With Zhou Hao's current strength, using those weapons is a burden. Of course, outsiders certainly don't know. They all think Zhou Hao is a harmless, passionate youth. The most anxious is to have 2 fighting skills. There is no threat. After searching Zhou Hao's body, the robbers searched Zhou Hao's body and shook his head at the robber leader behind the container, indicating that there were no weapons on Zhou Hao's body, and reached out to take the money bag in Zhou Hao's hand and held it with a gun. On Zhou Hao's forehead, let Zhou Hao follow him. Since Zhou Hao has no threats, the task of sending money is over, and he will begin his hostage task. The robber put a gun on Zhou Hao's forehead and asked him to walk in with him. Zhou Hao knew that as an ordinary person, the AK-47 was so on his forehead that he couldn't look too calm. So he deliberately forced some cold sweat with internal force, and his face became a little pale. The robbers are very satisfied with Zhou Hao's performance. If a person can be calm at the gunpoint, they really have to consider killing the other person and changing someone else. Otherwise, such a person is too threatening, but he doesn't know Zhou Hao's strength. Even if he held Zhou Hao's forehead with a gun, Zhou Hao had several ways to make him hang up before shooting. Under the gunpoint of the robber, Zhou Hao would naturally show some panic. Even if his legs were not trembling, his face would still be pale. If you don't know Zhou Hao, you will definitely think that he is really pretending to be calm. At least ordinary audiences and most players already think so. By Chongqing and Jingxi Mahjong magic even suspect that Zhou Hao is really scared. They all have a certain skill in themselves, but they are not strong enough to ignore guns. If they let people point their guns at their heads, even if they have enough martial arts, they would not dare to use their own skills to save others, even if they think Zhou Hao the strength is good, but it should not be pleasant to be pointed at the head by a gun. Zhou Hao's footsteps were very slow. As the robbers stepped into the back of the bunker, his body was full of real energy. As long as the opponent wanted to shoot, he could subdue him before the opponent fired. Even the robber leader is the same. Within the distance that he can reach, he can completely prevent him from pressing the bomb switch. The police are also watching Zhou Hao closely. They don't know that Zhou Hao is a supermaster, but they just feel that if such a person who stepped forward is in danger, the police will have no face and will not be able to get through in their hearts. Knowing Zhou Hao, you can also feel that his spirit of sacrifice is great. Although Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu knew Zhou Hao's strength, they were also nervous. Zhou Hao was not only his boss, but also the object of his own protection. In any case, Zhou Hao should not be surprised. When everyone's attention was on Zhou Hao, he also touched forward. Even though he couldn't go to the back of the container where the robbers were, at least he had to touch him within reach. Listen to the police. Now that the hostages and money have come to my side, immediately prepare a boat for us and fill it up. If I am not satisfied, the head of this hostage will bloom. I hope I can say something. You can clearly understand that as for He Hong's son, I want him to be as soon as possible. When Zhou Hao arrived not far from the leader of the robber had once again spoken to the police. The person in charge of the police wiped his sweat. Although he had some time, he was still very urgent. He hurriedly said, "Don't get excited. We have invited Mr. He Hongson over. He is on his way. The boat will prepare for you right away. Okay, please be patient for a while." Haha, it's the first time I heard the police have such humor. Let us robbers be patient. But forget it, I don't know you as much. The robber leader laughed and continued. Anyway, my time is limited. If Hun's son cannot come, I will let everyone here bury me. When he was speaking, Zhou Hao was standing next to the container under the guns of the robbers. The three robbers were obviously experienced, and they were in blind spots. From the perspective of the police, even the snipers were condescending. I can't see them, unless I'm in a helicopter. At this time, it is obvious that the helicopter cannot be used, and the robber is not a fool. It seems that it is really difficult to kill the three robbers, especially to ensure that the leader of the robber does not press the switch of the bomb. The guy is very cunning, even in a state of no danger, still holding the switch in his left hand. When Zhou Hao was observing the opponent, the other party was actually observing him. When he walked into the eyes of the robbers, they had been observing Zhou Hao. No matter how Zhou Hao performed, their vigilance would not be bad. They don't want to be touched by a master like the person in charge of the organizer again. At this time, the person in charge of the organizer has been thinking of ways to get close to the robbers. Although the weapons in their hands are daunting, as long as he can get close to the opponent, there are ways to subdue them. The key difficulty lies in the bombs of the robber leader. The bandits dare to rob so brazenly. As expected, they have very powerful back-office tricks. I said, kid, so many people dare not stand up. What do you have, such a courage to stand up? Do you think that you are handsome to be a hero? You think it is too simple, no matter it is in my hands. The gun, or the bomb on the body, are all genuine. The two sides were silent for a while, and the robber leader suddenly smiled and said to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao looked at the AK-47 in the hands of the three of them, then looked at the bomb on his body, pretending to be calm, and said, I know that the weapons on your body are real, and I also know that there is danger to life. But if I don't come out, if no one else comes forward, you will definitely hurt others. Yes, like a hero. If you can always be such a hero, I also admire you. But unfortunately, you don't have much chance. When the leader of the robbers spoke, he showed the evil habit of a sudden attack again. He aimed at Zhou Hao and was about to detain him. Pull the trigger. At this moment, Zhou Hao's premonition of danger suddenly reacted strongly. He knew that the other party was really going to kill himself. He didn't even have time to hesitate. He could only raise his hand and fly over with the sword energy. The distance between the two was less than 10 mi. At this distance, the sword energy in Zhou Hao's hand is as powerful as the sword. When the robber leader wanted to shoot Zhou Hao, he felt his fingers cool, and then he wanted to pull the trigger. There was no chance. Zhou Hao's sword cut off his hand, just as Zhou Hao guessed. This robber leader is definitely not an ordinary robber. The first reaction to dropping his finger is not to scream, but to detonate the bomb. Fortunately, when Zhou Hao started his hand, he must not only prevent him from shooting, but also prevent him from detonating the bomb. When he waved off the opponent's finger, he already pointed at the left-hand acupuncture point of the robber leader with all his strength. It didn't fly away like the right hand, but it was useless and couldn't command at all. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. Only the leader of the robber reacted. The other two robbers didn't understand what was going on. Zhou Hao made a mistake and left the robber's muzzle with the gun pointed at him. Cheating came to him and clasped his hands like iron tongs. The robber leader's hands were out of control, and he was temporarily unable to shoot and detonate the bomb. Zhou Hao overpowered another robber in an instant. Only one of the three opponents was still capable of fighting, but when he raised his gun and wanted when shooting Zhou Hao, he felt as if his eyes were dark and a humanoid object was flying towards him. Fortunately, this robber was not an ordinary robber. Although he was not disturbed, he recognized that his comrade was flying and did not shoot. But for a moment of hesitation, Zhou Hao had already thrown the robber out, stepped forward, as if there was no distance between him and the leader of the robber, and came to him all at once. Zhou Hao cut off the opponent's finger and hit the acupuncture points. The leader of the robber knew that he could not use his left hand to detonate the bomb. He wisely threw the gun in his right hand and prepared to use his right hand to detonate the bomb. But his actions, although it was fast, it was not faster than Zhou Hao's reaction. Before his right hand touched the switch on the left-hand side of the bomb, Zhou Hao had already arrived in front of him, and as soon as he grasped the opponent's right hand, with a little force, the opponent's right hand had become a soft bone. Even if he wanted to press the switch, there is no such possibility anymore. In order to prevent him from moving, Zhou Hao stretched out his hand and tapped a few times on his body. Except for the robber leader who was able to speak, there was no more movement in his whole body. Zhou Hao leaned directly behind his back with his hand. He grabbed his throat and stared at the two robbers on the opposite side, saying, "Don't move. You are already under control. Just be honest if you don't want to die." The two robbers saw that their leader was caught, but they couldn't be as ruthless as the previous robber leader. They could shoot directly regardless of the other's life or death. Both of them wisely put down their guns, and at the same time stepped back consciously. However, they kept their eyes on Zhou Hao, believing that with their strength, they could raise a gun and shoot instantly. What happened here was over within a second or two. Nobody outside knew what was going on here. Zhou Hao had already completed a major reversal of the situation. If it weren't for he didn't want to kill, none of the three would have any chance of life. He just wanted to solve the crisis, not so cruel and bloodthirsty. Who are you guys? What hate do you have with He Hongsen? You have to implicate so many people. Zhou Hao controlled the robber leader. He thought about how to notify the police and said with natural curiosity, Zhou, don't think you pretend to be an honest person. We don't know you. To tell you the truth, I have nothing to do with the surname He. Mine is just a cover. The person I really want to deal with is you." Although the leader of the robber was controlled by Zhou Hao, he was still unruly and hummed openly. Zhou Hao was taken aback. He originally thought that the 5 well-trained robbers were targeting gambling king He Hongsen, but he didn't expect that their target was himself. This was beyond his expectation, but he didn't need to suspect the robbers. The boss said, except for Xiao Lu and Wang Xiaohu, no one knew that he was Zhou Hao. "Your goal is me. Who sent you here, or what kind of grievances you have with me?" Zhou Hao was puzzled and asked directly. The leader of the robber was caught by Zhou Hao. He obviously didn't want to leave here. He snorted coldly. "Zhou Hao, others don't know your identity. Do you think we don't know it yet? When we were in Beijing, our deputy group, it's because of you that I was caught by a member of the army. Our people hate you so badly. As long as we have the opportunity, we will kill you." When he said this, Zhou Hao understood. He didn't expect that these robbers who seemed to be professional were actually members of the Hurricane Mercenary Corps, and they were also Chinese. He immediately said angrily, "Your deputy commander planned to steal my cancer drug formula is what he deserves. On the contrary, it is you, as Chinese, who actually dealt with your compatriots for a few foreigners. You really can be regarded as traitors." "Haha, Mr. Zhou Hao, you are really funny. Who told you that I am Chinese? I only speak Chinese. A few of them are not Chinese anymore. Anyway, it falls into your hands, whatever you want. Deal with it." The robber leader is worthy of being a mercenary, and he is not afraid of death. The true identity of the robbers was beyond Zhou Hao's expectations. He originally thought that their target was He Hong-san, but they didn't expect that their target was themselves. The members of these mercenary groups are truly magical, and I already knew when I came to Macau. But he didn't have any surprises. After all, if the mercenary group couldn't even find out about this, it would be unable to do business. Zhou Hao, what are you waiting for? We are here to deal with you. We will die if you don't succeed. Kill if you want. I'm really not afraid of you. The bandit leader heard Zhou Hao. Nothing happened in his own words, and he immediately clamored. Zhou Hao sneered in his heart and knew his thoughts well. The robber leader didn't want to hear any news from him. If he could be killed by himself quickly, he would really be tight-lipped, but he didn't let him get what he wanted. There are many ways to prevent him from killing him and making him unable to speak. Thinking of this, he stretched out his hand and tapped a few times on the body of the robber leader. This time the robber leader was not only unable to move his body, but also unable to speak. This exclusive acupuncture technique was only used by Zhou Hao. Others wanted to help him. It is impossible to open it at all, and as long as he doesn't relieve his acupuncture points, he cannot speak for 3 days, and he will become dumb afterwards. The robber leader didn't want Zhou Hao to ask him what he said. Zhou Hao also didn't want him to talk nonsense. Now that he has exposed his skills and his identity has not yet been exposed, as long as he doesn't accept interviews for a while, his identity is still hidden during this time, and he doesn't think he is. Being able to keep secret all the time, at least for now, he still doesn't want He Hong-san to know that he is here. Seeing that their leader was controlled by Zhou Hao, the other 2 robbers didn't dare to act rashly for a while, but stared at Zhou Hao. They didn't understand why Zhou Hao stabbed the robber leader so many times, just as the robber leader said that they are not Chinese and know nothing about Chinese kung fu. You two should be able to understand English. Now your boss is in my hands, and there are so many policemen outside. I hope you can put down your weapons and stop resisting, so you may still have a way to survive. Otherwise, there is only one dead end. Zhou Hao said to the 2 robbers in English after taking control of the robber leader. Sure enough, they could understand English, and one of them said angrily, "Let our boss go, or we will shoot. Don't think you catch him, we dare not shoot. Our mercenary group has already shot life and death are aside. The big deal is that we will kill him with you." Zhou Hao shook his head. The robber didn't dare to shoot and wanted to deceive himself, but he didn't bother to explain. Instead, he stretched out his hand and took a long breath. In order to press the bomb, the AK-47 that was thrown on the ground flew into Zhou. In Hao's hand, pointed the gun at them. "You can give it a try? I also have a gun in my hand now. If we shoot each other, who will die first?" Zhou Hao said, tapping his finger lightly, and quickly punched a heart-shaped bullet hole in the container. When the gun flew into Zhou Hao's hands, the eyes of the 2 of them were already straight. The gun was at least 3 meters away from Zhou Hao. At such a distance, the gun seemed to have eyes long, and it was a bit beyond their understanding of the world. Realized, and Zhou Hao's marksmanship was much better than they thought. Using a gun with a very strong recoil like the AK-47 to shoot a heart shape on the container instantly, and his hand did not shake. This kind of arm strength is beyond their reach. They feel that they are not facing a person, but a monster. He is better than his own team leader. If you think you can be more powerful than me, just give it a try, but I guess you may not have a chance to shoot. Zhou Hao smiled at the 2 robbers after shooting. The robbers were already full of awe for Zhou Hao, but they still said coldly, "Don't think that you can get rid of us by your marksmanship. Don't forget, our boss is covered with explosives. Detonate it. It can also explode." When he spoke, the gun in his hand was already raised. Since he could no longer defeat Zhou Hao, he chose to die together. Almost all mercenaries like them are desperados. In order to complete the task, they sometimes sacrifice their lives. Otherwise, the bandit leader would not have tried to detonate the bomb repeatedly. This time it was beyond Zhou Hao's expectation. The robber leader was not afraid of death, and the 2 robbers were also not afraid of death. It seems that their mission this time must be to kill themselves, and the Hurricane mercenary group. The hatred is not shallow. They are not to complete the task at all. They are simply here for revenge. The 2 robbers are not as capable as the robber leader, but in a space less than 10 meters together. Even if they can't shoot Zhou Hao and the robber leader, they can do it with one shot. The two shot together, even if the other side Qinggong is very good, and it should not be avoided. This is what they think. It's a pity that the person they met, Zhou Hao's strength has been out of the realm of ordinary martial arts masters. There are no more than 10 people in this world, and Zhou Hao is one of the best. He has always shot at the opponent. At the time, his footsteps were slightly wrong, and the leader of the robber gently dodged. At the same time, the gun in his hand is also raised. His marksmanship has not been particularly practiced, but his eyesight and reflexes are superhuman, one step fast enough for them. After their first shot is flashed, the two robbers have no chance. Another shot was fired. Zhou Hao only fired 2 shots, and they had been shot in their hands. If Zhou Hao didn't want to ask about the identity of the robbers, he would have already taken down the 2 robbers. There is no chance for them to be arrogant. Zhou Hao could not let the robber leader be shot, and he could not organize the bomb. The explosion, no matter how powerful he is, facing 10 kilograms of explosives, he has no chance to escape. After knocking down the guns in the hands of the 2 robbers, he also threw away his guns. He did a few clicks on the 2 robbers in the same way, and they could no longer move like the leader of the robbers. The raid was not unexpectedly successful, but even if his identity was not revealed, his skills were also exposed. In fact, this was something Zhou Hao didn't want, but the current situation did not allow him to hesitate. After everything was over, Zhou Hao said to the 3 of them, "Everyone, I'm sorry. Although you tried hard to kill me, it's a pity that your strength is poor. It's too far. If you have a chance, your masters might have something to gain, but I guess the 3 of you have little hope to leave." After speaking, he turned and walked towards Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu. He didn't get out of the container. He just turned to a point where Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu could see, beckoning to them, and he had done it here, so he let his own people accept it. The person in charge on the host side is still behind the container. Hearing the gunshots here, he probably wouldn't dare to come over. Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu were full of confidence in Zhou Hao. Seeing that he was recruiting and the 2 ups and downs, they had already come to Zhou Hao's side. Seeing the 3 robbers lying on the ground with their hands all abandoned, they couldn't help but provoke them. The thumb said, "Boss, you are really amazing. 3 such fierce robbers have been subdued by you. This time, He Hongsen has to thank you for helping him solve the big trouble. I didn't plan to see He Hongsen so early. Why would I have to wait for the end of the King of Gambling tournament? But I guess he will know that I'm here after today. It doesn't matter. The point is that you said something wrong. The target of the bandits is not He Hongsen. They are here to deal with me. These people are from the Hurricane Mercenary Corps." Zhou Hao shook his head and said with a smile, "Both Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu are from Pluto. Before the Hurricane Mercenary Group was so lively, they had all heard of it. When Zhou Hao talked about it, Wang Xiaohu couldn't help but angrily said, 'This group of foreign devils has never changed. We cleaned up, and now we are chasing to Macau. They must have other accomplices in Macau. We need to investigate.'" Zhou Hao was very satisfied with his reaction. He asked these 2 people to come just for this point and nodded and said, "If there are not enough people in Pluto, we will transfer people from the headquarters. I didn't expect the people from the Hurricane Mercenary Group to chase me. These people are no less than terrorists when you come to Macau, so don't take it lightly." Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu nodded in agreement, and then Zhou Hao said to them, "These 3 people will be handed over to the police. Within 3 days, they will not be able to speak, and my hands will be scrapped. No one can know their identities and cannot ask anything. Try to get them out of the police in 3 days." When he said these words, people had already walked out of the corner and appeared in the sight of the public. In fact, when the gun was fired, everyone thought that Zhou Hao was killed by the robbers. Until Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu entered the corner, everyone felt like it wasn't quite right, and now they saw Zhou Hao come out. They were sure that the robbers should have happened. They didn't know how Zhou Hao did it, but they looked at Zhou Hao's eyes completely different. This guy was like a savior. He subdued 3 powerful robbers with bare hands. Not only did their guns be useless, the bombs did not explode. Everyone can't figure out how he did it. But these are not important anymore. The police came to clean up the mess under Zhou Hao's signal, and Zhou Hao also had to take notes with the police. After all, what happened just now, the police also want to know that Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu accompanied Zhou along the way. How? Be a good bodyguard. The 10 million money bags were returned to the organizer. The 3 robbers were taken to the police car by the police. The organizer was suppressed by the robbers' fire from beginning to end and did not come out behind the container. What did Zhou Hao do here? He didn't see it at all and didn't walk out until then. He couldn't see the trace of a master in Zhou Hao's body, and his heart was full of doubts. When Bai Changsheng and Jingxi Mahjong Demon saw Zhou Hao stepping out, they looked at each other and guessed in their hearts that they felt that Zhou Hao was a master. Now it seems that they are not fake, at least they are stronger than Jing. Shi Mahjong Demon and Bai Changsheng are unfathomable. The gambling contest was postponed for 1 day due to robbers. According to the official statement, it was to shock the contestants. But everyone who understands knows that this may be because the organizer is preparing to investigate the identity of the robbers. They seem to be against He Hongsun. No matter what the robber leaders said to Zhou Hao, after arriving at the police station, the police couldn't ask a word. Each of them seemed to have their mouth locked. No matter what the police asked, they nodded except for shaking their heads, as if it's like being dumb. It's the same for anyone asking. Everyone present had heard the robber leader speak. His current attitude made it clear that he was uncooperative. His hand was also on the upper right side, and he could not write with a pen. They wanted to get news from his mouth. It seemed hopeless. The police are not martial arts masters, so naturally they don't know that they were acupunctured by Zhou Hao. As the hero of this incident, Zhou Hao would naturally be taken by the police for questioning, but of course the treatment would be very different. Even if the police did not know how Zhou Hao caught the 3 robbers, they knew he was this. The hero of the incident was very polite to him, and they could think that Zhou Hao must be a so-called martial arts master, and some young policemen even regarded Zhou Hao as an idol. What Zhou Hao said at the police station is almost the same as what he experienced, except that it hides the identity of the robbers and the real purpose, and at the same time compresses his own strength. It is said that the robbers were accidentally caught. I caught it myself, and then I fought with them myself, and finally won. The police would naturally be suspicious of Zhou Hao's statement. In addition to Zhou Hao, there were other martial arts masters at the scene. How could they not accidentally catch the 3 of them? After listening to a story about martial arts, I want to find the bottom line and know the truth. At this moment, the chief of the police received the order from above. Although the final conclusion seemed a bit unbelievable, he sent Zhou Hao away. The order they received was to send Zhou Hao away, not to be against Zhou Hao. Too much entanglement. He is the person assigned to do the task above and must be kept secret for him. Those who can be the chief of the police naturally know that some things can be managed and some things cannot be managed, especially in this sensitive period, and there is still 1 month to go. Macau will return to the motherland. No one can be sure what will happen in the future. As long as I can guarantee the safety of Macau, I don't care about other things. All these things were naturally arranged by Zhou Hao. Before he went to the police, he had arranged for Wang Xiaohu to notify the Beijing side, so that his father would find a way to suppress the matter and at the same time chase the Hurricane mercenary group. Tell Zhou Liren about the Macau affairs and see how he decides. When Zhou Liren received the call, he naturally understood the situation at the time and quickly issued an order to first let Macau block all news about Zhou Hao's actions there, and then arrange for Yu Jingyu to take people to Macau. No branch was established there. The return of Macau is imminent. Even if the central government's order cannot directly command the Macau police, it will at least have a certain impact. Zhou Hao walked out of the police station, and the chief of the police sent him out very enthusiastically. He always thanked Zhou Hao for resolving a crisis and saving the people of Macau. And tourists. Zhou Hao didn't like this kind of official entertainment, but he had to deal with it at this time. Only when the people who knew the police were going back did he see Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu, who came to pick him up. They knew Zhou Hao was about to come out, and they had already waited. It's been a long time. You have been waiting for a long time. Let's go back now. How are the people on He Hongsun's side now? Zhou Hao followed Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu into the car to pick him up and asked casually. The current situation is very obvious. Everyone who participates in the competition knows that the boss is good at you. On the day of today's off-season, they must be investigating you. As for He Hongsun, there is no news yet, but I guess as Macau king, this guy must know that you came to Macau, the boss. Wang Xiaohu asked Xiao Lu to drive, and he was reporting to Zhou Hao. Zhou Hao sighed slightly and shook his head. I thought I could make some preparations quietly. Before Macau returned, I would deal with He Hongsun. I didn't expect the members of the Hurricane Mercenary Corps to intervene here. even if the police couldn't find these for a while. The real target of the robbers is me, and He Hong-sun is estimated to be able to find out. Sometimes the gangster methods are much more powerful than the police. Wang Xiaohu and Xiaolu both agreed with this. The police detained 3 people. They may not get what they want. However, He Hong-sun can inquire about the identities of these 3 people from other channels, and according to them, it's not difficult to guess the purpose of this trip. He Hong-sun's ability in Macau cannot be underestimated. The reason why Zhou Hao dared to participate in the gambling competition is that he felt that he would not be too conspicuous in the competition and that he could just feel the gambling. Now this is something he did not expect. He is considering whether to continue participating in tomorrow's game. Boss, when we just came back, we also paid attention to Bai Changsheng and Jingxi Mahjong. These are the 2 people we are most familiar with in the game. They seem to be controlled by the strength of the boss. Jingxi Mahjong is better, has always been alone, but Bai Changsheng will definitely go to investigate the boss again. Wang Xiaohu did not wait for Zhou Hao to ask. He had already reported. Zhou Hao nodded and said with a smile, "Although they didn't see me taking action, in that case, I can subdue the 3 robbers. The police will believe my nonsense, or they will stop investigating due to the above order. But other people will definitely pay attention to me, especially the lifelong life that has an agreement with us." Bai Changsheng is far more complicated than what he reveals on the surface. Not only is his identity, but his strength is also much stronger than what he reveals. I have been in contact with him many times. At first I thought he was an ordinary person. I think he has at least the strength of a first-class master, and now I think he should be at least quasi-excellent, even higher than the Jingxi Mahjong demon. He hides it deeply. Zhou Hao said as he recalled. Wang Xiaohu asked in disbelief. Boss, no. We have seen him many times in Bai Changsheng. I can see that he is a practicing student, and he should have good boxing skills, but he should not be that good. What's more, with the martial arts of the boss, how can one fail to see his depth? Hee. The way of martial arts is broad and profound. Even if I am good at martial arts, I can't say that I am familiar with martial arts of various schools. The practice of lifelong training is probably the kind of practice that is good at hiding my strength. Zhou Hao continued to smile. Then went on, he said again, "But don't worry too much. Although I am not sure of his full strength right now, it is definitely not up to the top. This should be regarded as the induction among the masters." There is another sentence he didn't say. There are less than 10 people in the whole world. It's impossible to meet one person everywhere. That way, the top master is worthless. The original Feng Mao Kotaro will not be so arrogant. Known as the top master, Zhou Hao, there are only 4 people in total, and these 4 people are all Zhou Hao's group. No matter how deeply Bai Changsheng's strength is hidden, it is not a threat to Zhou Hao. It seems that there is only 1 step difference between the top master and the quasi-top. In fact, there is indeed a gap between heaven and earth, but Zhou Hao increasingly feels that Bai Changsheng is a master, no the martial arts aspect, but the scheming aspect. Regardless of his strength, this person should still be our ally for the time being. It is estimated that after the investigation, he will stand firmly on our side. The direction of his investigation this time should be Hong Kong or Beijing. We don't have to hide. As long as he wants to know, just let him know. Zhou Hao thought for a while and said to Wang Xiaohu and Xiao Lu Dao. Xiao Lu asked puzzledly, "Boss, we want to deal with He Hong-sun. Our strength should be enough. Why do we have to use his hand? We don't know much about Bai Changsheng, and this person has a very good intention. Deep, but also very ambitious. If we do not manage well, we will suffer." Zhou Hao looked at the bustling city of Macau outside the car and said thoughtfully, "Macau is a beautiful city. Although it has been colonized by foreign countries for many years, it must be said that it is very rich and prosperous. After returning to the motherland, he has 1 country, 2 systems. Under the circumstances, it will still retain its own characteristics. Economic development will not have an impact. And for the same reason, the underworld forces here will also remain." After a pause, as if seeing the future, he slowly said, "He Hong-sun is the king of gambling and the king of the underworld in Macau. No matter what attitude we hold towards him, with his presence, Macau can be so beautiful. There is his order, and if he is overthrown, this order will be broken." Before he said his words, Wang Xiaohu's eyes lit up, and he continued, "If He Hong-sun falls, the Macau underworld will definitely be caught in various gang struggles, and it must be ordinary people who are unlucky. At this time, someone needs to come out to suppress the table. At least he can withstand the pressure of He Hunsen's downfall and support the underworld. This person, it is better to be used by the central government. Then the central government can control Macau together in black and white, so as to ensure the smooth transition of Macau. Zhou Hao did not speak, but nodded to Wang Xiaohu very satisfied. He deserves to be the person in charge of Pluto's Macau branch. He is a young man with high skill and a flexible brain. Such a person only needs to train for a few years and is enough to carry the burden. Letting him take charge of the Macau branch is really reassuring. Although Xiaolu is not as high as Wang Xiaohu's political awareness, listening to the explanations of the two people, he naturally understands their meaning and can't help but sigh. There is such a complicated statement. The Central Committee has acquiesced. I'd love to hear from you. Thanks so much for watching. Did you enjoy this video? If you did, make sure to hit that notification bell so you never miss an update. And don't forget to subscribe and give this video a big thumbs up. Your support means the world to me, and I can't wait to see you in the next one. Thank you.